Dynamics. It's like what's that? uh yeah, people get so upset. Earth not a ball, and then they want to just fight you.
come on, it can't be this quiet.
Good morning. I'm just watching some David Weiss.
Good morning. What's David Weiss produced now?
I'm just watching one of his videos on the Flat Earth Clock app.
Oh, yeah.
He releases a new one every.
Do you reckon he's a shield?
I don't know. I mean, I can't verify that he is or not, but I don't believe so. But I don't have any empirical evidence that he is or not.
I wouldn't look. I don't think he is either. But a lot of people say these people are gonna lead us down the garden path and blah blah blah. I just have no idea. Why would you go to all that trouble just to come out later on and say it was all a psyop or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, very strange, isn't it? There's so many lies around.
That's true.
I don't know why the server's so quiet lately.
Well, I mean, it's early in the morning here on the east coast of the U.S.
What time?
Eastern time, U.S. It's 7:57.
Okay, all right. So maybe in a couple of hours there'll be a bit more action. See, what's the time down here? I'm from Australia. It's 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. We should have all kinds of Australians online right now. Where are they at?
No, I don't know. Look, the people down here are pretty indoctrinated. They're pretty indoctrinated. I don't know. You talk to them and they just, even when it comes to the other matter that's going on right now, they tend to believe that it's true. We have a lot of mask wearers.
No, I'm sorry to hear that.
If there's going to be a continent that falls, it'll be Australia. That's for sure.
Has anybody found the curvature in Australia?
No one that I know. I certainly can't find it. I've looked. I've put out a couple of videos showing no curvature. I got friends at the table tennis club, and doesn't matter what you show them, makes no difference. It's all the same. They just why would they lie? Why would they lie? That's what they all say.
Yeah, same with my people at work that I work with.
Yeah, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Because they said a lie.
I'm like, don't believe anything I'm saying. You can go out and do a long distance observation yourself. And they're like, oh, I'm not going to do that. I'm like, okay, then why are you arguing with me?
Yeah. Look, I don't blame them. Some people just don't care. I'll be honest with you, when this subject first came across my desk, I thought, it can't be, And in my business, I get to drive around in a truck a fair bit, and with always there's these clear paths that they leave for like the drainage system, and you could always see the complete city silhouette through these paths. There'd be houses everywhere, and then there'd be a block of land where they just wouldn't build. And I kept saying, gee, that's a long distance, There should be some obstruction. Anyway, in the end, I said to my wife, look, I've got to go out. I've got to buy a P1000. I've got to buy a drone. I've got to check this out. It's driving me nuts. It was still in the back of my mind that it's a globe until I took the camera, the P1000, to the beach. It was all over. Right? It was all over. And this is what they won't do. They just won't, grab a camera and go down to the beach and literally check it out themselves.
Yeah. And you only need a camera that can zoom in clearly at 10 miles, and you can, if something's not behind 66 feet of curvature, and you can see that and the horizon behind it, I mean,
I don't
the
reckon
globe
you.
goes
I
out
don't
the
reckon
window.
you even. I don't reckon you even have to do 10 miles. I reckon you can do it with 5 kilometres, which
Yeah.
is what, about three miles.
Yeah, maybe so.
I took my camera and I put it 40 centimetres above the water, and I could see the water splashing up against the rocks 5 kilometres away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be able to do that. It's impossible. I could see much further than that with a P1000, but clear as the water splashing on the rocks. So I don't know. Some people they don't want the truth. That's all you can say. I don't know about you, but I've been part of this server now. I was part of the old server before it got taken over, and they come in arguing without actually knowing anything about what they live on. Would you go to a mechanic and argue about something mechanical?
Yeah, good analogy.
You wouldn't do it, would you? The fellas in this server, they're pretty smart. There's some really smart people. I mean, the two admins, they're really smart. And then you got Michael, Michael the mod.
the battle mod.
Yeah, battle mod. He's really smart as well. I mean, they know their shit backwards. Right? I don't understand. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
What do you do? So what's the video you're watching anyway? Which one of Durst's videos?
It's called Paintings of Earth. He's talking about photos from space.
Oh yeah, okay. yeah, the good old paintings. Yeah. We get misrepresented a lot, don't we, when it comes to space?
Yeah.
I always say the space between your ears. To the people that go, there's a lot of it in some people. Right? Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Can I ask a question?
Yes. Fire away.
So, if you don't believe in space, right? Well, I say believe. Right. I'm just going to say believe hypothetically, okay? If that's okay with you. So let's just say there is no space. So, but you believe in other planets. How does that make sense?
All right. So hang on. Let's just turn around and what's your definition of space?
As a physicist?
Are you a physicist?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your definition of space?
Space is it's like, I know you're going to be pissed at me for, shit.
No.
You're going to be annoyed at me for saying this. It is a container. It is a weird ass container with it being at -0 Kelvin, which is minus 273 degrees Celsius, which is where matter like gas can't function, it can't move, it can't be particle, like it just doesn't work, if that makes sense to you.
So are you saying that there's a container?
Hypothetically, right? This is where astrophysics is, I will be honest, this is where astrophysics is like absolutely shit, because basically there's a matter holding let's just say we have the observable universe, right? So do you know about the stages of interstellar?
Well, you can tell us about the interstages. Educate us.
Okay, so this is what science apparently says, according to you. But so you've got our solar system. This is from physics point of view. So you've got our basic solar system with the sun, and the planets aligning it. And then you've got the galaxy, which is a collection of solar systems, basically, surrounding one massive system.
Yep.
And then you've got
Yep.
a local group, which is a group of galaxies, like the Andromeda system and the Milky Way and all of that special stuff. And then that makes up the universe, which, in hypothetical, is a container of some sort, because there is a force outside of it, preventing it from constantly expanding.
Yeah, but don't they say that it's ever expanding?
It is expanding, but that's because of the energy, which is what they're trying to figure out now with being dark matter.
And can you
So
verify
dark
this?
matter. Can we demonstrate? Yeah, can we demonstrate dark matter?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Can
You can,
are
in a
you
weird
verify
way.
any of this, or are you just just regurgitating what you've been told?
No, this is studied.
Study.
This is
Peer
what I've
reviewed?
been taught and
It's
what
been
I've been studying.
scientifically
You
What does
can-
that mean?
by the scientific method.
You can represent dark matter by using water and a can. If you heat it up
Yeah,
and then
bollocks.
spray cold
Yeah,
water
bollocks.
on it,
No, nobody has ever proven that dark matter even exists. Okay? It's a
Well-
mathematical construct. Okay? Mathematical construct devised to make the equations work.
all of
So-
gas law is a mathematical construct. Gas law
So-
doesn't run. It
so-
needs assumption.
Yeah, it needs a container, right?
No, not container.
So yeah, of course.
Assumption. It's all assumption.
No.
That's what's dumb about ideal gas law. We don't
So-
even know it ourselves.
So can you show me some gas pressure without a container?
Without a
Keyword
container,
there is
well,
pressure.
look up.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Google, I know this sounds dumb. Google the deprived version of ideal gas law. It
That's
is
not
dumb.
what I'm asking.
It
That's
has
not
too
what I'm
many-
asking.
No. This is
It's-
it is what you're asking.
So
Because you're
no,
asking for gas laws inside of the container.
Demonstration, not some equation again.
Yeah,
Okay,
not
then
regurgitation.
Look up Boyle's law.
Yeah,
Experiment.
needs a container.
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
So
look up the
now we
vacuum
need-
chamber
now
in America.
Yeah, needs a container. Vacuum chamber needs a container.
Yes.
Yes, the
It's in a
universe is a container.
No.
The
So-
universe is a container that's
Can
at
you
minus
validate that,
100,
please?
273
Yeah,
Kelvin.
Can you show us where the edge of this container of the universe is?
Yes.
Did
Can
you
you
just
go
say
there?
yes?
You can if you're good enough. If you're
Right,
flipping
no.
from the plane, not plane.
Right.
So no, right? In your imagination.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my imagination. It's
It is.
astrophysics.
Regurgitation.
So I asked you for the edge of the universe. You said, I don't know, no. So let's go back to Earth. Where has the radius been validated?
Say that again.
Where has the radius been validated? Radius.
By using the Hubble telescope.
Yeah, you need a radius for tin cans in orbit. The whole orbital mechanics depends on the radius.
Yes.
Where
Orbital mechanics relies on angular momentum, which uses
on the radius. Listen to me.
Yeah,
Radius.
which uses a radius to use an orbit.
Okay, so where is the radius being validated? Where?
By using
Wow.
satellites like the ISS.
Okay, so
Measuring
Again,
the speed of how
you're
fast it
begging
goes
the
around
question
the Earth
that
and
it has
using
been
its speed to figure out the radius.
okay. So I'm getting very tired of this, right? You're begging the question that the radius has been validated so we can launch tin cans in a second law of thermodynamics violation. No, that's not what I asked. I asked you who validated the radius before you even could launch such a thing.
It was a Greek scientist who stood out on his beach and he saw ships going off into the sunset.
Yeah,
and he
Aristotle
calculated the
was
curvature by
the
using
scientist.
speed.
Aristotle was the scientist, the philosopher. So he saw ships going over the horizon,
Yeah.
and what did he So the horizon is the physical sphere edge, the leading edge of a sphere.
You mean the tangent?
The leading edge of a sphere.
Yes,
Where
the tangent.
where boats and buildings should get blocked by. Okay. Do you know where this horizon must be at 1 foot observer height?
Horizon is from the perspective. It is
Where-
perspective of where you see it.
Yeah. So
You don't feel a horizon.
Again, you claimed Aristotle saw ships going over the horizon, thus your claim is the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere where boats and buildings should get blocked by. Where must the horizon be at 1 foot observer height, according to the geometry of a ball Earth with the radius of 3959?
That's when you use the rho than 60 over sine to calculate the distance from the horizon
Not what
from
I
when the
asked.
left when you saw.
asked
Yes, you did.
I asked where
You-
the horizon must be at 1 foot observer height.
And I'm telling you,
Well,
I'm literally telling you, it's
tell me.
you use rolling 60 over sine to calculate the distance from your visible perspective over to the mast of where you last saw. That is the distance of how far you see. And then you divide that by 360, and that's how you find the radius of the entire globe. I know you guys believe in flat Earth.
Still not what I asked for. I asked you, where must the horizon be? At what distance at 1 foot observer height?
I literally just told you.
Well,
Rolling
give me
60 over
give me the
sine.
exact distance.
I don't flipping know the exact distance off the top of my head.
Oh, okay.
I literally came in here to ask a question. And that
Okay,
wasn't even my question. I was going to ask, how do you guys feel about
1.225
fetal forms?
Yeah. 1.225 miles. Okay.
Right.
So
Can you-
1.225
What's 9
miles.
kilometers?
Approximately 1.9.
Okay.
So you're in the live stream, right? Donato just posted something. Do you see those 2 oil rigs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where do we see the horizon in this observation?
That is a matter of perspective.
Well, I
It's-
didn't ask you what it was. I asked you, where do we see the horizon in this observation?
You can
Is it-
see that the oil rig is lower than the other.
So, and again, not what I asked. I have to dumb it down for you. Is it in front of the oil rig? Is it in between it? Or is it beyond the second one?
Take your time. We know this is hard.
No, I'm trying to translate what you say.
Is it in front of, is the horizon the leading edge of a sphere where Aristotle saw boats going over, right? Is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it in between the oil rigs, or is it beyond the second most furthest oil rig?
It's beyond.
All right.
Exactly.
It's always, it will,
Okay.
the horizon is a matter of perspective.
Thus, the Earth is not a globe with the radius of 3959, because if it was, the horizon must be at 1.225 miles. It cannot be further, right? The geometry of the globe Earth with the radius of 3959 does not allow it. You cannot look through the Earth. You cannot look beyond geometric limitations. Earth is not a ball with a radius of 3959. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome, buddy.
Can you actually tell me in how you think the Earth is, if you don't think it's a ball? Because I know you don't think it's like a pizza flying through space.
So you just
That's,
gonna red herring
that's the best way to put
the
it.
argument.
No, that's the best way I can put it.
Do you
Um,
concede on that,
What do you mean?
on the horizon argument?
No, because it's not moving. If you actually watch a ship moving, it eventually goes circumvents.
You're not getting the argument. You can see the horizon beyond what should be hidden.
You know, like, where is this? Wait, where is this? Where was that actually taken?
What does that have to do with the viewable horizon?
It matters on sea height, sea level.
You do know water finds its level?
Yes, but it matters on sea level. On where the oil rigs and how tall they were built. Maybe the other one, the sea floor would be lower for the one that's
See the
further out.
horizon behind
The
the furthest
sea
oil
floor would
rig
be
at
further.
9.41 miles.
The sea floor would be deeper for the one that's further out. Therefore, it would have to build higher.
Wow.
If you're using that theory on the world is flat.
Wow.
So you told us perspective, right? What is perspective?
How you see something.
What does perspective do with the bottom half of your vision?
What? Please explain.
What does so perspective makes us the bottom half of your vision, right, ramps up towards the center of your view, and the top part of your vision ramps down to the center of your view, right? It goes into a vanishing point, right? So shit shrinks when it gets away, right? It gets smaller.
Right.
So the whole argument is the horizon, right? You just told us Aristotle looked at ships going over the horizon, right? Thus making it the leading edge of a sphere, the tangent point, right?
Hold on, my
This
dog
ball
wants to
Earth
run.
has.
Did the physicist leave?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Did the physicist leave?
That's what I was wondering.
Was he
Yeah,
a physicist?
I was just on a call. Yeah, he said he was.
Okay.
Yeah.
They love maths.
So the universe, right? It's the container. Well, show me the edge of that container. Yeah, well, you could. No. If I show you this equation, I can.
He said it can't expand, and then he said it is expanding.
Right. But this same
He's
guy
good.
came into the lobby.
Yeah.
For your information, this guy came into the lobby and asked for the source code of the bot, right? And now he's a physicist. He wants to help out. He wants the source code so he can make it efficient, more efficient, right?
Well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he also said, "You see the horizon due to perspective," and then the next sentence he said, "You don't see the horizon." I was like, okay.
So I'm gonna give him the highly suspect role.
But I asked him if he could see the horizon beyond the second oil rig at 9.41 miles, and he red herring that and said it depends on the floor depth and if you're looking at the water on different elevations due to seafloor depth.
Morning, guys.
What's up?
Morning, mate.
Did you scare the physicist away?
I missed
Maybe.
it, mate. I missed it. I came back from a call and he was gone.
Damn. He was interesting. I was wanting to know how he knew that the rigs were higher because the ocean floor was a different height. That was amazing.
I think Roger asked him for some proof and then he left.
Yeah, he was jumping around a lot. Roger and I were trying to keep him on one, one point of view, but he kept jumping around a lot.
Well, it's hard when they open with hypothetically, let's do this scenario. Straight they want to jump into their imagination.
Yeah, before Roger got on, I asked if he could verify his space being a container. Can he demonstrate that? And then Roger came in and asked the same thing.
So they live.
Yes.
When did you realize?
A couple years ago, I was at the beach. My father's camera did a little long distance observation with some plotted out distances of buoys.
How did that feel?
Well, I always had this gut feeling that something wasn't right. I just had to do a little observation experiment. And then you go down the rabbit hose. But yeah, I mean, I skimmed over the subject. I think it was starting around 2015, 2016, and then I got busy in life and kind of put it on the back burner. I've always been into conspiracies and seeking the truth, but then I picked it back up a couple years ago really heavily, and I just couldn't get it. I was like, the seed was planted. I could not. I mean, it was just growing. Couldn't ignore it.
Yeah, and then you look at all the other ones, and then you see how boring all the conclusions are, and then you look at this, and then it's mind blowing.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a key to a lot of things. It's really bizarre.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I've always been skeptical ever since I was when I was 18. That was year 2000. Yeah, ever since then I got big into everything.
That was me at like 14.
Very nice.
Just on YouTube until 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, same. I would even order VHS tapes about conspiracies back in the day.
That's another level.
Don't tell me I'm going to have to join the conversation again to get it going.
Yeah, mate.
Every time I join the conversation, we get a baller that comes along, and then we get a mod that joins in and scares him away when we're just about to have some fun.
Yeah, Roger, we were trying to ease you in.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Roger,
I
We're
will
trying to
breathe
bait
in.
him, Roger.
my apologies.
You took the
It's all
chainsaw,
right.
Roger. We were taking a little.
Yeah,
And-
the whole point of is that this name is known, and yeah, so
We were trying to get him to self-incriminate.
my apologies.
and now you're all good, bro.
All right, all those ones listening on YouTube, who's next? Come on. Come and take Batman apart. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I'll even take off my sunglasses. Come on.
Give us your best shot. Come on. Educate us. I think they're all afraid. Like Roger said, they don't even know their own model.
I posted the definition of perspective for that physicist, so-called, but he didn't even read it.
I bet you he's never done graphical communication to actually understand how it works. And I doubt he's a physicist anyway. He was talking a lot of shit. Every second sentence is a contradiction. It's the cognitive dissonance. They just can't get over it. I would have liked him to explain, if he's listening, how the moon orbits the Earth and the Earth orbits the sun. I want to see him explain that one. Wake up, Globers. Hey, Roger.
Yeah.
For some strange reason, whatever my perms are at the moment, I can't see VC checking 1 and 2. Just not there anymore.
Oh. Weird.
I've been waiting.
Yeah, I need to somebody else silver here.
I got
You
Flat
should-
Earther, Silver
you
FE.
You should be able to see it.
I used to be able to see it, and for
Yeah,
some strange reason, the Flat Earther tag disappeared, even though Silver FE was there. And then Mike put the Flat Earther tag back, and VC check-in 1 and 2 just disappeared. So I can't even tell if someone's in there at the moment. You want me to post a screenshot?
I've gave you VC verified again. Can you check now?
Yeah, hang on. Let's have a look. Maybe I need to log out and log back in. Let's do that. Nope, not there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm in a noisy spot. Weird. Ryan, can you see the VC check-in?
Yeah.
So maybe you folded it up. So
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't. Yeah, look, and the reason why I asked is because the other day down at the club, one of my friends joined the server, and I was saying to him, when are you going to join the live stream? He's a Glober, right?
Okay.
He was going to become a priest, and he goes, I didn't even know how to do that. I said, look, you've got to go to VC check-in here, and I tried to show him on my phone, and it was just not there, just gone.
Have you updated Discord lately?
Yeah, I did update it. There was an update about a week ago.
So you don't see it just up above where we are right now. It's there's a guy named Crit inside. I think he's in VC1.
No, definitely not. I used to see him. All I've got above the live stream is the live stream voice text, 24/7 flat earth, whatever, 24/7 arena, Coliseum seating. I've got the server log, 24/7 radio, rhythm 2, rhythm, KTGL commands, rhythm commands, playlist. Definitely not there.
Yeah.
I know how to use Discord. I built my own server, so I know how to use it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm just trying to help. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've never heard of this problem.
And I used to be able to see him. So it's really weird. I need someone maybe like Mike or Crypto or someone to have a look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna discuss this in the mod chat, okay?
No worries. Easy done, Roger. Thank you. Now don't scare the Globers away. We need them. Come on, YouTubers. Come and help us.
Oh, it's you, Effie Batman. I wasn't.
Yeah, mate. I've been around a long time.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen my name too, man. We've been probably since the beginning, huh?
Let's have a look. Who am I talking to now?
Eartherton, right?
Oh, yeah. I've seen you around. You've been there forever. I always get you confused with one of the other mods. It's on the server.
Oh, I don't mod here.
No, I know you don't, but I always get you confused for some strange reason.
I think I forgot exactly all. I think I used to mod for Ranty when he was around. Paul on the Plane, Globebusters. I figured them all. It's been a while.
Did Globebusters have a Discord?
Yeah, they have. I don't think it's very active.
Okay. With the events that are going on around the world at the moment, I sort of haven't been watching much of the Globebusters and Jeranism.
Yeah, me either.
I think we're in for some serious changes in our lives, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I believe you are correct.
Yeah. It's going to be a sad day for humanity unless something seriously changes and there's some uprising.
Yeah, I think they want the uprising. It's just, it depends on how we did it. You know, if we could get people and to be smart about it and just basically civilly disobey every last order that they say, then we win. It's just no.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
going to work. I'm going to work. No, I'm not losing my job, or I'm not wearing your diaper. Sorry, not going to do it. Just people.
Yeah.
All it would take, but just people are so damn scared.
Yeah, they are. You're 100% right, and that's the problem, that people just comply. Right? It was strange. So I'm the president of a large sporting organisation, and because we operate out of a council building, you know, they've got some strict rules. You know, you got to wear your mask. You got to log who comes and who doesn't come. Anyway, after the last lockdown, I decided to say to my friends that, look, I'm sorry, but if you want to take it off, take the mask off. I don't care anymore. Right? I know what the rules are. I know they can't really do anything. You always get harassed by the police, but ultimately, most of the fines just get like cancelled. They won't take them to court because they know that if they lose one case, it sets a precedent for all the others. So they just cancel most of the fines. It's ridiculous what's going on right now, I tell you. I've got friends that have had the jab.
They know they don't have a leg to stand on, and that's why they don't enforce half the stuff that they're trying to. You know, put your mask on. It's like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna arrest me? You're gonna wrestle me to the ground, put me in handcuffs if I don't put a mask on? You kiss my ass.
Well, they do. They down here in Australia, they do. They're Gestapo down here, mate. You got no idea. They turn around and nearly break people's arms. It's ridiculous.
When you see stuff like that and you don't see other people good people trying to stop it, then you know that society is fallen.
Yeah. The problem is down here, there'll be like 4-1, and they use whatever force they like. It's ridiculous, honestly.
It's about street.
What'd you see, Crit?
Oh, let's say it's like street justice. The police can't win in court, so they'll just make people pay by beating them up, by harassing them. It's the same shit. Nothing new under the sun.
You're 100% right, Crit. 100% right. Unfortunately, we have a lot of asleep people down here in Australia. No, it's terrible.
I've noticed. No offense, but man, some of these they just seem a lot of them that do come in here. They're like the Australians anyway. Are seem to know it all, and they're going to show you what's what. And I think it's hilarious, but yeah, I've noticed that.
No, they are definitely like that. They do. They know it all. You know what, though? At my club, nobody argues with me because they don't have answers. Right? I just say to them, show me the proof. None of them ever come back with proof. You know, I remember before all this happened, I would sit there and I would debate with people regarding the shape of the earth, and they would never have answers. They would sit there and they would listen to me and they'd say, oh, well, that's a logical explanation. When this CV came along, I would say to them, well, how come all the governments are together on this one? And they have no answer to it. Everything that happens in one continent ends up happening in another. Now they're going on about the 80%. When have they ever been able to give the jab to 80% of the people? It just hasn't happened.
Is that the number they're touting now? There's no way they've reached.
Yep.
There's no
Yep,
way they've reached 80%.
No, they want to reach 80%.
Oh.
Yeah, they want to. So they reckon that our lockdowns and all the restrictions that we have are going to stop when we get to 80%. That's never going to happen.
It's crazy, man. People just need to snap out of it. Want to wring everybody's neck.
Roger's country has problems. You about, Roger?
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
They've mandated it, haven't they, in your country?
Sorry?
Have they mandated it?
No, they're not going to mandate it, but you can't do anything without it, so it's indirectly
so it's the
mandated.
Same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, basically.
Mm-hmm.
What's the uptake? Is it pretty high?
Netherlands is pretty cocked, so they all get their shot. I was in a restaurant getting some food for lunch, and there were people talking, and there was a little girl. Yeah, I had mine just now, and over 2 weeks I get my next one. And then this
so
old lady,
sad.
And then this old lady at the counter was like, "Yeah, this Delta variant is roaming around, and everyone in the hospital isn't vaccinated." So I was like, "So you counted everyone? Did you count everyone that's in the hospital?" She's like, "No, but the TV told you." "Oh, so you believe anything on the TV?" "Yeah, know where this discussion is going. I'm gonna stop now." I'm like, okay.
That's what they all do, Roger. Every single person.
I'm gonna get mad. I'm gonna end up getting mad. I always give you that same shit every time, when you got them cornered. Oh, I'm done with
even
this.
Even down here, it's the same thing. Yep.
It's just another Pavlovian response.
Ding, 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 ding.
Look, you're free to do whatever you want, right? You're the one that's going to have to. They're the consequences.
Yeah, you're free to do whatever you want, as long as they tell you it's okay first.
It's like ding, 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 ding. Come and get it. Come and get your free jabs.
Yeah.
Isn't Biden now giving $100?
Come get free donuts.
Is that what he's doing now? Yeah, the donuts.
$100.
My goodness.
You know they're gonna pull this Jubilees out of their ass for the people that they're eventually going to tell everybody we'll forgive your debt. Just go get your shot.
A lot of people would do that, yeah.
I mean, go get your jab. Yeah, a lot would do it, and that's unfortunate.
This is it's so obvious what's going on. If people can't see this, they're never going to see the shape of the earth. No chance. It's like a losing battle somehow.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go check out Nathan's for a little bit.
Cheers.
Roger, is this topic even allowed on live stream now?
Yeah, we can discuss some parts of it, right? If you're saying you're feeling mad, or right, feelings can be discussed, but not giving out medical advices, right?
Gotcha.
Only prime ministers are allowed to give out medical advice.
Oh. All the health secretaries are just fat, aren't they?
Yeah. Honorary health secretaries. They're experienced in this field. And look, stop being a conspiracy theorist. What do you think? Surely they can't be lying. They all can't be lying.
I wonder what the world would look like if everyone just agreed.
No, the Matrix.
Yep.
Anyway, getting off that subject, let's just say the flat Earth wasn't about. Let's say it was really a globe. What would be the next best conspiracy theory out there?
Oh.
Evolution.
That's really not a conspiracy theory, though, is it? You know, Roger, the other day I was trying to give some people, well, you could say some information regarding this matter, not evolution, the other matter, on Facebook. And one of the fellas came back and said to me, I suppose it's the same scientists that believe that evolution is not real and the Earth is flat. That was the response he put down. So I turned around and responded to him and said, I suppose 2 aeroplanes hit 2 buildings, but 3 went down. And there was no response after that.
Yeah, I was thinking about 9/11 or evolution. 9/11 would be the biggest.
Bigger than JFK? Gulf of Tonkin, that's pretty big.
Well, okay, yeah. Let me rephrase for my generation, our generation.
Well,
how old are you?
It depends on what you mean as define or...
I'm 35.
So you're young. I'm 57.
Wow.
I watched 9/11 happen on TV. I was shocked.
Yeah, me too. I saw it on.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And you know what? It had the effect that they were trying to achieve. It made me think that the Islamic people were bad people, when I know that's just a lie.
Yeah, we had like multiple, didn't we? We had like train bombings, all this same stuff.
And then they all disappeared, didn't they?
Yeah.
It's amazing. But people can't see it.
Well, you got to remember, I know people bring this up a lot because it's not very, infrequent in this community, but remember at the start of all this nonsense we've got now, there was pictures all the time on the news of people laying down in the street. Where are all those people now?
Yeah, no, you're right. The guy in China that just fell flat on his face. and you know what I say to people? I go, well, what about those special trucks that you saw on TV driving down the street, spraying all this fog everywhere to disinfect. How come we never saw that in America or Canada or Australia?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Oh,
I think in response to your question, about what's the biggest one, obviously you're defining big as how many people it's hoodwinked, right?
yeah, that's correct.
So I'd say germ theory.
Germ theory, virus theory, or germ theory in general?
Just germ theory, like, people washing their hands, making themselves feel like they're clean and this and that, and
Yeah.
making them think that sanitization is the healthiest route.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't explain. When they say, "Oh, it came out that after we figured out germ theory, less people were dying in surgeries and stuff like that." I can't make sense of that. Okay, like that could have been anything, but I know for a fact, like, nothing changes if you're washing your hands or you're not.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I sometimes work with a lot of, cars and grease and paint and stuff. And, yeah, I agree with you. If anything, it's the food you eat and the environment that you're in, the toxic environment that, like I was in a lot of paint fume environment that made me sick. And when I got out of that environment, much healthier.
Yeah,
I mean, damage was done. Yeah, damage was done, but like I actually became a diabetic, and I reversed it. That's what actually got me into the flat Earth, studying how to reverse diabetes.
Really? Yeah.
For myself, not for anybody else. My doctor said I never could, and I just didn't believe them. I proved them all wrong. And every time I go, not that I go into the doctor's surgery much these days, but the young female doctor that I used to see, she turns around and she says, "Oh, you don't believe in the jab? Any jab, not just the jab, but any jab." I said, "No, look, I'm perfectly healthy. I don't need any additional help at the moment. Thank you very much."
No, that's good. That's good for you. And it brings me to another point, like when you said about the food or the water that you're putting in your body. That was another thing that got me about germ theory, is like they say you're going to die if you eat like uncooked meat or something like that, It's all bollocks. It's about the toxicity of the thing you're eating.
Here's the thing, right? My wife, she breeds dogs, right? So we have a lot of dogs, and they're all in, really, really good health. We see the dogs eat their feces all the time. Okay? They don't get sick. They don't die. Do you know what I mean?
Not only that, the magpies will come down and they'll eat your dog's feces as well.
I know they eat the dog food, but here's the other thing. At the start when I bought this bigger property, one of my farmer friends turned around and said to me, "Oh, what are you doing whippersnipping, all the edges and that. Just use weed killer." So I started to use weed killer around the place. The first thing that occurred, birth defects in the dogs.
Really?
Unbelievable. Oh, unbelievable. The second thing that occurred is anywhere where I used weed killer, the weeds would grow more.
Interesting.
So I stopped using weed killer. It's just not worth it. All you get is more weeds coming up.
So how long after you stopped using weed killer did the birth defects reverse and you stop having those symptoms in new breeds?
Oh, the very next litters. It was like it happened instantaneously. Like as soon as I started using the weed killer, the dogs started to have birth defects. So I put two and two together and thought, well, this is not right. This is the only thing that we've changed. We buy them the best of food. We keep them nice and clean. Their bedding always gets washed. And all of a sudden this happens. So I stopped using the weed killer. Birth defects stop.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
always made me wonder as well. Is when people use antibacterial stuff on their floors and they're mopping down their floors. Fair enough. But if you're putting your baby on the floor as well, and then they're putting their hands on the floor, then they're licking their hands and stuff like that. What kind of chemicals are you putting into your child?
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. And I got a feeling that when people get sick, and they say they have the flu, I mean, this is just a theory, that it's those chemicals that they must evaporate and go into the air that we breathe that eventually make us sick or make us want to detox.
Yeah, that's exactly how I see it now. I don't see it as, something has come from the outside and tried to make me sick. It's more my body's trying to get something out of me that I've poisoned it with,
100%. I agree with you 100%. All right, nothing like detoxing. I think we've been designed so perfectly that, we can detox a little bit of poison. It's only when you have a lot of poison that the body becomes overwhelmed and, things start to go really bad.
Well, that's when your emergency, your body's emergency functions start kicking in. What are seizures? It's a lot of doctors and a lot of scientists that aren't of this mainstream have said that maybe seizures are to do with the electrical charge that cleans the brain.
Could be. I mean, it could be.
Natasha Campbell McBride has theorized that. That's for sure.
How about people being injected and children injected with glyphosate, a herbicide? Will that have any bad effects in the body?
Who did that? Who did that, Jamesy?
Hey, man.
Who did it?
Jamesy.
Who did it?
Yeah.
In the V shots, they've been found a lot of glyphosate.
Are you joking?
No.
Oh wow! What the current one?
An MIT graduate, they open up a bunch of this vials stuff, and they checked them, and they found a lot of chemicals in there, and one of them was glyphosate.
It's just so bad. It's so bad. It's just unbelievable.
That's one of the ingredients, but since you're talking about herbicides and weed killers, which is a herbicide, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So glyphosate is, I guess the big pharma thinks that might be good for newborns and children and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I say to everybody.
You said birth defects, which is kind of like a common thing these days. Birth defects. Yeah. So yeah, I just want to say that.
Very scary, I tell you. Very scary.
It is funny though. You ask what the biggest cover-up thing is, and come to find out, it's probably the least talked about.
Listening.
Well, everyone talks about, 9/11 or this or Tonkin Bay, but who talks about freedom?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, we're singing freedom every day, 100 times a day, 1,000 times a day, but who's ever seen it?
Well, depends on what you classify as freedom. Everybody has a different view.
Well, no, the law has a very one way slant specific. The law.
What do you mean? I'm not following.
Well, there's law, and then there's everything that isn't law. Law is very simple. Just like natural laws, you got to have a container in order to have gas pressure. You have to have this to have that. Well, law is very simple.
Are you talking about legal or law, though?
What did I say?
You said law.
Yeah, you
Thank
said
you.
law.
So then that's what I'm.
Yeah, but you're not teasing out the two.
Well, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I said there's a difference between law and
wouldn't-
everything else. Everything else includes your legal.
So what have you got to say about that then?
Huh?
See,
Oh
look,
my god.
There were two
to me,
voices going on. I couldn't understand you.
okay. So to me, law is breaking the law would be driving without a license, punching
law.
someone in the face.
That driving without a license isn't a law. That's a code.
What is it?
It's a code. It's canon. Has nothing to do with law.
Yeah,
Geez,
it
I'll
only
tell you
includes
what-
you if you're a commercial driver.
Right. It's a canon. It only applies to those entities of a specific kind. It's very, 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 very illicit in who it applies to. However, it does take time to dig to that information.
So I take it you're from America, right? The USA.
Huh?
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you were to drive a car and you got pulled over by the police, what could they do to you?
Nothing. Because
He has
One,
to first.
they
He
don't-
has to first identify himself.
one,
Is-
there's no restriction of freedom with the law unless you've committed a crime, which is harm, injury, or loss to another man or woman or their property. If I haven't done that, they have no authority, no jurisdiction to act. However, that doesn't stop a communist or a fascist from doing it. But see, you've got a criminal telling a law-abiding man or woman, well, this is wrong. Well, you're committing 5 felonies right now. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't use a blinker. It's real fun when, they want to tell you what you're doing, what they believe you are doing wrong without any evidence. However, when they're committing felonies, they're okay. It's cool. Right? And that's against...
It's still confusing.
Well, it's not. It's really not. Law is very simple.
Okay, so why would they take your license away from you?
What do you mean mine?
Well, they'll take my license away from
Hold on. If it's mine, you don't get to regulate it. So if you're regulating it, it's not mine. Savvy?
Now I'm even more confused.
If you can regulate something like a license, you can void it, you can suspend it, you can all this bullshit. How's it mine when I have no control?
All right, okay. So
it's an oxymoron.
All right, so let's look at another scenario. I don't have a license because I don't believe in those restrictions, and I hop in a car that I've bought with my own money, and I drive it on the road.
No.
I get pulled over by the police. No, there's no crime.
He turns on his lights and you get out of the way and he decides to stalk you. Yes. Because you don't get pulled anywhere. See, it's a misnomer. Complete paradox. How did he pull you? Does he have tracker beam on his car? No. Oh, we don't have those yet. Okay, so did he hook up his winch to your car and drag you off the road? No. Okay. So then he turned on his lights and you got out of the way out of respect for him going to an emergency. Right? But he lied about the emergency and started stalking you. Boom. 2 felonies right there. And they're acts of espionage and treason, by the way, in any country.
Okay. All right, so let's look at what happens then. He's terrorizing you with his so-called laws that you've so-called broken. Okay. He then writes an infringement notice. You don't pay it because you don't believe in it. They then send out someone to arrest you and take you to jail.
Discernment.
What happens then?
Well, it seems you would need to know a bit more law than where we're at now, dancing around things.
Well, Batman was good at defending himself. He wasn't good at the law.
I'm Batman. Batman, which one?
Me, I'm FE Batman.
Oh. Because I'm Batman 57, and there's a bunch of other people that have been through this stuff too.
Yeah, okay.
Hello. It's pretty corrupt here in Florida.
I know. I've lived there.
I think it's pretty corrupt here in Australia.
Never a lack of heroin on the streets of Florida. I lived right on OBT. I know exactly what goes on. I lived up in Castleberry, down in Orlando.
Like, my friend went into the shekel place there without his diaper on, and he said, "Oh, I don't want to wear one." And they finagle you here, and they got him into jail. So.
Yeah. So they've committed espionage, acts of treason, kidnapping, falsifying.
Well, they have something on the books. If the owner shows up and asks you to leave, you have to leave. And they have that here, and they're putting people in jail if you don't have your diaper.
You can't do that. You can't force somebody to leave because they won't do something that you believe that they have to do.
Tell me about it.
But that's a crime, though. You're overlooking the obvious. It's against the federal mandates. It's against the CFR. It's against the federal law. They can't do it. And plus, it's against the state constitution. I'm one of those ones. I've been studying law long enough. I can box somebody's ears in. Yeah, sure. They tell you, oh, well, you have to wear this. Okay, one, it's a felony. They're putting their nose in somebody else's private business. Whether you're out in the public or not, it doesn't matter. That whole, you have no right to privacy is a bunch of bullshit. Otherwise, every cop would be giving me his badge number, his social security number, and his house address. And they don't do that shit. So, oh, look, somebody's got a right to privacy somewhere, huh? But it doesn't, that case and all that case law crap, those opinions don't apply to me. They're for the corporation. The jurisdiction is only within that corporation, within that tiny little bubble. That shit doesn't apply to me. I'm not one of them. I am not a part of they. But they're going to make it apply to you, which is espionage. Because I'm self-governing. Well, if you come in and affect me self-governing, you're overthrowing or usurping another government, which is a war crime, and then you've kidnapped the government. Oh my God. The crimes are just exponentially
it's like
stacking up.
Sitting on a park bench.
The law is very clear. Law, not private law for a company, not policy that they call law. which policy for a company is their private law. However, it only applies to the company and its employees. It doesn't apply to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that goes in and out of the store. There's all these paradoxes that people think are real. It's bullshit. The store, well, it's our policy. Okay, do I have a contract with your store? Are you a private membership association? No? Okay, well then I don't have to follow that policy. There's no contract. Well, it's our policy. Okay. Show me proof of jurisdiction where it applies to me. Show me in the policy where it says it applies to every man, woman walking in and out of the door. Can't do it because it doesn't exist. So not only are they committing a crime by forcing a law onto you that doesn't apply to you, espionage. Now they're trespassing on your rights with something that doesn't have anything to do with anything. Ooh. Now we're looking at slavery, forced association. These are war crimes.
Good luck getting him to court, though.
Well, you have to know what a real court is versus an administrative court. There's two sides to everything in this world, and they all run parallel. You got clean water and you got dirty water. You get to pick.
So you get to pick which court it goes to?
Dude, a court? What makes a court? There's only one right answer to this anyway.
I know nothing. I know nothing about courts. You can educate me.
Right. So the paperwork is what makes the court. The affidavit. Without an affidavit, there is no court. And to make a legitimate court, a real court, it has to be accompanied by either some form of proof of jurisdiction, the scope of that law that you're saying that I broke against you, how that applies, or there has to be damages, harm, injury, or loss. But you have to have the affidavit. The affidavit's what starts the court. The moving party creates the court, period. Well, attorneys can't move on behalf of somebody else. Nobody can sue on behalf of another. That's against the law. You got every right as a man or a woman to go to court, have your day, and to go after somebody that's caused you harm, injury, or loss. Nobody has the right to, on your behalf, screw everything up. And you can't give it to them either because it's already against the law for them to do it. They know it. They're just not going to tell you because they're scamming you.
All right. So, okay. So, hang on. Right. So, I jump in the car. I drive on the road. A policeman illegally pulls me over.
Turns on his lights, falsifies an emergency.
Yep. Okay.
That's a war crime.
Then turns around and says, show me your license. You turn around and say, I haven't got one. Right. You're driving without a license.
Him telling you to show you your license, that's forced association. That's Article 20 of the UDHR. That's a war crime.
All right. Okay. So then he asks to see my license. I turn around and ignore his question. He asks me again. I ignore it. He then asks me to step out of the car. I ignore it. He then calls more police.
Uh-huh.
They park in front of my car, so they won't let me move forward or back. And then they drag me out of the car. They put me in handcuffs, drag me down to the police station, and they question me. And then they say, right, we're going to we're going to summons you to court. Okay, what happens? You ignore it? You don't go to court?
I start asking people why the kidnapping victim has to answer questions to the kidnappers.
You skip something. When they order you arrest, you gotta accept it, no matter what. You don't want to be beat up.
You don't have to accept shit. But everybody's afraid of getting hurt. Everybody's afraid. That's the problem. Well, that's not the law. Well, I'll show you the law. Oh, you have to hurt me to show me the law. You can't just point to a page where it reads what the law is?
Well, no, hang on. Not everybody's afraid of being hurt. I'm certainly not afraid of being hurt because I've been hurt many times before and it just doesn't hurt anymore. Okay? So where does that that just doesn't work, does it? Because
right, but
ultimately they'll just incarcerate you. They'll just put you in jail.
Okay, but you're missing every opportunity to tell the truth about what's going on. If you're just allowing all this, I do.
No. Yeah, no. You're getting me wrong. They don't care about the truth.
I don't care what they don't care about. This is kidnapping. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Prove it. Well, I don't have to prove anything to you. Yeah, of course kidnappers aren't going to prove what they're doing.
Okay, but which side do you think the judge is going to be on?
Mine.
No chance. Not here in Australia, mate.
You know why? Because I'm not going to go in there and, oh my God, I did something wrong. Because these guys, they kidnapped me and I did something wrong. I ain't going to do that bullshit. The hell you got your boys out here kidnapping me for? What are they doing kidnapping me? Well, they didn't kidnap you. The fuck? I didn't come here willingly. That's called kidnapping. So, back to why your boys kidnapped me.
Driving whilst disqualified.
Well, I'm not here for that. Well, I'm here to report a crime. I've got falsified emergency. I've got forced association. I've got kidnapping. I've got I've got extortion. I've got coercion. And I got intimidation with weapons.
Sounds good.
Right, but see, the thing is people not knowing is putting them in a predicament where they're always confused.
Have you actually tried this?
At different times, yeah.
And it's worked every time?
I didn't stand on it every single time because I got stupid. I got into my feelings. I got into whatever. And that's on me for not standing my damn ground. But I've had other situations where things have worked out.
Okay.
I've got friends that are reporting to me in my law groups and other places. Dude, what's the harm? Ask them if they forgive you. Oh, you saying I did this? Yeah. You saying I did that? Yeah. You saying all this stuff is bad? Oh, absolutely. It's all horrible. Wonderful. Do you forgive me? Now what are they going to do? They're going to go straight to dishonor? They're going to keep being dishonorable?
Sounds very complicated, a very complicated way of sort of circumventing their system. It's their system.
But that's the thing, though. You're talking about circumventing. There is no circumventing. There is no jurisdiction. You're already behind the 8-ball playing around like, oh my God, they're the authority. They're not. They don't have any. They don't have any legitimate authority. Not unless a crime has been committed. Harm, injury, or loss to another man or woman of their property. Harm, injury, or loss to another man or woman of their property. unless they have seen this happen or are on a call from somebody in the public that has happened, they don't have any jurisdiction. They have crimes that they're committing against you.
So you're flipping it all on them.
Why the hell wouldn't I? They're trying to put shit on me that doesn't even apply to me.
Wow.
It's like somebody coming up and telling you you need tampons all the time. You're a man. You don't need a fucking tampon. But they're going to keep telling you, and you're just going to go, yeah, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe I do need a tampon. Like, what? What? Just because they've told you over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, you're just going to believe them?
So, are you saying that all the solicitors, I don't know what you call them over there, attorneys, are they called attorneys in America?
Attorneys. It's all the same deal. They're all attorneys. They work for the Crown Bar. They are an extension of the Jesuit order. They're the law branch of the Babylonian Empire.
So you shouldn't trust them?
Most of them? Hell no.
Okay. What would happen if one of them went to court with all of your knowledge? Would they be disbarred?
Immediately, yeah.
That's why they won't do it then.
No shit. Because their first duty is to the crown.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that before.
In the States, it's American jurisprudence section, I think it's Article 5, Section 7. I could have those backwards. It says that attorney, a turner, one who turns over property and goods from one to another, doesn't say how, but that's what they do. They steal shit and give it to somebody else. Their first duty is to the court. The court is the paperwork. There is no man or woman that makes a court. It's the paperwork that makes the court. First misconception to go out the window is that. The first duty is to the court. Whoever filed first. The second duty is to the client. If at any time their duty to the court is interfered with, they drop their duty to the client and go back to their first responsibility to protect the court. That doesn't sound like I'm getting fair at anything.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful gift. You're trying to give me a court-appointed attorney, but I can't accept it. Well, you have to. No, I don't. Forcing that on me is a form of slavery. Is slavery against the laws? Did something change where it's okay now? Because slavery's always been against the law. Always.
So, okay, so tell me, like, I don't know what sort of occupation you do, but what would stop you from representing someone in a court?
Nothing. I could show up as a friend of the court to help.
Okay.
There's other positions, there's other things. But, I mean, depending on what's going on, I wouldn't have to go very far to get the solution. I show up as a friend of the court. Hi, I'm a friend of the court. I'm here to help the court. I'm here to help him, too. Well, you can't do that. What do you mean I can't do it? You're trying to shoot the messenger. Now you commit a crime. Ooh. Can I get your indemnity bond number? While we're at it, let me see your license. They don't like that shit. But I asked for it. You're damn right, I'll demand it.
Hey, cowboy. What about when you ask a judge for their oath, for them to repeat their oath?
Yeah, I've been there, done that too. Asked her for a copy of her oath and a copy of her license. Never seen a judge run out of a courtroom so fast in my entire life. Ha! Dude, their first oath isn't to the people and it isn't to the state constitution. It's supposed to be, but it's not. The bar has its own thing. The bar is a private membership association. Has absolutely nothing to do with the state or the constitution or the state's law or the country's law. It is a foreign corporation. Has no jurisdiction here. And its people don't have jurisdiction here in this state or this country either.
So are you saying that you've got a better chance if you're unrepresented in a court?
You got a better chance just speaking for yourself and stop getting lost in the weeds on words that you either don't make any sense or you don't know what they've defined them as. Semantics. What does that mean? Well, it means this to me, but what's your definition of that word? Well, I got a totally different definition. Well, no shit, Sherlock. That's how it goes. What I have for definitions for words that I know, that I grew up with, colloquial terms, not the same thing. I go over to the Bar Association, they have different definitions. Go over to the Clerks Association, they have different definitions. I go to another company, they have different definitions for the same damn words. Everyone thinks everyone else knows what the fuck is going on and everybody knows what everybody else is talking about. But you don't. Most people don't have a clue what any of these people are saying.
Yeah, no, I have no idea.
They've redefined the words that they're using, so without their dictionary, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And these companies have to have their own dictionary because they've made up these words. They're using these words that they themselves have defined. So in order for me to know what they mean so that we can have a meeting of the minds, I need their dictionary. And until I get it, we can't have one. It's forced association, it's slavery, and it's an act of war.
So you asking for their dictionary?
Why not? What, you're going to think, you're going to go through the motions thinking you know what the fuck they're talking about? You going to be that one?
No, I've got no idea what they're talking about, mate.
Well, then you better be asking then, huh?
Yeah. No, I just don't get myself into any trouble that involves them because to me, they're just scum.
Right, but that's a paradox in itself, though. I'm not going to get any trouble. Dude, if you're not a troublemaker, of course you're not. But see, somebody making shit up doesn't put you in trouble anyway. You know they're lying. How does that make you a bad guy? They're the ones committing the crime. How have they pushed that off onto you to make you feel bad? They've projected, now you've taken what they've projected, and now you're running through. Oh, well, I owe them the money. I did this wrong. I drove without a license. It's insanity.
Insanity. Yeah. How long did it take you to learn all this?
About 14 years.
You got 14 years up on me, haven't you?
Oh, trust me, there's more too. This is just, the fun stuff.
Have you had conversation with Iggs?
Yeah. Me and my bro, we agree a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
There's only a handful of things. Go ahead.
Does anybody have David?
Go ahead.
Does anybody has David Wise's channel?
What do you mean by channel?
YouTube channel.
It's called Dirth. DIRTH.
DRITH.
Yeah, DIRTH. Hang on, I'll find it for you. Let's close that for a second. Subscriptions. DIRTH. Do you want the link?
Yes, please.
All right, share. Copy link.
But I will take the link. He's going to get your IP, mate. Watch out.
He's going to get my IP?
No, you're going to get his IP. That link.
Why?
You know, there's some scary people on this earth.
Batman, what link is that?
That's the link to the David Weiss's
it's
channel.
the link to the hub.
Oh, fair enough, mate.
Wait, what channel is it anyway? Like, what YouTube channel?
What's that?
What channel is it?
That's Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. David Weiss's YouTube channel. Have you heard of him?
Funny.
Nope.
Oh, wow.
It's funny because we're already deep in the rabbit hole as it is.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Has anybody seen the video with him and Grease Monkey videos?
Nah.
I just saw a TikTok video. I wanted to see if they had the full video because I went through Grease Monkey's videos and I didn't see it there.
What was it about?
It was a Flat Earth video. I mean, because Grease Monkey, he has a pretty good following, and probably like a month ago, kind of started saying that he wanted to have a formal debate on Flat Earth, but yada yada yada. It was like, oh, they fight too much or whatever. So he wanted to talk to somebody, and I just saw a video with him and David Weiss. So I wanted to see if he had a full-length video. I haven't seen anything on his on Grease Monkey video. I was pretty sure that he would have recorded it and posted online.
Yeah, David Weiss would have for sure.
I've got a question about the flat Earth, right? So if you go onto like a standard world map, like a flat world map, yeah, right?
Which one?
Any world map.
They're all different.
Oh, right, fine. I'll go and find one on the internet. I'll post it in the channel.
Yep.
Find one, please.
Right. So the lines on it, those show like how the land mass is spread out. I need to find a decent one with lines on it. Okay, yeah. This is fine.
Talking the latitude? Are you talking the latitude and longitude lines?
Well, yeah. Those the lines of latitude and lines of longitude. They show how land mass is like distributed, and obviously the ones on like near the top, they're smaller, like spaces. No, the ones in the middle are smaller spaces, but there's more land in them than the ones near the top. So how does that work on a flat Earth? If the Earth was flat, you'd be able to draw it out without these lines, wouldn't you?
No, well, here's the thing. There was a bloke once that studied maps, and he did it for 6 years. And after 6 years, he turned around and he said, there is not one map that is accurate for anything.
Yeah, but it makes no sense. If the Earth is flat, then why can't you draw it without these lines? Because these lines aren't needed if the Earth's flat.
Well, like, if you want to think about it simply, the only way for you to either verify a map is accurate would be to travel everywhere and see if the map is accurate, and the only way to make an accurate map would also be to travel everywhere and make an accurate map, right? So this is not really feasible to even do.
Yeah, and you starting first of all, you're starting with a straw man.
If the world's flat, then you don't need these lines.
Yeah, but why you jump into maps and stuff?
Hold on, this is the
I
problem.
don't know, because I'm trying to start a new conversation.
Hey, this is the problem, bro. You started off with a straw man because first you want to straw man into a map that we don't claim we have, right? and saying if you draw the lines, then you would go to yada yada yada. So you're starting off with a false premise.
How?
Because we don't have a map. We don't have a flat Earth map because we have not traveled and have observed and
but we know all the
direction.
Yeah, but we know where all the places are. I don't think there's many places left in the world that haven't been discovered. Probably none, I'll say.
I understand, but
what does that?
We know.
What does that mean?
Exactly.
What does that mean?
But he just admitted. I asked him, has he gone and mapped it out? He said no. Well, that's exactly what I mean.
Just posted a map in the chat.
People have traveled to different locations, but it doesn't mean.
Yeah, but they know that they know a decently accurate landmass for all these places. That's how they've constructed this theory of the globe Earth.
When people travel, they travel from one location to another, right? From point A to point B. They have not traversed the whole shore of any location.
I know that. That's why they're not 100% accurate maps, but they're accurate enough to know.
What's accurate is from point A to point B.
So all these places, they're accurate from point A to point B. So you scroll in and I can't.
So hang on. So that map that you posted, okay? Where's the scale?
Scale? What do you mean there is no scale?
Well, why is there no scale?
You don't need a scale, do you? Because the scale is the lines of the lines of longitude and latitude. Those are the scale.
No, they certainly.
Do you know how the lines work? Do you want me to explain how they work?
You don't have to explain it to me. I understand how the lines work, but what I'm saying is, look at the size of Greenland.
Yeah. Greenland's not as big as it's portrayed. Greenland looks bigger than Algeria, Mali, I don't know, Niger and Libya.
How about this? Do you think? Hold on. Do you think that the longitude and latitude lines have anything to do with the location on the ground?
No, they don't.
Oh, that's good.
Right. So you see the square with Niger and Chad are, yeah. Yeah. That square, that's as big as the square that Greenland's in. The landmass is the same. It's the same as all of these lands, like these long ones on Canada and stuff like that. It's as big as all of that, right? So why would they have to be there if you could draw all this on a flat map?
How do you know how big it is? Just because you've looked at a map?
Because it's what you've learned, isn't it?
If they don't know what the hell they're doing, why would they be drawing lines anyway?
They know what they're doing because they're trying to portray a round surface onto a flat map. So, if the Earth is flat, then why do we need
Hang on. Or is it the other way round? Or they're trying to portray a flat projection onto a spherical model?
No, because the map.
Why do you say no? Look, okay, all right.
The map we're looking at is flat.
Therefore, hang on. Therefore, when a plane is flying from point A to point B, it's supposed to go over. Well, it's a direct line of flight, isn't it? An aeroplane would take the shortest route to its destination. Correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so if a plane was flying over, let's say, the Pacific Ocean, heading towards some place in the USA, and all of a sudden there was an emergency on the plane and they had to redirect to the closest airport, would they fly out of their way an extra, 1,000 miles?
No, they wouldn't do that, would they? They'd just go around or something.
Okay, so why have they done that many times?
Well, so the planes can get through quickly.
No. Flat Earth Banjo turned around and studied some emergency landings, and they didn't go to the closest point according to the globe model. They went to the closest place according to a flat projection. Have you seen that video?
Not accurate. If you
That's
answer
not
on that,
accurate. What they landed in Alaska instead of landing in one of the states of America.
well, that's their choice, isn't it? I wasn't making that choice. That doesn't prove anything. That just proves
Well,
that they didn't choose the best decision ever. One decision doesn't prove that the world is flat.
Multiple times this has happened. But look, that's a side consequence. If we want to see whether the Earth is flat or whether it's a globe, what do? We go out and we measure it. Now, if it measures flat, what is it?
So if you wait, what do you mean if it measures flat? What is it?
Well, that's exactly it.
That's pretty clear, mate. Come on.
It's a question for you to answer, bub.
It's a flat Earth.
No, if it measures flat, what is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Flat.
what's the answer?
To an extent.
It's flat. Okay, so have you seen the FE core laser experiments
Nope. Explain what happens.
or observations? Well, these are all available for you to look at. These are documented. These are done scientifically.
But why would I do that?
They had
My
special
opinion, I'm not saying
lasers
you're
built.
wrong. I'm just saying what I've learned and what I've seen and the facts that I've seen.
Well,
And the Earth is a globe. What's the
if you
point in
want a
me
quick
looking
summary
at
of
the
the-
Earth
if you want a
being
quick
flat? This is
summary-
why I'm
Here's the
here.
thing.
I want to see what you
Okay.
guys think. I want to know the science behind what you guys
all
think.
right,
I'm not
so-
going out my way to learn it. I'll just stay in this while I'm playing games or whatever.
That's fair enough. So here's the thing, okay? I was exactly like you. I believed in a globe. I slept with an atlas. I knew every continent, every capital. I knew where everything was, where Pluto was, where Mars was, okay? But the thing is, when this come up, I had to investigate it. And the investigation was go out, buy a camera, do the observations, and do the observations match up to the expectations of the globe model? And they don't. And that was the only way I was ever going to prove to myself that we've been lied to. Now, I could speak to you till I'm blue in the face and it ain't going to make any difference. You got to get off your ass, get down to a beach, get a camera, get some measurements, right? And check to see if what they tell you is correct. Now, I can tell you for a start that us travelling around the sun and the moon travelling around us is impossible. Okay, that's number one. If that doesn't ring alarm bells to you, then I don't know what's going to do it. Okay, it just can't be done. They can't even give you an answer as to how it can be done. Are you still there?
Yeah, I just sorry, I don't know what happened. GTA wasn't loading, so undisclosed game wasn't loading, so I reloaded my PC.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so you probably missed everything I said.
Mm-hmm.
Look, like I said, when this came across my plate, I was exactly like you. Didn't believe a word of it. But
what was it that caused you to believe then? Like, what was it then?
I bought myself a camera. I went down on the beach and I did some observations. And those observations did not match the globe model. That's it. Okay.
So you.
And then obviously when that happened,
pictures and then believed
I
the
bought-
Earth was flat.
what was that?
So, what? Like, I'm confused. And no, like, is there any influence behind this or what?
No, I wasn't influenced. No one influences me. I'm my own person. Okay. I just wanted to know the truth. That's all. The truth. The truth is really important. If anything, it's the most important thing in your life. The truth. Okay. Now, someone comes up with a claim that the Earth is flat. You can either just disregard it, or you can say to yourself, "Well, let's go and prove them wrong." Okay. And you go out to prove them wrong, and you prove them right. Now, I can tell you, okay, I followed he's a doctor of what do they call it? The Doctor of Light. There's a special name for his, and he was on YouTube one day, and he was looking up something to do with his doctorate. All right, and on the side channel, it came up with some flat Earth videos, and he said to himself, being a scholar, he said to himself, I'm going out to prove these people wrong. How ridiculous that they think the Earth is flat. Now, this guy knows about refraction, the way cameras work and the way light works. That's what he studied. So he goes out and he does some really detailed observation. And now I don't know how I come across his channel, but I followed him right from the start in the early days. And in the very first video, he turns around and says at the end of it that the observations do not match the globe model. They are more aligned to a flat plane. Okay, now this guy's not a glober. This guy's, sorry, not a flat earther. Well, he wasn't. He then proceeded to continue doing these observations because he thought he was wrong. Guess what? He's a flat earther now. He's a flat earther. Now, if you want me to give you a link to his channel, I can. It's Dr. John D.
Yeah, sure.
All right? That's what happens when you look into it thoroughly. You can only come back and say to yourself that the Earth measures flat. What shape it is, we have no idea. But it measures flat with mountains and valleys, right? But generally flat. I'll get you his channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Dr. John D. Share. Copy link. Go here. It's in the chat. Okay, it's in the chat. This guy's from England.
So he must be a decently rational person.
Oh, look, he's a scientist, isn't he? He didn't want to turn around and believe that.
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm British.
Yeah. No, I realised you were British. All I was just trying to say is this bloke wasn't trying to prove one way or the other. He was just trying to find the truth, which is all that we are doing. All we're trying to do is find the truth.
To Berlin Gap, date 6th of August 2020, day Thursday, time 6:15 p.m. The distance is 43.
Was someone listening to one of those videos?
That's Pink Potato.
You know what? To make your life easier, just go to the end of the video and he sort of outlined exactly what sort of happened. And you will see that even he's surprised. And the more and more he does, the more and more he finds out that we've been lied to.
Sorry. Well, it still doesn't prove anything, really.
Well, you have gas pressure.
It proves the Earth measures flat.
Yeah, but people have come up with these ideas of some sort of way you can measure curvature in the Earth. Who says they're accurate?
Okay, well, can you show us one of these ones where you can measure curvature?
I have no idea what they are. What I've seen people using here.
No. Hang on. It's easy to say.
Distance and curvature.
But wait. Here you're making a claim, but you can't show us a video where they've literally measured curvature. That's the problem. They all claim that it's curved, but they can never show it. I think someone needs more RAM for his PC.
What? Me?
Yeah.
Don't know how much RAM I've got, man.
Pressure.
I've got 16 gigs of 3600 megahertz RAM. I don't think I need much more RAM. Got the fastest speed RAM you can get, pretty much.
So you'll never have to reboot your computer.
Well, I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
You know, they already make 42.
Sorry, someone was saying something about gas pressure without a container. Who was that?
That's Cuddles.
Cuddles.
You want to talk about facts or reality? Let's talk about that gas pressure you're inhaling and exhaling.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'll discount this is the third time.
All right, so do you have gas pressure? Yes, that's what allows you to breathe,
Roger,
right?
Roger, here. I want to speak to Roger.
Well, he's incapacitated right now. So you got Cuddles.
Okay.
So there's a question. You got gas pressure, right? You're breathing gas pressure, right? Yeah? All right. Yeah. Necessary antecedent. The thing that must exist in order to have gas pressure is the walls of a container. That's per the definition of gas pressure. Particles colliding with the walls of the container. It's the only way you can have gas pressure, because you cannot have gas pressure without a container. Or I could go to every shop in America and get rid of their air tanks and their compressors. They don't need that anymore to air up tires or to run any of their tools. Because we can have gas pressure without a container, right?
All right.
But can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container ever?
Yeah, it's gravity keeps the air pressure in. Gravity keeps.
Okay.
So
can you demonstrate?
I'm going to speak for a minute. Yeah,
can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container ever? Yes or no question. Real simple.
Technically, yes, if you had a big enough scale, but no one could ever make a scale.
Cool. Then well, no. Big enough or not, it doesn't matter. That's just a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, okay then. Yes.
You're blowing smoke. Either you can or you can't. Scale doesn't have shit to do with anything. If you can do it, then demonstrate it. On a small scale, in your house, show me a gas pressure without a container.
No, I can't do it in my house.
Right, because you can't do it at all. So the answer to the question is no.
It's like putting francium in water. It's not a household experiment, is it? Something you need a big scale to do safely.
Well, that's what you're saying. But the bigger the scale you have, the more pressure you're going to have, the more combustibility you're going to have, the bigger explosion you're going to have. So that doesn't make any sense. Now you're just talking backwards. So the answer to the question is no. You can't demonstrate gas pressure without walls of a container. You're breathing gas pressure right now. Without gas pressure, you don't live. So there's walls of a container in order for you to have gas pressure. That's law 1 and 2 of thermodynamics. Can you have gas pressure next to a near-perfect vacuum without walls of a container? It's a yes or no question.
Yeah.
Okay, show me. Demonstrate it. Small scale.
I mean, I can kind of do it small scale if you want to buy me a rocket so I can fly up to the edge of space.
Well, see, now you're getting into fairy tale land. You're assuming something exists somewhere that's not near you. But we're asking on the ground.
Yeah,
reality. Show me on the ground.
Whether you believe in if space is real, if the moon landing's real, if space exists, anything like
belief
that.
Isn't necessary.
That's not up to me.
I deal in facts. Real facts. I don't deal in beliefs. I have gas pressure. In order to have gas pressure, I have to have walls of a container. So I can't just say, well, because I don't see the walls, they're not there. That's bullshit. Because I have gas pressure. In order to have gas pressure, there must be walls of a container. Whether I can see them or not is inconsequential. I have gas pressure, therefore container is there. Period. Now, I got another one. Can you demonstrate a natural vacuum without any man-made equipment? Show me a natural vacuum in nature. I gotta see this.
Oh, yeah. Again, it's
on the ground. On the ground. Don't point to the sky. We're not sky people. We're ground people. We live on the ground. Stop pointing to the sky. We don't live up there. As they say, come down to earth.
Okay. I mean, then no, I can't.
Right. I can't show you a natural vacuum because vacuums do not exist in nature. Nature has an equilibrium. If there's a portion where there's negative torque pressure, the pressure around it is going to want to go into that negative pressure and equalize. Second law of thermodynamics.
Uh-oh.
Stinky.
So now we've got a container, gas pressure, and no such thing as a natural vacuum. The only way you can make one is with man-made stuff. So I can violate a law by making a bunch of shit that actually violates other laws. It's a conundrum to go, well, yeah, I can put a vacuum next. Yeah, you can if you make a vacuum chamber and you vacuum it out, but guess what? You still have walls of a container. Even the valve is a wall. So if you close the valve after you suck out all the pressure and you give it negative, you still have a container, man-made container, in order to try and violate a law of thermodynamics, a law of physics, a law of nature, which you can't do it. So saying that outer space, whatever the fuck that is a perfect vacuum, but we don't live there, we've never been there. You can't prove to me that we have. To test any of this shit, there's a container up there. What it's next to doesn't matter. So with gas pressure and not being able to show me a natural vacuum, you're already halfway to flat Earth. Welcome. Sure, it's great to believe in the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus, but you can't prove that they're real without manufacturing something that isn't true. And the curve is a great one. Show me curve. I gotta see this because I've never seen curve, and I've worked in commercial construction. Everybody I know that works commercial construction in some form or another, or does engineering in other countries, we all use the same method to set things in a specific location at a specific elevation. It's called sea level. It's the same in every country. Weird. Level means flat. So the water's flat across the whole world, there's a container for water, just like there is for gas. So what? There's mountains. 70% of the world's supposedly made of water. All water seeks rest. Or all water seeks level when it's at rest. Flat. So 70% of the world is flat, plus the other 1/3 of dry land that's all flat. Where's this ball come in? Where's this curvature at? This illusory curvature. If all water seeks level at rest, then there's no curvature. Sea level, sea level. It tells you the truth. So you believe you're on a spinning space monkey ball, but can you prove it? Well, Tim said, and Billy said, and John said, and I believe them. Right, but did anybody prove it? Did anybody demonstrate any of this stuff that they were telling you? No. So how do you know they're even telling you the truth?
There's just as much proof in the globe as there is flat Earth. It's the, what is it, the helium?
You can't have proof for both, buddy. You can't have one. I've already crushed the globe thing. You have to have a container to have gas pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. You don't have a container. Gravity is not a force, and it's not a container. It was and still is defined as an after effect. An effect is not a cause. What is the cause of this alleged gravity? Nobody freaking knows.
And also, the thing is, like, when you're talking about globe proof, usually it means, you know, a logical fallacy or a story that's supposed to be proof, but we can't verify. So
yeah, you're getting back into belief. Now we're talking about Santa Claus and Tooth Fairy. Things that I can't prove even if I tried. Because they're not real in the first place. I mean, dude, I got a whole list of shit that can't work on the globe. I just gave you several examples of shit that can't work on a globe. Because you still need a container. A physical container. Walls. Not imagination. Walls of a container. We have gas pressure. We need walls of a container to have it. You cannot have a near perfect vacuum next to air pressure, gas pressure of any kind, without a container. That violates the second law of thermodynamics. The high pressure would go into the low pressure instantaneously. You'd be dead in seconds. Because you wouldn't have any gas pressure. You wouldn't have any air to breathe.
Gotta go now. Gotta go. Alright, okay. Alright, see you then.
Come back.
Okay, goodbye then.
It's a lot to think about. Well, that was fun. Let's talk about the lines. The lines. You mean the man-made lines? Obfuscation.
Left.
I must have been making some bar dogs mad, because that came real quick in the middle of me dropping dropping gold. Howdy, Mayroth. Or Martoth, blah.
Hey, good afternoon.
G'day. You guys tell me later on tonight if I did a good job. I think I did okay.
Yeah, sounded pretty good. I think you made his head hurt.
I think I made his beliefs hurt.
It's like for some of them, it's like part of their identity or something.
Right, but I don't get it. Like with science, if somebody makes a claim, you say prove it. With anything else, everything in your life should be the same way. If somebody makes a claim, prove it. If they tell you they don't have to prove it, they don't have a claim, they don't have standing, they don't have jurisdiction, they don't have authority, they don't have shit. What they're trying to do is commit fraud or commit a crime. Now, whether or not they know that's what they're doing doesn't matter. Reality doesn't change just because you believe it's another way. That's not how reality works. I mean, dude, if we take anything, any of the fallacies and apply it across the board to other areas of our lives, you'd be surprised who's lying to you. Well, everyone has to have one, right? Everyone has to. What do you mean has to? Is it a necessary antecedent to something? No? Oh. Can you prove it? No. Oh. Gas pressure. I can demonstrate gas pressure with the container. Pull my finger. Any other globies want to come on in and talk to Cuddles about gas pressure and vacuums and spinning space monkey ball? The Leafs, come on in. Batman, you still there?
Batman's always here, 24/7.
Right. Bro, we were on a roll. I was dropping gold bricks. And then Mr. Lyons.
No, you did well. You did well.
Well, I'm talking about before that. I must have made somebody's bar dog mad, man, for them to like send their nephew or something. 'Cause I was dropping pure gold from the heavens.
The only mistake that I could see is when you claim a negative pressure. There's no such thing as a negative pressure. It's a really, really low pressure.
Right.
So they could come back. They could come back at you, you know, and say you're talking rubbish, but you just got to change that part to a really, 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 really low pressure.
Right. Well, I'm still pulling out splinters from the indoctrination. I got beat over the head with, so.
Yeah, fair enough. Look, I understand how the mistake's made. It's when they say 10 to the minus 17, and when people see the minus, they think it's a negative pressure, but that just means there's 17 zeros after the decimal place. That's all that means.
Right, because Tor, I think, is an equilibrium with positive pressure, right?
Tor is a different measurement. It's like Kelvin. You know, it's like the absolute temperature. So it's just a little bit different. So just remember, when they say 10 to the negative 17, it just means 1.17 zeros and then a number, okay, which is a really, 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 really low pressure. So in other words, there'll be no 1, it'll be 0.17 zeros with a number. Or if they talk about where the ISS is, which is supposed to be 10 to the negative 6. No, when they talk about the lowest pressure they can get down to in a vacuum chamber here on Earth is 10 to the negative 6. Okay, so that'll be 0.0000 with a number. Okay, it's just a really low pressure. Ridiculously low. It's like when we vacuum out like a car air conditioner, we don't get anywhere near that type of vacuum. To even think that we can have a water ball surrounded by some pressure, some air pressure, and then we have a vacuum. Like, I mean, that's just ludicrous.
Well, it's like with the compressor at the mechanic shop. Well, why doesn't the high pressure inside the tank come out? Why doesn't it equalize? Right, walls of a container. It wants to equalize. The gas inside that cylinder wants to equalize with the air outside. Absolutely.
Gravity.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, I know. Probably it's a combination of probably static electricity. Who knows? I mean, look, all the best scientists in the world can't figure it out, but these people that come into the server can.
Well, see, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, other than an English word used to describe intensity of a situation or something being said, something being done, there's no such thing as gravity. They took a word from the English language that matched up with what they're trying to say is happening, and they changed the definition of the word. in order to make their, Santa Claus real. It's funny, though.
You know what they really mean? They really mean specific gravity. They just like to omit that word.
Right, but there's nothing specific about it.
No, there is in science terms, specific gravity is just the relative difference between the densities of different objects. That's why they say specific gravity. And you can work it out. I believe they classify water at 1, and then you have things that float above water less than 1, and things that turn around and sink in water more than 1. Like 1.1 and 1.2. And there's a way of working it out, of course. But they never talk about, this magical force of things being pulled down to a center core. I mean, where have we ever proven that there is a center core? It's literally like a creator threw all these objects into a container and they found their relative position within each other. And obviously an ecosystem was formed.
Yeah, to me, relative gravity still sounds like density and buoyancy. It sounds like somebody trying to manipulate a word into something else. I mean, I get what you said and how that would apply, but it's still density buoyancy.
I completely agree.
Static bonds on a molecular level, on an ionized level, on an ionic level.
I completely agree.
I mean, I jump out of a plane, I'm going to fall, but as soon as I hit the water, I'm going to go down about 25 feet, and then I'm going to come right back up.
No, I don't reckon you'd go down 25 feet. Probably lucky to go down 15.
Well, heck, if you hit the water at, 40, 50 miles an hour, you're going to get a little distance. Heck, even 20 miles an hour, you should get some distance under the water.
I don't know. You travel at a decent speed. Water's not very compressible. They say that it's probably the worst place to land if your parachute fails. It's just not compressible.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. I've heard some very interesting stories about skydivers and their parachutes not working.
Pretty risky jumping out of a plane, I tell you. I don't think I could ever do it.
I'm wanting to get together some flat earthers and some balloons and some helium and some oxygen tanks, and let's go up to 120,000 feet and just jump.
No, you couldn't do that because there's there's not enough air up there.
Yeah, that's what the oxygen tank's for, bub.
I think you'll find that the weight of the oxygen tank probably stop you getting up that high.
Well, not attached to a freaking weather balloon, bub.
Well, it'd have to be a pretty big weather balloon.
That's fine. I mean, it's only taking up 400 pounds max.
Yeah, it'd definitely be interesting.
I mean, dude, the the computers, the supercomputers that they build and they put onto these weather balloons, they weigh a heck of a lot more than 400 pounds. Full tank, parachute, face mask, an altimeter to tell me, you know, where I'm at in the sky, how high up from the ground I am. Like, I don't need a whole lot of stuff.
It'd be a pretty big helium balloon. And you know what had happened? I'd tell you what had happened. NASA had put a halt to it anyway.
Well, hold on now. Who gets to tell me what I can and can't do?
That's true. I agree with you, but you wouldn't like to be shot out of the sky, would you? I suppose you got a parachute, so you could turn around and just...
But see, first, in order for them to have the authority to shoot at me, I would have to have committed a crime. What's the crime? Me doing something...
They don't care. They don't care. Well, this is the problem. Ultimately, you're the one that's going to get hurt. They don't care. This is the problem. There's a zilch care factor with these people.
Oh, that doesn't sound like law. That sounds like fascism.
Yeah, you're right.
That sounds like something, right. That sounds like something that goes against the law. You telling me what I can and can't do, that's slavery. Slavery is against the law.
I know, but you can only say that once, and then you can never say it again because they just kill you. You understand what I'm trying to say? Look at the presidents that went against the... Yes, look at the presidents that went against the narrative that's going around at the moment. Okay? They were murdered.
Yeah.
They didn't play along with the narrative, so they were extinguished. Now, if we didn't play along with the narrative and we turned around and decided to get this huge-ass balloon and, you know, some parachutes on our back and some oxygen tanks, and we went up to 120,000 feet, I'm sorry, you're infringing in our airspace. Shoot, shoot, shoot. We don't have the power to go against them.
I don't have to have power. I have the authority. Power is what people seek when they want to do harm.
Yeah,
authority is what exists with the equilibrium of the law.
I know, all good intentions, but ultimately these people don't care. So you say goodbye to your loved one because they don't care.
Yeah, it's
like
paperwork.
It's like this, okay? You want to dump a rocket into the ocean? Let's create a lie saying that the Bermuda Triangle has some strange phenomenon that goes on, and the boats that go there disappear and planes that go there disappear. Okay? So they create this environment where people believe in the lie, and then if you decide to be a truth seeker and actually take your boat into that area, they shoot you down and they kill you. And then everybody turns around and says, oh, that silly conspiracy theorist, he took his boat into the Bermuda Triangle and he probably got sucked into a tornado and now he's dead at the bottom of the ocean. Do you know what I mean? They just make up a lie. It's just...
So then what you're looking at is an ongoing war that you just so happen to be born into.
Oh, you just said it in 5 words. Everything is a lie. And I don't think we have the power to change it. We have the knowledge to know what's happening, but we don't have the power to change it. Because, I'll tell you why. Because there are too many sheep on this plane of ours that are happy to follow the narrative.
Yeah, but I'm not concerned with them. They don't affect my reality. I'm concerned about the fascists. They're the ones that are trying to affect my reality.
Yeah. It's a sad, sad world we're living in, I tell you. Sad, sad world.
Most people that I talk to don't even know the definition of fascism. They don't even know what it is. It's when a private company acts as a government agency without the authority to do so.
Yeah.
Or a private company acting as government anyway. That's fascism. That's the definition of fascism.
Well, do you know what, though? It's probably not like that. It's probably the powers well above any government that have that much money, own that many businesses, that the businesses end up controlling the government indirectly.
Okay, that's fascism. Next.
There you go. There you go.
Either way you cut that pie, it's still fascism.
Yeah, there you go. So that's a sad state of affairs that we live in, but most people wouldn't even think that that's occurring right now.
Right, but fascism is a form of espionage and a war crime.
Who are you going to go to? Who are you going to go to?
I'm not going to anybody. I'm going to make my own damn court.
Okay.
if they start messing with me, they're going to be real upset real quick because they're going to owe me and my family a shit ton of money.
Well, keep me informed as to how it all goes. Because I hate the system. The system is just terrible.
I'm working on things now as it is. I got plenty of stuff to go after fascist agencies for.
Yeah, just keep yourself safe. That's all I say.
The crown and American jurisprudence, which is constitutional law, all right, the Crown Court opinions and constitutional law already agree that the state or its agents or agencies that work for it don't have the authority to mess with family, to separate a family, to break up a family. It's a war crime.
Mate, you should see what they do down here in Australia. Apparently, the family courts are so crooked, it's unbelievable.
Bro, 2017, 700,000 young men and women were kidnapped and trafficked by Child Protective Services.
Yeah.
But CPS, if you go look at their W-9, they're a private company acting as a government agency without the authority. Because the government can't give authority that it doesn't have to give.
Yeah.
The state legislator doesn't have the authority to come into my house and take my family and separate us and split us up. So he can't give that authority to somebody else. It's a paradox. You can't do it because it doesn't exist. But again, people want to believe Santa Claus and a tooth fairy. So latches ensue, shit happens, and until you finally figure it out and make the stand, it is what it is. And it sucks.
You know what they say, life sucks.
Well, to righteous people, this world is hell. To evil people, this world is heaven. It's an interesting way to look at things. It does put stuff in perspective. I mean, dude, if there's a fee attached to something that I've done, but then they can't prove any harm, injury, or loss, there's a false claim. That's espionage. fraud, fraud with the intent to usurp, because I'm self-governing. So I'm my own government. So usurpation of a foreign government, foreign to them, in reality, well, that's invasion, and then locking me up and all that. Well, that'd be going towards genocide. They're genociding me. They're not allowed to do any of that stuff.
Yet they're doing it all over the world.
Yep. 7 billion separate forms of government on this earth. Separate forms of government. I run my house how I want to. Meme runs his house the way he wants to. Iggs runs his house the way he wants to. We don't all agree on how everything in our house should be run. So we have different forms of government, different houses. Every house is its own form of government, every household. So who has jurisdiction? Nobody. They skipped over that part in law about live and let be.
It's late here. I got to hit the hay. It was good talking to you.
Yep, have a good one.
What a day. So, Batman, you did get your glow bar, right? So. So let me try something. Okay.
Sounds like elevator music.
No, it's the widget thing, but I wanted I don't know how to use the bot to search. Movie bot, Discord command.
I have no clue. I was barely able to get it to play something the other day, so.
Oh, it's search or seek. Is it seek? Okay. Seek. Okay, it should work.
Every single year around Polaris, which is directly over the North Pole Star. Okay, so the Earth's not moving. It's not in a solar system. It lures your soul. No, that's the bottom floor of everything. The sky resets over top of us like a clock, effectively. We have 77 constellations. They're constant. Okay. Egyptians built megalithic structures that line up with the same stars today as they did back then, thousands and thousands of years ago. The sky just does the same thing every day, bro. Every single year. It resets. So what this means is that the Earth is something called geocentric. I tell you that the Earth's in a heliocentric solar system. That means that we revolve around the sun. Well, the truth is the Earth's actually geocentric.
I hope this is the correct place.
It's the bottom floor. Okay. Everything in the sky is up above us. We're not up in the sky. That's dumb. We're not in the sky. The sky's above us. The Earth is flat. The sky moves. We don't move. They say that the sky's actually sitting still. It just looks like it moves because the Earth is moving and you can't tell. I thought I was a conspiracy theorist. So the official story is that the stars are sitting still. They just look like they move. Because we're moving, we just feel like we're still. That's the official story that I'm crazy for not believing in. So what this means is that when you see the sun move through the sky in the day, it's not actually moving. The sun is sitting still. And during a sunset, you're falling backwards 1,000 miles an hour. And it makes the sun look like it's setting. You ever watched a sunset? You know what Flat Earth says? The sun moves in the sky. The stars move in the sky. Very simple. Has anyone ever felt the Earth spinning? Of course not. Not unless you were hammered. And if you are, you get the spins, you gotta roll over, throw your feet on the Earth, so you stop spinning. That's because the Earth doesn't move. Provable. There's no evidence for the Earth ever moving ever. So anyway, the stuff in the sky moves. Like the problem is, this is why they didn't teach you. This is why it's censored. Because if they told children, which is the main reason I do this, children are being lied to, and they're told that they're a tiny speck of dust in this huge universe. They could get hit by asteroids and die, just like it killed the dinosaurs, and nothing's important about them. They came from apes and all this crazy nonsense. Everything came from nothing, right? They think they're insignificant, lost in space, and that they could get hit by an asteroid. None of that's real. They live on a very special Earth that was created for them. Right? So if they told the child, look, here's the two options. When you see the horizon, it's either horizontal, which is where horizon comes from, or it just looks horizontal, it's actually curving and you can't tell. And whenever you don't feel the Earth spinning, well, either it's because it's not spinning, Or it's because it's actually spinning 1,000 miles per hour and it's just so big you can't feel it. And whenever you see the sun and the moon move in the sky, they're actually sitting still and you're just moving, and that's why it looks like that. Or the Earth isn't moving and the sun and the moon move in the sky like you see it. They don't tell the children that because they would see through the lie. They told us all this lie when we were like 5 years old. They had to indoctrinate you from a young age. And most people in their adulthood out here still can't win the $100. They don't even know what the radius is, the circumference is, and they don't know any of the basic stuff, right? But they know we're crazy. See, the truth is we just actually went and researched it. Every question I asked the flat earthers can answer off the top of their head because we researched it, tested it. We didn't want to be a flat earther. We thought it was crazy. But most people can't swallow their pride enough to look into it. So in 2015, the top two research terms were Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And right behind it was flat earth. It exploded in 2015. So what they had to do was come out and censor it and call it dangerous misinformation. Do you guys support the government forcibly censoring the First Amendment? Cool story. Because even if you disagree with me, which just means you don't know anything about it and you haven't researched it, but you should agree with my right to say it, right? Well, the government doesn't agree. I guess the First Amendment has a stipulation that says no flat earth.
You're a fucking idiot.
Okay, you wanna debate me?
No,
here it goes.
You know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I do.
Define it.
I'm not gonna give you.
You don't even know what it is.
Go fuck yourself.
Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? I'll give you $100 if you can get 3 questions right about the Earth. You're on camera. I know you might not know what live stream is, but I have an omnidirectional mic that's speaking. Yeah, come over here and get in front of the camera. Yeah, come on over.
Everyone watching this live stream is an idiot.
Get in front of it. Get in front of it. Come get in front of it.
Flat Earth.
There you go. Hey, do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I hope people are donating to you because you're stealing their money from them.
Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? You can't. You're a gamma mel.
You're totally what's wrong.
Do you know what a
with
gamma
you.
is?
I know that's what.
What's the radius of the Earth? Do you know?
Do you?
Yeah, 3,959 miles. What's the circumference? You don't know. What's the curvature rate? You don't know. How fast the Earth spin? You don't know. How fast it goes around the sun?
I'm just gonna.
So you're just ignorant.
I think you're ignorant.
I know all the answers. You don't know.
Hey, actually, I don't have anything to do, so I'm just gonna be here.
Perfect.
On your stream.
So answer the second law. What's the second law of
I'm not
thermodynamics?
gonna answer anything. I'm just gonna be here.
Okay.
I don't want you talking to these people.
Well, what are you gonna do about it?
I'm just gonna stand here.
Do you know what the First Amendment is?
I'm not the government, so I'm not infringing on any.
I'm just gonna make you look dumb then.
I'm gonna make you look dumb. You already look dumb.
I'm way louder than you, bud. So if you want to have a respectful conversation, you're a good representative. You're really nervous and you're shaking and twitching right now. It's because you know you're way out of your league right here. You
I
don't
don't
even
care
know.
if I'm out of my league.
What's the second law of thermodynamics? Does my IQ care about your opinion?
What does IQ have to do with anything?
You just sound an idiot.
Yeah, because you're a flat earther. You're a dummy.
Okay, so do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't matter.
Do you
What
explain?
you're talking about is you're just lying to people.
No, I'm
you're
not.
just lying to people.
Okay, so you're saying we didn't really see a skyline of Chicago across Lake Michigan? You're saying I'm lying about it?
What the fuck does that have to do with
Well, it's impossible
How is
on
that
the globe.
flat Earth?
Because the skyline of Chicago.
Okay, here's what I want you to do.
You're gonna keep interrupting me. I'm just gonna ignore you.
No, actually, I'm about to let you talk for the next.
Get a little closer so we can put you on blast and chop you up as the gamma male you are.
The gamma male.
You're a gamma.
I hope I end up online.
You already are online.
What is this on Twitch?
It's on YouTube.
YouTube?
Yeah, you look dumb.
You can't even get on fucking Twitch, dude. What
Yeah, I
fucking-
can get on
They
Twitch.
probably ban you.
No, would you
Probably
support?
ban
You support platforms banning people?
I support platforms banning people like you.
You don't even know what the second law is. You don't even know
The
anything.
second law of fucking thermodynamics. Thermodynamics has to do with Twitch and YouTube keeping you on their platform.
Okay, so
I don't care, dude.
Do
You're an
spheres
idiot.
have to curve?
I'm gonna be here until you either leave
All right, I'll
or
just talk
it's the end
over
of the
this
day.
gamma mel. The second law of thermodynamics is called the entropic law, right? So
Are
you
you
can't have a
Sigma
pressure.
male?
If you get too close to me, you'll probably get hurt. So if I were you, I'd stop getting in my area,
I'm not
bro.
in anyone's
All
personal
right,
space.
so
You are in
anyway,
a public
keep
area.
on approaching.
The second law of thermodynamics.
Hello, everyone.
I just wanted this a member dropped this in the live stream, and I wanted to share this. It's fun.
I think the guy was on high pressure. He was very hot on the subject.
I want to go be the bodyguard. Mace everybody that comes up starting fights.
So fun. The second law of thermodynamics.
The pressure was too high for him. He needs to release some gases.
You know the radius of Earth? No, you don't know the radius of Earth.
We didn't know it has a radius.
Cognitive dissonance, projecting, Dunning-Kruger,
Yeah.
bam, all in one.
The problem is always the simple questions. That's where the problem is.
Priceless. That dude was triggered, man.
Yeah.
It's so funny. The law of thermodynamics.
Thermodynamics.
I mean, I just don't get why people get like that. Why can't they just sit back and just like take in information and maybe, you know, just think about it?
Yeah.
They've been brought up in this system. They see that the competitive and soldier spirit inside them, and for them, it's not about being right. It's about talking as much as you can and fast. It doesn't matter what you talk, incoherent. It goes along. It doesn't matter. But just talk. Yeah.
Yeah, we need creation bit to snip that out. It's just that one part.
Yeah, but it just shows up where that guy's conscience is in his vessel, like what type of person he is internally.
It's funny, you know, because I watch these forensic crime psychology interviews, you know, where they show where policemen are asking questions to the criminals, and those lies they tell, you know, and they can't make up the good story. It's so funny. When I watch those videos and I hear these Globers, I mean, they are the same psychological profile, the same issues I see.
Yeah, you have people, blue-pilled normies, right? They just accept that the story, and you have anti-flat earthers, and and this guy is an anti-flat earther. He's a really bad one, right? Because he didn't even know anything, but doesn't even know jack about. But
the Simon, Dan, and Brenda.
Those two figures can cite the heliocentric model, right? That's
Oh, they don't know it. They don't understand it. They just know magic words like gravity, dark matter, black hole, dark gravity, everything dark and unknown. Assumptions and suppositions. If you ask them about something real, like electricity, hey, I have a light bulb and I need a resistance or something. They don't know.
It's so weird, right? Because if somebody asks you, do you know what the radius of Earth is? And then immediately say, well, you don't know. Wow.
Not even basic geometry, like elementary school, you know.
Not even having the honesty to say, no, I don't know. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know, but you're. And then you say, you're telling lies. You're lying.
Yeah. That's really sad. No. And they get offended when you call them a clown then, you know? Like it's an insult.
You have to watch it because it's So let me I've let me post it in the live stream.
Sure, take your time.
Around 23 minutes. Around 23 minutes and 30 seconds. And then the guy shows up, and then he becomes obnoxious, he's standing in front of the camera, and then he gets sorted by the police, because the police comes around and says, well, yeah, you're just practicing your First Amendment, right? Just turn it a little down and go ahead, man. There are some good police officers. This was one of them. One of them.
They are rare, you know. Like it's they are so rare that it makes it like irrelevant that they even exist, you know.
Oh, so funny. It's just like this, right? Just like this server. These globals come here and then they spiral out, get angry, right? Oh, you're lying, and not even knowing the radius.
Yeah, and this kind of men, they get the jobs, you know. The well-paid jobs.
And I bet he's going to his friends. Oh, I annoyed a flat earther today, dumb guy. I hope his friends are watching. Thermodynamics, right?
He can't even spell it. It's probably the first time he heard about it.
Right.
Yeah. Funny thing, I was talking yesterday with some ladies and got to the subject talking about marriages. And I told them, yeah, marriage is science, like doing science, you know. You have control, variable, independent, all that, hypothesis. They were trying to figure out what makes a good marriage and what does not. And there was a black guy, he was Nigerian, and he was like, yeah, the woman has less to say, the man has to say more, the woman must listen to the man. And I told him, well, that sounds very much like slavery, what you're thinking, you know.
So 1 sec, let's do this, because there's another beauty in it.
Oh, nice.
What time was it? Let me see. 29. Oh, 1 second. Okay, here we go.
The Earth is round.
How so?
The Earth is round! Don't listen to him! The Earth is round!
I'll give you $100 if you can answer 3 questions about it.
Fire away.
Okay. How far away is the sun?
94. How many billion light years? I don't know. It's
Billions of light years. Okay. It's 93 million miles, but we'll ask you another question. What's the circumference of the Earth?
A lot of miles.
A lot of miles. What's the radius?
1,000 miles.
No, 3,959 miles. How fast does the Earth supposedly spin?
The Earth is round!
There you go.
No, it isn't, you dozy twat.
So you admit you know nothing about it.
It's round. Have you seen pictures from space?
NASA admits they're not real pictures.
Yes.
Did you?
We seen the pictures from space.
NASA.gov.
They're rubbish. They're rubbish.
Did you know
Pictures
that?
from space is rubbish.
You know how conversations work?
I'll answer you.
Okay. Did you know NASA? Okay, NASA admits they're not real. You can go on. What's your question?
But I have a question. What inspires you to go out here and talk about this?
Well, we can prove that they lied, and that means that they're lying to children, and that means that they drew a circle around us, and they told us we have to stay within it.
And they're just about capable of doing anything else to you at the same time.
Conventions, yeah.
So,
if they're going to do that, what else are they going to do to you? They're going to inject some spike proteins into your bloodstream. Watch you fucking die. Yes, guys. Yes, bro. Welcome.
Michael, whoa, 1 second.
I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
Yeah, but this is the flat Earth surface, so I would kindly ask you to refrain of all injectable talk, right?
Right, okay. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, because flat Earth, this is the flat Earth
Is it
server,
18 plus? Isn't it 18 and over?
Doesn't matter. Right, this, Michael, this is being live streamed to 2 YouTube channels and a D-Live channel. The powers that be don't want us talking about the injectables, and they can shut us down any minute. So we want to keep it on topic, right? And what you just heard was Wits It Gets It. He's doing street activism on throughout the whole of America. And sometimes some Globers come up and...
Excuse me, yeah, here in England, we're allowed to say that we don't want the vaccine and that we don't trust it.
Yeah, again, Michael, this is the last time I'm going to say it, right? We're not going to talk about the injectables. It's not allowed, right?
All right, I'm waiting for the capsules. I'm waiting for the capsules.
Okay, so when you entered the server, you agreed to the rules, and these rules are that no talks about the injectables, yes?
All right.
Yes, and this is not a 18 plus server. It's not a adult server. So you get children listening or participating also, like under 18.
This is not medical advice, right?
Yeah.
So if you
no,
want
to, this is not medical advice. This is my.
Okay, so Michael, why would you? I'm fine with that. Somebody muted him. So Michael, what brought you to the server?
Just to release some steam, get some steam off.
Right. So have you looked into the topic?
Of course I have for over 5-6 years.
Okay. And what is your position? What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
I think it's astounding how ready and willing people are able to accept a lie for guaranteed back in the bank, and as far as the lie of the ball. I'm upset that it's so blatantly obvious and that so many people laugh it, mock it.
Right.
I'm distraught. I'm ashamed of my humanity. It's not taking the mick. I got my name.
Yeah.
It's pathetic. It took 25 minutes of trying to Dubai or of the canal in London lecture, London history, London education before 1819 was based on the flat Earth.
Yes. Nice.
Queen Victoria was a flat earther. Yeah, innit? Yeah. Queen Victoria was a flat earther.
Mm.
So how did you come to the understanding that the Earth is a flat?
After months of Illuminati and alien research on YouTube. So I watched every alien video. I watched every Illuminati video. I watched every satanic video. Watched everything about
aliens has
YouTube popped up. I said I was watching all this for months. And I said, God, I want to know the truth. There's too much lies. There's too many lies in these stories. And the next day, Flat Earth come up with my suggestions. It was just as the big spike hit in 2016. Mm-hmm. I clicked on the two and a half hour long video, smoking my ganja, watched it, was like, and I grabbed myself by the balls and was like, I have been pissed on my hat. I'm not living in a space ball.
Yeah.
I was absolutely.
You realize how big the lie is.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
100% for maximum.
That's infuriating. It's true. Yeah, I was infuriated the first time too, when I found out. Like, how could such a big lie go so unnoticeable? Yeah.
And it made me worried about the rest of the conspiracies and what they're up to, because the people who know, it passes on through their bloodlines. So it does intertwine with Illuminati and say that evil and good, because the ones who are nurtured into this higher section of knowing the lying, they're controlling.
That's what we say here also, that globe Earth heliocentrism is a religion.
Yeah.
A pseudoscience religion. You know, they hijacked science. Yeah.
Come in.
16 there, yeah?
I see.
7, 9, 7.
Alright. Just get my Valium, guys, don't worry. Chat to my man then. Alright, sorry for the break. Get my diazepam so I can shut up. Latest jinx. Sorry, guys. Jimmy, carry on, man. Yes, John. Hey, this is my diazepam on countdown there. There's a bit of real life going on in the background. How many Valium shall I have? I'll start with 4. I'm back now. Sorry for that interruption. I left my door unlocked. What was we talking about? Oh yeah, the intertwination of families and groups, secret societies. I mean, I looked into alien stuff for like a year and a half. Have you seen the Clinton's daughter? Hillary Clinton's daughter. Have you seen it? Have you looked at the reptilian shape-shifting videos?
I've seen and heard about them, but I haven't watched
you
many
want to
of
fight
them.
Oh, seriously, the one, 2 of them, I was like, oh my god, they're shape-shifting reptilians. It's the one who got 2. What's the couple who got two daughters? I'm sure it's Bill and Hillary Clinton, or was it the Bush daughters? I'm not sure. But they're on a news interview, and her face starts turning into tetrahedrons. It starts going into triangles, and her face morphs. And they say on the panel, "Oh, you're changing." She says, "Yeah, I know." And she wipes her eye, and her face goes back to normal. And it's because she's been anointed into the blood of the Satan, by taking the blood of the innocents in rituals. So this stuff there is dark magic out there. And so it's quite a stressful thing to be a flat earther, because it's on the light side and they hate it. They're hiding it because it's their answer to their own demise once they've reached death, which they don't want to. Yeah.
So, this server is based on science, natural science, and we like to teach people the reality and to learn natural science without any kind of unscientific theories and tooth fairy, astronomy, astrology, cosmology, astrobiology. All these are pseudoscience. They are not sciences. And they should never be accepted by any man as reality or facts or even a possibility.
You know what was
They are
essential?
just stories. Yeah.
We started off on the water in ships. That's where astrology comes from. We navigate through the stars because they're so consistent.
Yes. In the northern hemisphere, we use
beyond the atmosphere. We
the
see
North
nothing.
Pole Star for navigation. Yeah.
Any information that goes past the sky above your head is pulled out of someone's ass.
Well,
I saw on the news earlier, important news, the ISS, one of its stations has got off course while on a live stream. And we think that they use the ISS in the swimming pool. Well, I think one of the arms of the pod has detached itself and has floated off. So someone needs to go and look out there, whoever's listening, and find the live stream, find the capture of where the ISS dock goes out of bounds, off course. Someone needs to gather this evidence. I found it on my Google News, but I haven't clicked on the article. It's there, and it's happened in the last 24 hours. So we need. It's another way to disprove the globe, because they fight back so hard with this ISS flying machine. Seems to go around the ball. So there's something big's happened. I guarantee you it's an accident and it's happened in the pool. So if anyone out there, have a look at that. Carry on, guys.
Well, the videos and live streams, they are studios in USA, Langley, NASA, and in Texas. They also have some facilities. But that thing, which we can see it with telescopes in the sky or with high zoom cameras, I don't know what that is. There is something there, but it's not us that we sent it up there. And I could speculate that it can be some sort of radio frequency resonance, interference, and stuff, which can make aluminum nanoparticles to conglomerate or to assemble themselves, acting like nanorobots,
Maybe big
using
satellite
radio
mirrors.
waves.
Satellite mirrors, and they change the same frequency with laser cannons. What was I going to say? It's a bit like the shadows on the sun, and then you see they could be small moons.
Yeah.
They make black dots.
It can be like something like a cloud of aluminum dust,
Nanoparticles.
Yeah. And it looks like a physical object, but it's not, Yeah.
But it's blurry as well on the photo. Time lapse. Do you see the time lapse of it passing the sun?
Or my other good speculation on it is that it can be one of the fallen angels, because technology is a fallen angel.
Yeah, we don't know if the physical beings are still here, but
Yeah.
I kind of think they are past Antarctica.
So, and
that's
if
quite
it is a
interesting.
fallen angel, it means one day he will fall down. Right here.
Now we look at it. It looks like a fucking. It looks like 3 balloons.
Yeah, it looks like it
rubbish.
has some wings too, like 8 wings or something like that. Yeah.
It's not a fallen demon. It is a piece of mechanical artwork by the top scientists who get the black budget money from America.
Well, yeah, but nowadays we put the spirit inside the machine.
Yeah, it's always
nowadays we put the spirit inside the machine. I mean, artificial intelligence is not news flash. You know, like everybody knows about it.
Do you know what was chanted in the hippie 70s freedom movement? Break the machine. It's been chanted since the 1960s.
Yeah.
I call it the broken machine. And it stares back at us. Stares back at you, stares back at me, stares back at everyone.
Yeah.
It's the unknown of what they're doing. And that's what machines that they got.
Yeah.
I mean, my stepfather's saying, "Oh, take the vaccine. Take the flat Earth pill, and take the flat Earth pill, and otherwise you're not going to be allowed to be around your mother if you don't stop being a flat earther." Wink, wink. And I'm like, no, I'm waiting for a capsule. Fucking ISS. I'll eat the ISS before I fucking have a flat Earth pill. Do you like my code work then? So yeah, man, I'm out here on my own, like wanting to set up a tribe and shit. There's a place in West Wales called Penarth. They have their own tribe of mud huts there, and they live free from law. It's kind of where I'm aiming to get to, unless I get a flat, because my city is an absolute shithole. Like someone will rob you and your nan and your fucking baby. Like, it's shite. It's okay, but the places I can move to are rubbish. So I'm staying in a hotel, cooped up. I haven't watched TV properly ever since Flat Earth. Other than I watch the news and just stare them down and just see them feeling tired and under the weight of the lie that they carry. And I can see it fracturing, breaking, slowly fucking slumping down the hill into our fucking fists.
I have to go. Catch you later.
Ladies, dude.
Be great, everyone.
I used to write poems and shit, but I don't bother anymore. I bet it all.
So you told
Who's that Hank? Is that Hank Hill?
Yeah.
Still around, dude. Happy end of the month. Hope you've been paid and you bought your family some shit.
Yeah, I'm participating in the Federal Reserve System.
Well, what does that mean? But you participate. Oh, right, you're still running with the currency.
Still running like a chicken with my head
You don't give me pip. I'm suing them for damages. I think keep laughing. I'm fucking this shit's making me mentally ill.
Are there any globe earthers left, or have they all been put in?
They all hid under a rock because they know they're full of shit. And let me tell you a little story about something. It's called. I don't know what to say next, to be honest. I'm sipping some Jack Daniels. Hank, how's your health? I hope you're feeling physically well.
I'm well fed. I can still move pretty quickly. I was impressing people the other day with how fast I am. But yeah, I'm pretty fat. I'm pretty fat, that's for sure.
Oh man, you're getting top notch. Have you had your 2 flat earth pills?
What?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Have you had your 2 flat earth pills? Wink, 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 wink. Have you had the 2 flat earth pills?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
No. Don't even. No, you're not registered with me and my fucking Mexican bottle of beer.
Mexican. Oh yeah. Okay.
Let's use them words.
Yeah, I'm not taking any Corona Cyrus the virus,
extra lemon,
anything like that. Miley Cyrus. I'm not taking any Miley Cyrus jabs.
Fuck them. They know me. They'll keep this shit live, so you know it's more entertaining because people are boring. I'm the craziest motherfucker. Yeah. Well, if you had a good memory, you'd remember I used to go on rants all the time. I used to argue with Lord Stephen Christ. Where's he anyway? Hank Hill. Do you remember Lord Stephen Christ at all in 3chan?
Oh, yeah, that retard. Yeah,
He's still on YouTube. He's still on YouTube.
I don't know. No. That guy's an imbecile. Calling himself Christ.
Yeah.
Only Christ he ever experienced was Crisco.
Yeah, he's been a demon and he's like, I was like, don't make me get my sword. Fucking, I was going mad. I'm crazier than him. How's the weather, Kang? What? Oh, Hank. Have you had some suntan? Has the weather been nice?
Yeah, I tend to go outside and ground my feet and get some sun at the same time.
What are you up to? Chilling at home, not work. What time is it?
Yeah, I'm at work, and it's 10:30.
All right. Did you speak to Yvette or Snack to the Future? Hank, they still around?
Not in a long, long time.
Remember David Quintana and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Earth. Good morning, Enoch. I remember you. Nice to speak to you. Nice to hear from you again. You're the one who would sing the songs. You're the one who sings the songs.
What up, bro?
How you guys doing? Hey, Michael, Nicholas. What?
Might get no name, but
Cool. I'm doing good. Just waking up, starting my morning.
Fair enough.
Bruh, you know what I realized when I woke up this morning?
What did you realize?
I looked outside and the earth is flat. Oh my god.
Yeah, you could talk to it as well. You could talk to the earth, talk to the birds, talk to the sky, whatever your deepest truths. You could look at the beautiful and the nature, and it'll look right back at you.
And the nothing but truth. And the stars up above, and a thing called love. You guys know that song?
No, it sounds good if you didn't sing.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I like the compliments, man. Like that you guys think that I sing well, because I honestly believe that I don't sing very well. But the fact that you guys are gonna sit there and say that, hey, you're a good singer. Well, I'm like, oh, why? Thank you. I try, maybe too hard, but that's the bet. Like that's the greatest thing about it, right? To get better is to train harder, right?
So you got tics.
Huh?
Have you got tics where you make them whistle noises?
Oh yeah, it's a tick. Yes, I have Tourette syndrome.
Yeah. Just run.
I don't sit here and make noises for no reason. I don't. Wow.
I have verbal diarrhea.
You have diarrhea?
No, verbal diarrhea.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of like
it's a natural thing.
Yeah.
It's like Tourette's, except for it's more offensive and more fucking direct. I'm infamous for it. I don't know what they call it, really.
No, A4 Adam Dwyer is infamous.
Oh, yeah. Adam Dwyer is the fucking king of that. But I could do that if someone was paying me. Someone was paying for my asshole.
You all just gonna sit there, let this man talk shit? Yeah, bro, it's open for him.
Yeah.
He chopped and changed so much from being one of us to being an enemy to being crazy to being fucking looking like he's dying. Oh, I think Opie's doing well anyway. Opie's grown a lot since I far back ago. I know we had health problems, but we weren't making him any good.
He had self-induced health problems.
Yeah. Yeah. And fucking bad. I remember saying it was bad. He had like bad crystal meth addiction or so. And shut down all
What the problem is in society today is that they're just being fake and using the government for the wrong, like, for the people that are actually in need for real help are the ones that are suffering. And that's
cold hard truth.
You know what suffering means when you look up the etymology of the word? It means to allow.
Tell us how.
Definition?
Yeah, I know what the definition says in modern dictionaries, but the etymology means it means to allow, right? So when Jesus said suffer, to allow something to happen, that's right. To allow it to happen. So when Jesus said, suffer the little children to come to me, he's saying allow the little children to come to me. And a lot of people induce their own suffering because of their suffering.
Oh, he's not saying it because of that. He's saying suffer the children come to me, are the victims of child death in Africa. They have suffered at a young age and died at a young age. Children still starve to death. A small African child dies every 10 minutes.
There's still war going on in parts of Africa.
Exactly.
Not just fucking medical abuse, drug abuse.
No, why not? Straight up famine.
Not only starvation that they're struggling with, bro, but they're struggling even worse with drug addiction over there, and there's people like going to war against each other, trying to kill each other for what? Drugs, money, and alcohol.
Well, you know what? When the communists killed the farmer and they starved to death, I really don't care, because they shouldn't have killed the farmers. How fucking smart do you got to be, right? You don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Well, you cut the head off the snake, don't you? Right?
Right, but then who makes the food if the snake was cooking all the food?
Right. They would have to learn how to. But people don't really like learning nowadays anyway. They like to take the easy way out and be an opportunist. Have everyone else do it for them. Such as, that's why they're slaves.
Are there any globe earthers in the server? Anybody got any questions?
Because we got answers. The earth is flat. There's your answer. Do my little intro, Hank?
Yeah.
Should I?
Who decided to lie to us first? There's my globe earth question.
You guys ever hear my intro? I do it for my own live stream, but like when I do my intro, I think it's funny.
Go ahead, bro. I'll stop you.
Here it goes. Here it goes. Hello, everybody, hello, and welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm your host, Tatsunaito, but you may call me Enoch. And today, we are discussing that the world is flat. Did you know that the Earth's curvature is at 3,958.8 miles? No, you didn't? Oh, wow. Well, guess what? I just gave you that information, and now you can go and see it for yourself, that the Earth is not a globe. Thank you. Welcome to the Earth it being flat. All right, so. All right. I'm gonna mute myself. Sorry. What do you guys think about that intro, though? Huh? Right? Awesome. I thought it was awesome.
You sound the same, consistently the same all the time. Don't even think twice about it.
Wait, I sounded the same. Wait, what?
I said you're consistent, so don't need to worry about it. Don't second guess yourself. Don't think, I'm not good enough to speak. Don't ever think that.
All right. What?
That'll throw at you.
Really appreciate it.
No worries. It's my job to tell people what's right. I mean, the tune we got.
I just saw the voice text. That girl, that woman brushing her armpit hair. What the fuck? What? That's from that movie, The Ring, like the comedy one, right?
What do you mean, like the Merrimack spoof?
Hey, yeah, that's where the meme comes from.
Yeah, I dig the intro. When I was younger, like a kid, like when I was a child, I used to think that like talk radio was like the stupidest shit. But now that I'm older, like it can be interesting.
Someone should read out the chat text. What the audience is saying.
You know, we should bring back tar and feather. Every time a politician like runs for a Democrat and they don't try to do like the universal health care or whatever the Democrats are wanting, and every time a politician runs for conservative and he doesn't try to stop the enormous military budget bill, like, and they don't actually try, like, I think we should just go back to like the old ways of doing things. Like, wait a minute, bro. You're our servant, and we told you to do this, and you did the opposite. Now, what happens to servants who don't listen to their masters?
Shenanigans.
Yeah, and we're not talking about the restaurant trademark shenanigans either.
Yes, sir. I agree with you completely. Go back to the old way. If you step out of line as a civil human adult being, then you should reap the benefits of that process and learn by them, hard and fast. Yeah, run them out of town covered in tar and feathers and humiliation, never to work in that profession again. Let them sweep the streets thereafter or something like that maybe. But no, if they fail, out.
Well, even if they try and they fail, right, that's one thing, right? But if they run as a Republican and then they vote Democrat, or like Nancy Pelosi, she was asked about the universal health care income, and I'm not for that, right? But if we weren't spending like trillions on bombs, maybe we could afford it. You know, because God forbid, like our government actually did something to benefit us, right? And I'm not really for the, I'm not for all the other things like the free college and all that stuff. But once again, if we look at how much we spend on our military, if we weren't spending that because nobody's stupid enough to attack us, you know, like seriously, what would we do with that money? We'd probably spend it on ourselves. I mean, I can't really complain at the Texas level because they're relaxing the marijuana and the gun laws at the same time, which is my whole thing. I think you should be free enough to smoke pot out of a shotgun as long as you don't hurt nobody. And all these things on the books with the mandatory minimal sentences of like 50 years, that's obviously, that shit's got to go. Because a criminal gets caught with a gun. I mean, yeah, criminals probably don't need guns, especially while they're committing crimes. But is a victimless crime a crime? That's the question. And then you got to ask, well, if you don't know what a crime is, what's a man? Right? You got to ask that question too, as opposed to something else. But are there any Globe Earth? Anybody got any questions? Mic check.
No.
Good.
We have Widdy and Xvier. I don't know.
My name is not actually made to be pronounced like that. It's actually with an A, like Xavier.
Xavier, all right. So Xavier, welcome, man. You have any questions? Yeah, I have to hop out soon because my battery is 5%. So I think you're in a good hand here with Hank and all the others. But you have any questions?
Nah, I don't think so.
Okay. Maybe Hank has a question for you, because my dinner's ready and my phone is dying. So have a good one, guys. See you in a bit.
Okay. So Xavier,
yeah,
you believe the Earth is a sphere because you went to school, right?
Yeah, I went to school, obviously.
Right. And did the teachers ever lie to you?
What?
Did your teacher ever tell you a lie?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe.
Well, my teacher certainly lied to me and told me that Christopher Columbus discovered America, but there was 500 tribes here. And then they try to change the goalpost, right, once you call them out on that BS. And then they try to say, well, he discovered it for Europe. Well, that's a totally different statement, right? That's just switching your claim around to make it fit right? Because I called you out on your bullshit. So, do you think teachers say things that are incorrect, even though they know that they're incorrect?
Sometimes, although my history teacher, when explaining about the quote unquote discovery of America, yeah, she was more like, well, Christopher Columbus technically didn't discover because there were people living there, and she also gave lessons on the people that were living there. So we got to learn about Native Americans and all. And it was, but when she started explaining about how Christopher Columbus technically discovered, she was more like it was just the Europeans that now had access to a whole new continent. But
all right, well, I get it. Your teacher finally got the point. But when I was in school, my teacher didn't get the point. Right? So we had to explain it to them. They used to teach us there's 3 states of matter. Right? When actually there's 4 states of matter.
Yeah.
Right? If you include plasma. So there was lots of things the teachers were wrong about. Right? Not only because of the curriculum, right? But also because of new information. They just taught us stuff that was out of date, right? On accident. But there was this guy, he was the first guy, he was a doctor, said, we should wash our hands after we touch the dead bodies and we go to deliver the babies. We should wash our hands. And you know that guy died in a mental asylum? A mental institution. He died in the mental institution because they said, you're crazy, bro. Wash your hands? You're a lunatic. So my point is that George Washington, he didn't die from pneumonia. He got killed by a couple gentlemen who bled him to death. So George Washington is allegedly the first president of the United States after the war. And he had pneumonia, and they thought that if you bled him out, that it would cure the pneumonia. Well, they kept bleeding him, and after his wife said, stop, that's enough, they kept bleeding him, and he died, right?
Right.
So these experts, they don't really got it all figured out yet. They don't know you're supposed to wash your hands, right? The book tells you to wash. The book tells you that the soul is in the blood, or the life is in the blood. So there's a lot of people who don't know what the truth is. So I'm going to ask you 3 simple questions. You ready?
Yeah.
Do you know of any time in the ancient history up until recent and recorded history have they measured the curvature of the Earth? And if so, how was this done? What's the method?
Well, in my history class, my teacher, which was a different teacher because he was like a special, how is it called? The word in English. Sorry, English is not my first language.
Specialist.
Subject. That subject was a different subject, but still in history, like ancient history. So she was like, yeah, the Greeks in Egypt measure the earth using mathematics and all. Like Eratosthenes, you should know about him probably.
Yeah, I know about Eratosthenes. So can you tell me exactly how he measured the Earth directly?
Well,
it's okay if you don't know. It's okay.
the exact way he measured it, I really don't know, because she just went like
so at
over.
this point, you believe your teacher, and you believe that Eratosthenes did it, but you don't know exactly how he did it, right?
All right.
All right. So that leads me to the next question. Any time in history, ancient or modern, in written history, has the Earth spinning been directly measured? And if so, what was the method that was done?
The Earth spinning. I'm not sure about it.
Yeah, it's okay if you don't know. These questions are only to illustrate what you know, so there's no right or wrong answer. So question number 3, is there any way in ancient history, recorded history up until now, has anyone shown how you can have
You're roboting, Hank.
a high pressure system? Damn it, Bobby.
That was like perfect. The only thing I heard was, damn it, Bobby.
Is this better?
Nah, you're still roboting, bro. So,
yeah.
All I heard was better.
How about now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard. How about now? I heard that.
Cool. All right. So, is there any way, anything in history that you know of, where we can have a high pressure system sitting next to a low pressure system, like the vacuum of space sitting next to the high pressure of Earth's atmosphere? Because anytime we've ever seen gas pressure, there has to be a container. And you cannot produce gas pressure without said container. So how are you breathing right now? Because there's lots of volume in space for our atmosphere to push into, right?
I mean, yeah, my physics teacher, she told me about how it's not exactly a vacuum next to the high pressure system. It's more like a gradual and it's more like low pressure next to a non-perfect vacuum with that still contains very a lot of particles of air.
Right. So you said there's a gradient, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the gradient exists after you have the pressure. So the gradient is delta X. We're talking about X, which is the gas pressure to begin with, because after you have the gas pressure, you can have a gradient. But my question is, how do you get gas pressure without a container? And the answer is you don't. So what happens if you have a tank of gas and it's 250 psi and you open the nozzle? What happens to that tank?
Well, the air escapes and it decompresses.
Exactly. The air pushes out until it reaches equilibrium, right? Equilibrium just means equal.
No.
Okay. So if this happens every time, every day, every night, and nothing ever changes, that would be like a natural law, right? Like the second law of thermodynamics. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so hot moves to cold every time, right?
Right.
And if you have two batteries, one is completely empty and one is fully charged, and you hook them up, the high charge moves to the low charge every time, right?
Right.
And then if you have 250 psi in a propane tank and you open the nozzle, it's going to spew out until it reaches 14.7 psi at sea level, right?
Right.
So now you got the Earth, and they tell us that it's a globe, and they tell us that there's nothing between the Earth's atmosphere and the largest vacuum ever been conceived by mankind. And that's not happening. Because every other time, the hot from the coffee moves out into the room. Your cell phone gets charged when it sits next to a high charging device. And every time you open a gas container, it equalizes. But the Earth somehow, it doesn't have to follow those rules. Do you have any explanation why that is?
Oh.
It's okay if you don't.
Yeah. I do not know enough about that specific subject that I would have.
That's what you're assuming. You're assuming that you don't have enough knowledge because you're young and you're still in school. But we've asked, a lot of people this question, and nobody can answer it. We can't answer it. You can't answer it. Nobody can answer it because the very definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas particles exert against the wall of its container. So, at this point, I just want to illustrate to you that you believe that the Earth is a sphere. You believe that we're spinning, and you believe that the Earth's atmosphere is sitting next to a near-perfect vacuum. But this is all just a religious belief that you have. Is that correct? Is this a belief?
By that definition, it because hold on a second.
Mic drop on the 3 points, Hank. Good job.
Yeah, because by the definition of belief, it is, I believe.
I like the follow through, Hank.
See, what Hank's explaining to you is you don't have anything in reality to prove any of those things, that the Earth is actually curving, is actually in motion, and actually exists in this vacuum of space that they tell us about. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
You don't have any demonstration of reality that you can prove any of those points. So that's all he's illustrating to you. We want you to think for yourself. We don't want you to believe anything we say. Just prove things for yourself. Go ahead, Hank, or whoever.
Yeah, Dave's absolutely right. If you leave here, we want you to leave here understanding that you can test this yourself. You can go to a large body of water and test what we're telling you. We're not like NASA, right? NASA tells you to trust us. We're the experts. We're the opposite. We're telling you to trust nobody and test everything for yourself, just like the good book says.
Okay.
So it sounds like you're kind of taking this information in. Do you have any questions at the top of your mind, or it's okay if you want to ponder it for a while?
Well, I don't think I have any question right now. Maybe later I'll come up with something, but right
I think
now,
his mind is trying to register everything.
Just hang around here, you'll learn stuff. You know, if you want to. I ain't telling you what to do.
Like right now, we know that it doesn't make sense at the moment. Like what we're telling you, you're just trying to think about it, right? But the more you keep listening into the conversations, the more you're going to start understanding for yourself that you'll start to see that the Earth is observably flat. What?
Okay.
So, do you understand the difference between? Sorry, you go ahead, Dave.
No, you go ahead. I was going to offer to show him the Black Swan if he wants to see it. It might be too early. Go ahead with what you were going to say.
I was going to say, I don't remember what I was going to say. I was going to say Black Swan, post it. We'll go over it.
Yeah, if you'd like to see an example.
You read his mind right away.
We just want to show you an example. There's hundreds or maybe thousands of different observations that prove the same thing, but we want to show you an example of what we're talking about as far as no curvature and the globe prediction being false. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Can you see the live stream voice text right now? You know what the live stream voice text is? Did I cut out?
No, you're good.
No, we heard you clear.
Okay. Who am I talking to? I'm sorry. Is it Indio 007? Is he the Globey?
No.
I'm just kidding you. Xavier. Can you see the live stream voice text?
Earth is round.
We'll get to you in a minute, Indio. Just calm your deal.
I'm just practicing my chanting, my religious chanting.
Just go study up your gravity and stuff, okay? We're talking to Xavier right now.
Why study it? It cures everything. It's like snake oil.
Put that bullshit on everything.
Yep, everything. Lots of it.
Anyway, Xavier, can you see the live stream voice text? Are you still with us?
What?
Can you see what people are posting in the live stream voice text? Do you know where that is? Right above where we're talking at?
Ah, yeah.
Okay. Did somebody put the Black Swan in there? Please. I'm driving.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, do you see the image with the two oil rigs at the ocean?
13 minutes after the hour.
Do you see that image, Xavier?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. That's a still shot from a video. We'll be glad to provide the video if you like. It's based on a logical argument. They tell us that the Earth is a radius of 3,959 miles. You've heard that? So, based on that radius, you can do the math. Every horizon distance should be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, that observation is done about 1 foot above sea level. It could be a little lower, but we'll give it 1 foot. He's literally down on the sand, pointing his camera straight out. So you see those oil rigs. Where is the horizon in relation to those oil rigs? Is it before it, in between it, or past it?
Hmm.
Can you see?
Yeah, I see it.
Would you agree it's past the second oil rig?
Yeah.
Okay, so the second oil rig is just there for a distance marker. It's 9.4 miles away, so can we say the horizon's at least about 10 miles away on that observation?
Yes. I think so.
So, according to the globe, the horizon should be at 1 foot height, 1.22 miles away. So why is that horizon 10 miles away when it's supposed to be 1.2 miles away? You see what I'm asking you?
Yeah.
Okay, so there goes the radius. That's everything. The whole heliocentric model crumbles at that point. They don't have a ball. The spear edge, the leading edge of a physical spear should be there at 1.2 miles. It's not. And like I said, that's just one observation of many we have. There's a lot of information in the server. It's up to you what you want to look at. So this concludes the Black Swan presentation by Dave. Y'all take over.
So the interesting thing about the Black Swan observation and argument is that the horizon has to be there if you live on a sphere. So imagine a woman who's 9 months pregnant with triplets. She's got 3 babies in her stomach, and she's laying on the doctor's bed flat on her back, and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She says, "I don't know. I haven't seen my toes in months." Do you understand why she can't see her toes? Because there's a huge hump of belly in the way, right?
Right.
And it can be closer, right? The horizon can be closer, but it can be no further away than her belly button, because that's where the triplets are. So it's the same way with the Earth curve. It can be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or at 1 mile, 1.2 miles away. It can be closer because of fog, bad weather, rain, sleet, or snow. But it can't be further than. So what the deal is we used to argue with these people, and we used to say that there is no Earth curve, that it's refracting, right? It's due to the conditions of the weather, and the reason that there's a horizon there is because the limitation of the eye, or limitation of the optics being used. And they used to say, no, there's an Earth curve there. Well, when we came out with this argument, they stopped saying that there's Earth hump in the way, or curvature, or the geometric horizon, and now they've tried all kinds of crazy things to wiggle out of it. They've tried to say that there's multiple horizons, which is a joke. They've tried to say that things are refracting, and this is what's making the horizon move. And if that's the case, if the horizon is moving, right, because we can show you different pictures taken at the same place, time, location, and guess what? The horizon's in different spots. Some pictures, the horizon is before the oil rigs. And if that's the case, and the horizon moves around, how do they actually measure the Earth to see how big it is? Because Al-Biruni was the first person to allegedly measure the Earth using the horizon. If the horizon moves around and is refracted, then which horizon is the correct one?
So let me add to that list of excuses. They even tried to memory hole it and say they never said that. That they've never said the horizon is the edge of a ball. That they never said that.
Even though we can pull up, Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about boats going over the horizon. So we're just going to pretend like that never happened.
You can pull up books that are like 2,000 years old of them saying it.
You can pull up a Nathan Hangout and hear Rumpus say it in 2016 and 2017, and many other people. So the point is, Xavier, that it's the physical edge of the globe, and it's not there. So no globe. Y'all go ahead.
Sound like Indio was here. Indio, did you want to take over? I guess he's busy.
I'm here, but I'm kind of working. I don't want to take over. I'm just listening. I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in here and there. By the way, Aristotle said ships go over the horizon. So, I mean, you can't deny that this was a claim, but they've tried it. And yes, there's a record of it, recording, saying we never said that.
It was actually their main proof to get people to believe it, if you think about it, in my opinion. You know? Look at that boat disappear. We'd obviously live on a ball. Oh, duh. Okay.
Even Michelle Saylor. Even she said it.
Yeah, you could trust her.
You can't trust a complicated rock. Who can you trust?
Yeah, so the 3 questions illustrate that you have no primary knowledge of this spinning water ball model that they presented to you. And then the black swan is the nail in the coffin that it's not reality. We all experience a flat and stationary plane with the sun, moon, and stars making a circuit roughly once every 24 hours. So what secondary knowledge has convinced you that your primary knowledge is incorrect? That's all we're asking.
Yeah, well.
Just think about it, man. They're telling you the Earth's a ball, but you can't see the curvature. You're too small, whatever. It's in motion, doing 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but you can't feel it. And that's just one of the 4 motions. And then you're in the gas pressure system that's allowing you to exist is somehow being held to a spinning water ball zipping through space. And you can't experience any of that. So, like Hank said, we're just saying, trust your primary senses and go from there. Think for yourself.
So you sound like you're in school. You're in primary school or college, Xavier?
Well, I'm not from the US or the UK, so I don't know exactly what would be the equivalent to college or primary school.
I'm asking, are you a man or a boy?
Well, I'm 14.
Okay, so you're a young man.
Yeah.
Right, you're in between. Got it. All right, so here's the deal, young man. Everything that they call science isn't actually science. And I know that sounds crazy, but do you know what the scientific method is?
I think so. Isn't it like observable and repeatable experiments?
That's the most important thing. You can falsify it, right? So if I asked you, what's the size of my shoe, would you use science to figure out the size of my shoe? Or is it outside the scope of science?
I mean, if I had your shoe right here, I guess I would just measure it with...
Right, but that's not science, correct?
Yeah, it's not science.
Right, so what we have here is people all over the world are claiming that cosmology is a science. Carefully make an observation.
Very bad robot.
Someone else continue.
It actually fixed itself. It actually fixed itself, Hank. But this 14-year-old is smarter than 99.9% of the Globers that have ever come in here. Just by saying that he would measure it. It's amazing. I don't know if it's what's more amazing, him or the dumbness of the other people.
I would say him because a lot of the other people they end up spiraling and they end up like saying retard and getting angry.
It's such a simple question. Like, if you want to know the shape of something, like, how do you determine that? You just measure it. Doesn't take a scientist. Carpenters aren't scientists. They measure stuff all the time and tell you the shapes of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, Xavier, congratulations. We appreciate the honesty because we don't get a whole lot of that here. People come in here with open minds and honesty. That's all we ask for.
Yeah, I've come here to this server just so I could, I don't know, talk with you people and get my opinion straight. I know.
All we want you to do is think for yourself, son. Yeah. We're not here to preach to you or anything like that. We're just sharing information. And the information that we've discovered that we feel needs to get out to the wider public. So we appreciate you participating. You guys go ahead. Is Hank back?
I don't know. Am I back?
Yeah, you sound a lot better, bro.
All right, cool. So the whole thing with the scientific method is that it's observe a natural phenomenon, right? Control variable and independent variable. Shit, I'm slipping. I was kind of in the middle of doing something else. Dependent, independent, and control variables, right? And you do a little test, right? And what you do is, let's say you want to find out what causes water to boil. So you're walking along one day, you're a caveman, and you see that, this water is boiling over here. So you're like, okay, what causes that? Right? And then heat causes it. So what you do is you take heat and bring it close to the water, and the water begins to boil. And then you remove the heat, and it stops boiling. And then you add the heat, and it boils again. So you manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, which is the fire, the heat, right? And it causes the water to boil, which is the observed natural phenomenon, which is your dependent variable, right? So when I hand you my shoe, and I say, hey, can you science this? Well, the answer is obviously no. These sciences are theoretical astrophysics, cosmology. We can't manipulate none of that. So none of that is science. Does that make sense to you, Xavier?
Yeah, it makes sense. Although some part, like your voice on the robotic, I couldn't understand some parts of it. Or lagging.
Yeah, I apologize. But my point is that not everything fits into the scientific method, right? It's a method that's very distinct for finding out what the cause of effects are. So if you witness an effect, you can find out what the cause is sometime using the scientific method. So let's say I wanted to find out what is the cause of the sun glowing, right? I can't manipulate anything to do with the sun, can I?
No. You can't just go close to the sun and see.
Well, then you burn up.
Yeah.
You got to go at night, Hank.
Oh, that's right. Like the North Koreans.
Yeah.
Jeez. So I want you to look up the word philosophy, Xavier. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, just read the definition.
I know it's derived from Greek and all. The study of general fundamental questions, such as those about existence, reason, knowledge, values, mind, and language. Such questions are often posed as problems to be studied and resolved.
All right, so science derives from philosophy. So all science is philosophy, but not all philosophy is science. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Because
right, so if we're talking about the cosmos, we're talking about, what if there's bending and warping space-time out there, which there isn't? Or what if there's, an expanse of a near-perfect vacuum, which there isn't, right? This would be philosophy. Now, if we were to find out what causes scurvy, that would be science, right?
Right.
Okay, so another question. You tell me, philosophy or science? How many angels can dance on the head of a needle? Is that philosophy or science?
That is philosophy and a weird question.
Yeah. But it is philosophy, that's right. So if you wanted to find out, let's see, start. Is that going to be more philosophical or more science?
You're chopping up again. Might want to repeat that one, Hank.
Yeah, what did you ask?
Somebody else take over if I'm chopping up. Is it better?
Yeah, you're back. Go ahead. We don't know your line of questions, so go ahead.
All right. So the question is, your car won't start. Is this closer to science or philosophy? You're trying to find the cause of your car not starting.
Science? Yeah, science.
Right, it's closer to science, but it's not actually natural science because the car is man-made. But the answer is correct. It's closer to science than philosophy. Oh, these people are trying to kill me. People are not drunk. All right, so now that you understand the difference between cosmology and science, do you think, where they talk about the bending and warping of space-time, do you think this is scientific? Can I falsify that?
Well, since I don't know barely anything about bending of space-time and all, I haven't studied that.
Good. Don't.
I don't know.
Yeah, listen, do you know what he means by when he says falsify? Falsify means perform an experiment which would prove a theory, claim, or hypothesis incorrect.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. Just making sure. So if someone says, yes,
So he said
gravitational, a massive object bends or warps space-time, can you actually do an experiment to prove that that's incorrect?
No, but neither can you prove it's correct.
Exactly. Exactly. So you can't make a scientific claim about it. You could just say maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But they claim it's science. They claim they have some scientific certainty about those types of claims. Right? So that's where we have the real issue, is that when they claim some sort of scientific certainty, when they're really just making philosophical statements.
So you ever dropped your cell phone before?
Yeah, of course I did.
So why did it fall?
Well, most people will answer this question well because gravity, right? The the object was being pulled
Right.
towards the center of the earth.
That's what most people would say, right? So when you say gravity, I'm going to ask, which type of gravity do you mean?
Well, I guess normally it would be interpreted as like if it was a force, although it's not a force.
Okay. That's Newtonian. The non-force is Einsteinian. So what do you mean by gravity? Which one? There's also a third option.
What's the third option?
Specific gravity. Will you look that up, please?
Yeah, I can look that up. Specific gravity.
And while you look it up, I'll just go over a real quick illustration. So let's say you observe a fat boy sitting at the bottom of the pool, and then you add water, and he floats. He doesn't have to kick his feet or move his hands because he's so fat he floats. And then you take the water out of the pool, and he's sitting at the bottom of the pool again. And then you add the water, and he's floating again. What caused him to sink when he went back down to the bottom of the pool?
Like, you mean when the pool is with water, or what?
Right. And then you take the water away, and the fat boy goes from 12 feet to 0 feet. He's at the bottom of the pool now. Why did he sink? What was the cause of that?
Well, I guess you can answer this with it was gravity, or it was because he's more dense than the air. Or
all right, so think about it. This is an experiment. The observed natural phenomenon is the boy goes up and down, right? So that's your dependent variable. The independent variable is the cause. What causes him to go up and down?
Oh no, really?
It's the medium. When you manipulate the medium, this causes things to sink or rise. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, so when I add water to the pool, this causes him to rise because of specific gravity. When I take the water away, this causes him to sink or fall, right?
Yeah.
So if Newton would have been next to a river and the apple would have hit his head and then fell into the river, he would have realized that mass does not attract mass, because you can't prove that. In fact, it's very easy to disprove it. Let's say I get 250 psi in a propane tank. That's a lot of mass in there, right? And then when I open the nozzle, does it attract more mass? No, it doesn't. The gas spews out at an exuberant rate and then equalizes. So I just proved to you with the scientific method, the reason that your cell phone falls, the actual cause, other than you picking it up, is that the medium that the cell phone is in, the Earth's atmosphere, there's not enough buoyant force to push it up. And that's the reason that it falls.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So did you look up specific gravity?
Yeah, I looked it up.
And you thinking about what I just talked about, the boy in the pool?
Yeah.
So the atmosphere can't hold up your phone, can it?
No, it can't.
It's dead, right?
What?
Your floor can hold up the phone because it's dense enough, right?
Yeah.
So when you have a helium balloon and you let go, do you see mass attracting mass? Or do you see specific gravity?
I guess specific gravity. Because the balloon is going the opposite direction towards the mass.
So now I'm going to get into speculation because up until this point I haven't been. But I'm going to speculate that they must have hijacked this word gravity and made you believe that this word gravity can create worlds and it can create, space balls where people could live. But I don't think that it can. So have you heard about the Big Bang? You heard about that? Right. The Big Bang in cosmology is allegedly the beginning of the universe. Have you heard that?
Well, yes, technically it is the beginning of the universe. One second.
Right. Sure. Go ahead, take your time.
Sorry, I'm back. My grandma was talking to me. Hello?
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you. You're fine. Hank's still here, or Bill? Hank. Guess Hank had to step out. You got any questions? Now you got a lot of info going through your brain right now. Anything come to the top of your mind you're curious about? Xavier?
Yep, I'm back. Sorry, did he come back?
Yeah, I came back.
Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
The Big Bang. Is this science? Xavier?
I mean, I know about the Big Bang that supposedly the theory was made because supposedly we can observe the universe expanding in all directions. So that is what led scientists to believe that mass a long time ago was concentrated in one point, like everything in the universe concentrated in one point, and that's why now it's expanding because of the Big Bang.
Give me just 1 second.
I'd like to add something to that. Do you know where that first point appears to be? Where you're standing. Where you're standing.
What?
They call it, where you're standing is where that first point appears to be. It appears that the Earth is in the center of everything.
Yeah, because if the universe or the sky is allegedly expanding in all directions, hypothetically, if you could rewind time, which you can't, but let's just continue, it's just a thought experiment. If you could rewind time, that red shift would turn into a blue shift because everything would be heading towards the Earth. And according to their own, information, you could just as easily say that, well, this doesn't prove anything, but the Earth is the center of the universe. That's what you're saying, right?
Yep. They call it the axis of evil. Now, why would they call it evil? Why would scientists call an observation evil?
Because it's Candace.
Hi.
I didn't hear what he said, but that was Squidster.
Candace.
So, Xavier, do you have any more questions? Or do you have any questions?
Or do you just have any more questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if we were done, because I was going to wrap it up with Xavier, because the Big Bang isn't science. And that's another thing that they do. They like to say things are theories, right? That's a scientific theory. Well, not every scientific theory is an actual scientific theory. Like the theory of special relativity, right? That's not a scientific theory because we can't test it. You can't test a concept, right? It's just a mathematical concept. It doesn't exist in reality, right? Like even the greatest. All right, what's your name? We'll go ahead and deal with you next. What's your name?
We're on a globe.
Yeah, Squidster, you're next. 1 second.
Yeah, you're next. Just hang on just a second. So I'm wrapping it up with this other guy. Hey, bro. You're next. Can you hang on just a second?
Him. He couldn't control himself, so.
Right. So the whole thing about the word theory, it's been hijacked. It's ambiguous because there's a huge difference between a layman theory, right, and a scientific theory. A scientific theory has been validated with the scientific method, whereas a layman's theory is a cool story that any idiot could make up a story explaining. Like maybe there's magic pixie dust that makes us fall to the ground. Or maybe it's space-time bending and warping like a clown, right? So I guess I'm going to move on to the next guy. Hopefully the next guy can control himself a little bit better. But go ahead, Roger.
Jumped. He jumped.
As soon as he got muted, he left. His name was Squidster.
I know.
Oh, he must be very sensitive. Hopefully somebody sends that kid some Preparation H.
Very enjoyable to listen to Xavier, though.
Yeah, Xavier's top notch.
And Hank, listening to you, Hank, is awesome. Great job.
Yeah, I appreciate the kind words. Anybody who wants to take over with Xavier, step in.
You're a hard act to follow, Hank.
I thought Xavier was done. I thought there was another kid that was over here trying to.
Yeah, but he couldn't wait his turn and left.
He didn't seem like he had any patience to actually have a conversation. But is he still here, Roger? He's not.
No, Squidster jumped. He couldn't control himself, so we told him multiple times, "You're next, you're next." Kept on interrupting.
Yeah,
so
it's crazy.
Yeah, for Squidster. Oh well.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. This is, I mean, but that's kids nowadays, right?
No, it's not, because look at Xavier. I don't know what country he's from.
I mean, I
mean,
let's just say kids that are not raised correctly. How about that? I believe that Xavier was raised a certain way, right?
He's a credit to his tribe. Xavier, what tribe do you come from? What country?
I'm from Spain.
Yeah, you're a credit to your family.
Yeah.
You're a credit to all Spaniards. Because you, sir, came in with the diligence and the patience to listen to opposing views without getting triggered. So you're pretty good in my book. A lot of people can't do that.
Yeah.
A lot of people have a hard time accepting Xavier.
Because
and telling themselves the truth. Accepting and telling yourself the truth and acknowledging it and then confirming it, which is what we're all doing. Right? These are not just people who think I mean, we're all never mind. We're all individuals that are here that think differently, but we all come with the same conclusion, right? We all have the same conclusion, and now we look towards the horizon to see what's next. And we got to think in a positive way.
So good for you, Xavier. If you're able to think for yourself,
yes,
that's the greatest gift you could ever have. You look around you will know things. Like if you keep going down this search for truth and separating things that are not true or unproven from what it actually is that you're experiencing here on Earth. That's the best thing that you could ever do in your entire life. The most important goal that you could ever have in your entire life.
And all we've asked you to do is to test your reality and verify the story that you were told, to see if it was true, and to think for yourself and to question authority. And we want you to leave here being brainwashed to think for yourself and question authority. And if you go through life seeking truth, you'll find it. But the first thing that you got to do is differentiate between belief and knowledge. Like you believe that I have 10 toes, but I am the only one with knowledge that I have 10 toes. Right? You believe that the person that raised you, who you call mother, you believe that she's your birth mother, but only she has knowledge that she is your birth mother. You believe she's the woman that nurtured you and fed you and took care of you, right? You have knowledge of that, but you don't have any memory of the birth. So you don't have knowledge that she's your birth mother.
Oh, of course.
Right, so it's all about belief and knowledge. You can believe whatever you want, but if you know something, that's different, right? That's completely different than belief.
Yes.
Acknowledge it. Do you believe now? Or do you know now that you are not on a glue? Don't make me laugh, man.
You know what? Last night, Enoch, when you did that, I was like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to take responsibility and stop? And then I had to think, I've done it before, exactly. Come in and start playing music, and I'm like,
oh man,
my bad. Oh shit! But it was actually priceless. The timing and what you were saying. People might think it's dumb. I don't give a shit. It's like this is who we are, and it's an awesome thing, you know.
No, that was brilliant. I was just sitting here working, and then that came out of like the woodwork very quietly, and then I just took notice, and I was like, "What the fuck,
bro?"
It's
love
brilliant.
you, Enoch. Yeah.
Yo, I love you guys, man, and like I feel like being here, I can be myself.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you guys can't, like, you know, I'm always in here, and I know you guys can't see what's on this side of the screen, you know, but you guys can definitely hear everything that's going on. I know you guys heard my mom yelling at me and everything.
What?
Yeah, I mean that happened, and I was like, oh shit, man, I'm kind of embarrassed. Everybody on the flat earth heard that shit, damn it. But
man, that shit don't mean nothing, bro. We all got people yelling at us from time to time.
Yeah, we all got our dealing with our own shit, and I just love coming on here, bro, and I love listening to other people's stories, man, because it's their experience, you know, and listening to everybody talk about their explanation about the flat earth and their way of trying to how do you say
describe reality.
Yeah,
everybody describing reality of their like our own individual experience.
Yes, precisely. And then like what's so funny is that when they start spiraling and like they're like, oh, and then you have to take deep breaths, and you're like, man, like my brother was spiraling the other day, man, because he was so angry at me, and he was arguing with me, but he doesn't understand that he was arguing with my Tourette's, right? So it was like he was arguing with himself. Just all he had to do was just ignore me, and then like leave me be and not interact with me, and then I would have been okay. And then if he had you know, and then later on I'll come to you and I'll let you know that I apologize. But then it's hard when your family thinks it's you when it's not you. You know?
That's why eventually we're supposed to get away from those people.
Right. So like my brother was just going, he was like, oh, the globe, like he was making fun of me, right? And he said, you think the globe is flat? And I said, no, the globe is round, the earth is flat. And he was like, and then he stopped. Like he did, like he just realized what he just said. I kept repeating it in his face. The globe is round.
Just
the earth is flat. Okay.
Just tell him to prove it. Just ask him politely, please prove the globe to me.
Dude,
like how would you go about proving that?
I told him, I said, do you even know the radius of the earth? He says, no, it doesn't even matter. I said, it's 3,958.8 miles. And he says, how do you fucking know that? I was laughing in my head so hard.
How do you know that? How do you know?
He says, how do you even know that? I started laughing, bro.
That's when you say exactly. How do you even know that?
How could you know? What are you talking about? That's impossible.
But what was funny though is that all this rage that was coming out. That
Wait.
Huh? Yeah. You're like really roboting Hank.
Oh, really?
Like so bad, like very bad, Hank. Ah, shit! I scared Hank away. No, I'm kidding. He's gonna be right back. Hank got mad, then he left me. because of his fucking internet connection to the globe. Oh, no, wait, not fucking globe. What the fuck am I talking about? The Discord. Okay. You there, Hank?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. It's like Verizon, the commercial. You might not want to get, you know.
All right, so he said that you wouldn't be able to tell, right? And they've told us that boats go over the horizon, and that what is that? Okay.
I'm
they
sorry,
say
I
that
got a
boats go over
phone
the
call from.
horizon.
Hold on. I have to take this.
It's all
Sorry,
right.
Hank.
I'll wait. It's okay. Go ahead. I'll wait. So if we can see boats go over the horizon, then we should be able to detect curvature. But the thing about it is that when we look
Yeah, you're roboting again.
at the horizon,
Real hard.
it's
Darn!
Never
Right when I want to hear it really bad, you spy, you robot. Hank.
Poor Hank is a targeted individual. Somebody's sitting there hitting
it
the
moves
button.
around. So if you feel like you weren't listening, the curvature up there. You understand that's our argument, right?
I didn't understand
You
any of
take over,
it.
Sonny.
We didn't hear any of it, Hank. I'm sorry, man. You're zero now. Seal. Can you hear me? Can you hear Sonny? Okay. Hank, you got to restart, man. You're a targeted individual. They keep zapping you with 5G or something. Go ahead, Sonny.
Sorry, I.
Beautiful.
Like your E string's a little out of tune.
What's that? My
Sounds
E
like your E string.
The low one?
Your low E. Yeah.
Could be.
Just sounded a little flat, that's all. Everything else sounded good.
You're loud and clear now, Hank. Say your last paragraph again.
You have a good ear.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't remember my last paragraph other than he should be able to test it over large bodies of water at rest. If you live in Spain, do you live near any islands, Xavier?
No, but I do live near the beach.
You live near the beach?
Yes.
Beach? Alright, so here's what you do. You find a cove or a way that you can see at least 10 miles away, somewhere else on the beach. And what you're going to do is you're going to give your friend a mirror, and you're going to put the sun behind you and the mirror in front of you, 10 miles away. And you're going to have binoculars, and you're going to see if you can see that mirror when your friend sets it in the water, and you're going to stand at the beach and see if you can see it. Now, there should be 66 feet of curvature at 10 miles away, but you're going to be 6 feet off the ground, so it's going to be a little less than that. But the point is, you shouldn't be able to see except for a 7-story building. That should be, or maybe a 6-story building. That should be the only thing you should. I was getting my head roughly a foot and a half above water, and I could see the buildings 10 miles away, and these weren't 6-story buildings. So anybody can make these observations. It's not science, it's just observations, but it's better than, you know, just taking what someone tells you and believing it without questioning it.
Yeah, I guess if I have like a free day with my friends at the beach, I could try it.
Yeah, bro, just tell it to your friends like this. I met these retards on the internet on Discord, and they said that the Earth is flat. Let's go disprove them. But here's the thing. If you go during the heat of the day, the sun is going to affect the atmosphere, and you want to go during the early part of the morning when it's cool, or late at night when it's cool, because you don't want the sun to interfere.
Okay.
Or you could make measurements all day long, or observations all day long, but the sun is definitely going to affect the atmosphere, and I'll show you what it does. I'll post a GIF. So Xavier, can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I can see it.
I thought you were new. Alright. I just posted a GIF. It's loading right now.
Let's see.
Alright, can you see that?
Sorry.
You see that, Mr. Xavier?
I can see it.
Alright, so when they say refraction, what they're telling you is basically that the light is bending around the curve of the Earth at the same curvature rate as the Earth, and that's why it looks flat. And this is an obvious violation of Occam's razor, which dictates that the least amount of assumptions in your theory is better off. Right? Don't assume anything. Don't make your theory more complex than it has to be. The simplest thing is usually the right thing. So if you see something that you're not supposed to see because it's supposed to be behind the curvature, it would stand to reason that the reason you see it is because it's actually there. So in this GIF, what this GIF is, it's a time lapse of Skunk Bay from early in the morning to later at night while the sun is up. And basically what it's showing you is that, yes, there is atmospheric distortion, there is refraction, but it's very minuscule. And what you'll see is that the refraction is actually causing the opposite of what they say. So what they say is that when the conditions are worse, refraction happens and you can see further. That's what the ballers say. The flat people say that when conditions are clear, you can see further. So if you look at the GIF slowly, you see when it starts out, and you look across the bay, you can see that everything's outlined nice and neat. It looks normal. But as the day progresses, there's an artificial horizon created by the atmosphere. And what it's showing you is that it looks like the water is going above and flooding out the whole land on the other side. It's not. It's an optical illusion. So what's actually happening is that it's creating a false horizon. Well, it's not a false horizon. It's the actual horizon. It's creating artificial Earth curve. I think that's the best words to use. Because there is no Earth curve. Obviously, they're not drowning over there. Like, it's just an illusion. Can you see that?
What you're looking at is when the image gets compressed, which is stooping, a type of refractive effect, it can be compressed so much that your eye cannot differentiate what's happening there. So it becomes just a squished line. There's also sinking, where things appear to disappear behind the horizon, but these are not Earth curve.
The other interpretation is that there is Earth curve, and that it's the atmospheric refraction makes it look flat. So you have to decide which of those is true.
Incorrect. Let me cite Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University, the so-called expert on terrestrial refraction, which is what you're trying to cite. Major atmospheric refraction is guesstimated and added to give accurate prediction. So it's not based on anything. It's just added to make the globe work.
Guesswork, leaps of logic, just like Michio Kaku says. That's how you science. Right, Matthew?
Oh, no, you don't guess. You just measure. And that's why when you squint at the horizon at things like this this bay, you can't do accurate measurements because it's just like bouncing all over the place. So you shouldn't. So squinting at the horizon doesn't prove anything one way or the other. You'd have to use other means to determine if the Earth is flat.
It's not curved because you don't have anything curving. You have to assume all effects of curve are hidden with a guesstimation so that your predictions appear accurate.
No, I would say that it doesn't. It's not helpful to look at the horizon.
You can't say no to that because I have Andrew Thomas Young saying it, and you are not the expert.
I believe Andrew Thomas Young is exactly right when he says that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, you're now.
Why would you believe one thing he says but not the other?
Yeah, he's just red herring away from the fact that Andrew Thomas Young is not an expert on the globe. He's an expert on the thing he's trying to cite.
Yeah, he's an expert. So
yeah, and he says you're wrong. It's just guesstimated and added to give accurate predictions. It's not based on any measurements.
Yeah, we guess because we can't see very accurately, like the image that Hank showed.
No, you guess because there's no Earth curve. That's why you guess. You guess all the light is bending with the Earth curve.
I don't think you know a damn thing about what you're talking about.
Matthew doesn't. That's pretty obvious, but he has admitted that already. It's just it's a belief on his part. So now he's trying to argue with the subject matter expert and trying to argue that he believes in globes and therefore he's wrong about his expertise.
I just want to ask a question, Matthew. When you look at the Skunk Bay, do you see a great deal of refraction? Or do you see just a little bit, just enough to perturb the image where it looks a little wonky? Or is it more like that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio where the Earth curvature is bending so much that you could see the tops of buildings above your head? Like, what do you actually see there?
Oh, I just see a little bit. It's like a little bit because it zoomed way in that image that you showed. I love that image you showed. The skunk.
It's almost barely noticeable, right? Like, if you didn't see a helicopter take off with the sun behind it, you probably wouldn't notice the heat waves, would you?
That's right. Yeah, yeah. You could.
So it's almost indistinguishable, except for when we put that line across and we speed it up in time lapse, we can artificially show you the refraction taking place, right?
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah.
So what's another way? What's another way that we can show you the refraction? So a time lapse, it's artificial because that's what it takes to show you it even happening. It's very difficult to detect. But the way you guys talk about it, we should see like cell Earth cosmology, we should see flat Earth cosmology and globe Earth cosmology all on the same day because there's so much gosh darn refraction happening.
Oh, I wouldn't say there's a lot. I think there's at least 0.007 degrees per mile, and that's all you need to show.
That's not how refraction works, Matthew. Refraction is not a bending of light uniformly across a sphere. You're just wrong.
No, yeah, you're right. It's not. It like bends up and down. It's like all over the place.
No, the angle changes when it goes into a different medium. It's on the boundary
I'll
that
give
it
you one
changes.
thing, man. You are one of the most devoted trolls I've ever.
No, this is just the truth. This is, you guys, all I'm saying is what is really happening out there that everybody knows, all atmospheric scientists know.
No, you're lying, and now you're lying again.
It's not science. Yeah,
It
it's
is.
not
This
even
is
science.
just plain
It
science.
is not.
Andrew Thomas Young.
Okay,
he
Matt.
agrees with me.
Okay,
You don't
Matt.
know.
Then just show us just post a predictive model in the live
Yeah.
stream.
Let's see.
You said you got science, so you know. You,
Sure,
you
I
guys
predict that
say
at midnight I won't be able to see the sun because it's below the Earth.
no. The predictive model for refraction, this thing that you guys say exists. That predictive
No,
model.
it's okay. There is no.
Yeah, the
model for
predictive model that makes the horizon move 10 times further than it's supposed to. I want to see that one. You got that one?
This model is based on Matthew's imagination.
Why is there?
So that's why he
listen,
can't
why are there
provide-
like 150 years of published papers about it? Of people doing tests and all sorts of stuff, and there is no predictive model after 150 years.
I wonder if that's because they can't test it.
Or because it's negligible, because it's so difficult to detect.
Can't be proven correct. So it is not real.
I mean, well, Matthew, what do you see when the Skunk Bay time lapse? What do you see? Do you see that, like in the beginning of the day, everything looks clear, and then the sun comes and perturbs it? And when the sun perturbs the atmosphere, then it looks like there's an artificial geometric horizon in between the bay, but the bay's not actually big enough for that to happen. Is that what you see?
Yeah, so that dotted line at the bottom of that image, what is
No,
that?
not that. That's artificial. That's artificial. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual footage from the time lapse. When you see clearly during the morning, and then the sun midway through the GIF or the footage, it perturbs the hell out of the atmosphere and creates an artificial, what looks like a geometric horizon, but we know that's not what it is. So what we're actually demonstrating with this GIF, and I'm glad that you said that you like it, I hope you share it to all your friends, is
I
that
did. I put it in my video.
the heat of the sun causes an artificial geometric horizon that's
Yes,
not
that's
actually
right.
there.
That's
right.
exactly
You guys
right.
are saying the opposite is happening, and that it's making everything look flat, when actually the sun makes everything look curved.
So I'm not saying the opposite. I'm saying, hey, look at how much that bounces around, and how are we going to make any useful measurements off of that wobbly image?
Yeah, so how did they measure it
During the
then?
day. Sorry, how about during the morning before the sun perturbs the atmosphere?
I would say it's hard to know whether it's being perturbed or not. So I would say we can't use that as a reliable place.
Really? What's the definition of temperature, Matthew?
The heat in the air? What do you mean?
Well, how do we measure temperature? Isn't it the rate of vibration of the molecules?
Yes.
The frequency at which they move around? So when the sun heats up the atmosphere, would you call does it disturb it?
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay. So is this going to make the conditions more reliable, more still, everything more serene so we can see further? Or is it going to actually stir things up a bit and kind of make things harder to see?
Yeah, it's going to stir things up and make it harder to see.
So the sun perturbs the atmosphere. So it'd be best to do these measurements shortly after sunrise, right?
I'd say it'd be best not to do the measurements at all. This is too unreliable. That's what I'd say.
But boats have been going over the horizon for like 2 centuries. And it was reliable all up until flat earthers came around and said, hey, wait a minute, the horizon's not where it's supposed to be. Now all of a sudden, throw that 2,000 years worth of boats going over the horizon. We'll just throw that out and say, hey, look at the stars.
Yeah, that sounds like a better way to do things rather than squinting at the horizon through telescopes at a wobbly interface of the land and the sea.
But we also
So you're using a special case to disprove the general case. That is silly.
No, it's good science. You don't want to.
So we also don't. We wouldn't do this observation when it was snowing or raining, right?
Yeah. So just don't do the observation if you can't.
Oh, because are you serious? So we have a general condition that's usually happening, right? So say 360 days a year, but we're not going to do any of those observations because 5 days a year it's screwed up.
Unless
silly,
you can
man.
Unless you can tell if it's screwed up or not, then I would recommend not doing any measurements.
But you can because they've done these tests, you know. But you guys just like, I don't know if you're not aware or you just ignore them. I would go with ignore them. So refraction has been measured, right? Quantified using 2-frequency laser LiDAR, right? So it was done in the Alps in the summer, 2 72-hour periods, 1 year apart. And what they found was the deflection. So there's a couple ideas of, one is called angle of arrival. So what they measure is the deviation of the angle of arrival of the LiDAR array, right? They compare it to the other frequency. So the deviation, the max deviation over a period of time is 9 mgon, which is something like 0.000001 degree. Okay, it's infinitesimal. That's the max, and the mean is 0, right? So you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
Yeah, I just think that if you see that wobbly interface, then maybe we should use other means to determine whether the Earth is flat, and not like squinting at the horizon through a telescope when there's heat waves. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, you don't make observations during bad times to make observations. You know, they don't do astronomical observations in hurricanes. You know, I mean, we could say the same thing, right? Because it's cloudy 50% of the time. We shouldn't rely on the stars to make observations. I mean, we could just say that same silly thing, right? Because the stars, they're not there. We can't see them. So, you know, that isn't reliable observation because maybe they're not really there.
Can't argue with that.
That's called a reduction to absurdity. I mean, it gets absurd at some point. I mean, what are you gonna do? Well, we're gonna let's all take up a GoFundMe and we'll use a mechanical method to measure it, right? We'll get custom alloy steel that is it doesn't bend, right? It's not brittle, so it won't break, and we force it straight, and then we compare the surface of the Earth to our structure. I mean, that's the only real way, right? Is to use some mechanical method.
Yeah, I think that the mechanical method wouldn't work because it's really hard to get something exactly straight. I think that over the course of a mile, it would still probably bend some.
Easy to solve that. Get a long vacuum tube and you shoot a laser through it.
Oh, they did that. They called that LIGO.
Yeah, that would be a good way to do it, actually.
And man, you know, when they surveyed LIGO, they had to do that like 3 times. Yeah, they had to survey LIGO 3 times and like cement in their GPS stations because they kept getting like these odd things that their expected curvature didn't exist. And you can look up all their like survey documentation. It's well documented.
No curvature could be found. You know, even in the Skunk Bay, the whole thing that kills it is that the horizon back behind is still rising as it gets further back. It's still ramping up. I don't care what's happening in the foreground. It's still ramping up behind it, which would never occur on a spherical surface. Does everybody get that?
Can I ask Matthew one question? Are you literally trying to claim that we don't have the ability to accurately measure of what we're standing on? There's nothing reliable that we can measure with. Is that what you're
I'm saying that yes, I'm saying that if you
Oh my
look
God.
across the humidity of Skunk Bay right over the water at the wobbling atmosphere, then that's unreliable way to measure the curvature of the Earth. That's
Matthew, how was the second?
Well, how do you know it's a curve?
How was?
Sorry, how do you know it's a curve then?
other
Bingo.
common sense ideas like
Like
looking
what?
at the stars, looking at the sun and the stars and the moon.
So looking at the stars and inferring,
Looking at different lights
and postulating.
Ideas
Yeah,
based
that's
on
right.
the ceiling light about your floor. Okay.
Hey, when you look at those stars, are you looking through the atmosphere?
A little bit, not much, but
That,
if you're looking
that
straight
same
up,
perturbed. Okay, so if you're looking straight up, it's okay, but if you're looking straight out, it's no bueno.
yeah, because if you're looking straight up,
that's
you're looking through
hilarious
30 or
because there's a different
40,000.
density according to you all the way up there and all the way
Keep
beyond the moon, and so you're looking through a gradient, whereas you're looking through a single level of the gradient and you think it should all be curving.
No, I'm saying that if you look straight up, you're only looking through 30 or 40,000 feet of atmosphere. But if you look straight up the horizon, it could be many miles, and that's why ancient mariners
If you look the stars, how much
Quick
refraction
Google
you have
search,
between
huh?
you and star?
I might have to finish my sentence before. That's why ancient mariners didn't shoot the stars below about 20 degrees above the horizon. They tried to use stars for navigation above 20 degrees above the horizon, so that there wouldn't be these distortions. And Skunk Bay is a perfect example of why.
Wrong.
No, it isn't. You're just mixing things together.
Bay
You
is
don't
a
know what you're
perfect-
talking about. On navigation, I've already totally damaged any ideas you have about navigation. And I suggest you go talk to some skippers, which I doubt you have. So I want to ask Matthew a question. Matthew, how do you reconcile the specific drops over distance that the Earth curve charts show?
We are now at the end.
Sasha,
Sorry. I wasn't.
Matthew, how do you reconcile these specific drops over distances that are in the Earth curvature charts?
What do you mean reconcile them? You mean the 8 inches per mile?
Well, are you saying refraction is causing the horizon to rise up and appear flat every time we look?
No, not every time you look. Just if you happen to
Not
look right
every
along the top of the water during a humid day, then you get all kinds of.
We're
things.
only talking about looking across water.
Yeah, because that's the only time you get those distortions that might.
That's what I'm saying. We're only talking about looking across water. So that's a moot point.
Yeah.
So
So I
how
would
do you
say
reconcile
maybe-
the actual drops? How do you reconcile the actual drops that are specific over distances? And I want to see your method that you use
Yeah,
to
you would
determine
have to-
that this horizon is rising up exactly. Can you provide that to me?
Just go a couple hundred feet above the water where those
Just
distortions don't
go.
happen. Then they all
No,
match
I'm asking you
the
for
globe.
specific.
All the
No,
measurements
I'm
match the
interrupting
globe.
you because
No, they
it's
don't.
not true. I need verification. How did they verify that at those distances your horizon is rising up that exact amount? Can you give me the technical information on that?
No, I don't have a citation. I'm just reporting a belief of mine.
Okay, that's good. Very good.
My question is for you: how come you're holding contrary beliefs? Is it you don't agree with either one? You can't agree with either belief fully, or you can't have looked into them fully enough to
He's a
hold
glober.
contrary beliefs. Yeah, but let me get to the point, right? Because Matthew, you've been here long enough, right? You claim to believe in the good book, yet you're holding a completely contrary belief in terms of what the good book says about its creation, about the creation.
I agree that would be a
What's
bad
up with
thing.
that?
Yeah, I agree that would be a bad thing. That
It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. It fundamentally is broken mentality, right?
It
demonstrates that either you're unwilling to admit something, or that you haven't actually looked into either one sufficiently.
I think that I've looked into both, and I would say that there are no contradictions.
But yeah, you always say that, but you have
Now
no
you're
proof
just,
or
now you're just
evidence.
lying to us.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait,
you don't know.
where is there no contradiction with that?
There's no
You
contradictions.
mean in the globe model?
There's no contradictions in the globe model versus scripture versus our observations.
Oh my God.
Really? Really?
That's-
Okay, so was the sun created first or was the earth created first, Matthew?
Probably the sun.
That's not what
The
it
sun was
says.
created first. That's not what it says in Genesis.
Yeah, it also says that there was evening and morning and the day.
When yeah, light was
3 full
created
days
before. So what, Matthew? What day was the sun created?
on day 4.
Dun dun dun.
So when carpenters build a house, do they hang the light first or do they build the house first and then hang the lights?
Oh, they build the house first, then they hang the lights.
Right, well, the heliocentrists are telling you that the lights came first. So, are you going to believe these Nazi Satanists like, L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley?
And the Vril Society and Madame Blavatsky and all of that crew?
Yeah, are you going to believe...
Sure. Yes, I would agree with them if they're right. Of course, I don't like the fact that they're Satanists, but it doesn't matter who says something. Something is either true or false.
Yeah, so you're going by... They think they're right, so you do too. They think they are right, and you do too because they think they're right. That's your excuse.
That's the literal definition.
Remember when you told me that Andrew Thomas Young believed in the globe and therefore I should believe in the globe because I was quoting Andrew Thomas Young? So you're a Satanist then because you believe in these Satanists, correct?
Yeah, you're a Satanist.
No, I hate Satanism.
Yeah,
I think
you're
Satanism
a
is
Satanist.
false.
No,
You think you're all you just said so.
Listen, Matthew, you're a Luciferian and you don't even know what religion you're in. That's how bad this is right now.
I'm an evangelical Christian. I'm not a Luciferian.
Yeah, you're lying to yourself. You're a liar. You're believing a lie. You're holding two dichotomous thoughts at the same time. It's
Let me ask you a question.
What is
it's broken
evangelical?
logic, just like
You said
somebody
there's
said.
no contradiction. You said there's no contradiction. So, let me just ask a few simple questions. Did gravity create the heavens and the earth, or did the Creator create the heavens and the earth?
God set up the rules of physics, including gravity, and He created the heavens and the earth.
It's such a bullshit answer.
It's the right
So
answer.
God created a man-made concept known as space-time.
No, man discovered God. God created rules and laws and stuff like that. I mean,
So
God created the
Einstein
universe, we're just
discovered-
learning about it.
So Einstein discovered the freaking miracles of God's creation because it wasn't known about until 1915.
Lots of different scientists have learned lots of different things about God's
Yeah,
creation
really.
over
How
the
did he
years.
discover that?
Well, I don't know. That's a history
Yeah.
of science question.
On a blackboard with
You
some
don't know because you haven't looked into it, Matthew.
I don't know
Bro,
anyone
we
in
know
history.
God exists in the Bible because he split the fucking Red Sea, so...
And you cannot be Christian. You only can think that you are
Look,
Christian.
for the most part,
I am a Christian.
No,
for the
you are
most
not
part, we
Christian.
try to
You can
avoid
think
religion.
I'm baptized.
You know,
Hold on,
you can
guys.
think.
Hold on.
One at a time, one at a time, Hank.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that for the most part,
Don't say I'm not
I was
baptized.
saying, let Hank talk.
yeah, just real fast, guys. We try to avoid religion for the most part, but Matthew is a Christian, and we're just trying to ask Matthew what his foundation is, and he's saying that it's not the Bible, it's actually men. He trusts in men rather than God, and that's fine. He can do whatever he wants, guys. I don't think you should jump on his back for that. That's in between him and his creator.
True.
No, he can think that he's
didn't say
Christian, but
that.
he is not. You know, he can think that he is Christian, but he is not. That's the two different things.
Tell me what it is, what it takes to become a Christian.
You need to believe what Christians believes.
I don't think
Yes, and
any
the-
Christians know, or most Christians today know exactly what it means.
What is the saint book of the Christians?
So the basic idea of becoming
What is the saint book of the Christians? What Christians follows? Does
the
Christians
Bible.
follows Bible? Okay,
Let
what
him
Bible says?
Let him answer one at a time.
Okay. He said Bible.
The main part of being a Christian is trusting Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of sins and believing.
But you're still in a space monkey space spinning ball in space. A monkey ball in
beliefs
space.
about science have anything to do about my salvation before my?
Yeah, it's against what creation is. That's why.
That's true.
So if I have
the opposite of what creation says,
You cannot make your religion in religion.
One at a time.
You cannot make your Christian religion and say, okay, this is Christian religion, but God made the spheres. That is never written. No, you cannot. You will be the one guy who said that, or more, the new religion in the religion.
So you're adding to God's word
making new religion,
to become saved. You have to have a particular belief.
No, you're presupposing that you're presupposing new creation, man. In the Christianity,
it's not.
That's why the Great Schism That's why the Great Schism was crazy, because it's like, who do you ask for things from God?
Okay, so I would say that in order to be a Christian, I have to believe that Jesus Christ saved me from my sins. And you're saying you would add on to that I also have to have certain particular beliefs about the shape of the earth?
No, when you don't believe the Bible. You don't believe the Bible.
That's what God said in the Bible, or what they said God said in the Bible.
So what's that?
Particular beliefs about what the Bible says.
You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to pick and choose and make up your story as you go.
Who is other Christian? I want to ask, who is other Christian here inside?
Wait a second, that's not important. Listen, Matthew, what you are is you're a pseudo Christian believing pseudoscience. That's what you are. That's your religion. A pseudo Christian. You're not a Christian.
The thing that disqualifies me from being a Christian is the fact that I have the wrong belief about the scientific.
No, I want one Christian who doesn't follow the Bible. One.
I'd say you have wrong belief. I believe you believe something that is not Christian fundamentally at its base. Yeah.
So you would put the.
All right. Well, I'm also
for Christian.
I also don't.
No, you don't believe in the Bible, and you believe in scientism, which is a dichotomous. It's another religion. You're mixing
scientism. Racism's against Christianity because we don't stone wives that beat down their husbands.
Who is that?
I mean, everyone's doing that.
Why? Cousin, why are you talking out of time? Can you hear Sonny talking?
Just talk right over me, huh?
Yeah.
That's really nice. Yeah, so it's pseudoscience. It's scientism. That's a religion, and you're mixing. You think you're Christian, mixing scientism with it. The spinning space monkey ball with
I'm
Christianity.
Actually anti-scientism.
Yeah, you don't even know what it is, bro. Honestly,
I do. It's a belief that science is the highest truth, and it's incorrect.
You just came with scientism and said the Bible was reflecting that when it doesn't. It clearly states stationary and like a seal and enclosed with a firmament. So that doesn't fit your ball. None of it fits your ball.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, what's up?
Yep.
Okay, it's not about Matthew's salvation. It's about his foundation. Does he believe in men or does he believe in God? Because the Bible says one thing, and man's wisdom says an entirely different thing. It's not really about your salvation, although that may be a byproduct. The point is that your foundation is either the Bible or it's not. It's okay if it's not.
I totally agree.
Just don't pretend that it is.
And the Bible can have like a vast different array of perspectives. Like you can go from a person who's like agnostic to like a person who's like Al-Qaeda, and both will believe like equally in that shit, and that's why we have wars. You know.
Okay, so what beliefs other than believing that Jesus Christ is my salvation are required for me to be a Christian? Do I also need to believe that the earth is flat? Is that a core belief in order to be a Christian?
I just explained that it's not about your salvation or your Christianity. It's about your foundation.
The answer is yes.
This is the thing, though. Let me.
It's yes. For Christians,
hold on, Sasha. So this is the problem. So the way the Bible describes creation, and if you don't believe the way the Bible describes creation, how can you believe anything the Bible says? So how can you believe Jesus is your Lord and Savior if you don't believe the way God created the earth?
Is it starting from there or from the Jesus?
Hold on, Sasha.
Sorry.
So you're saying that the particular belief about how the earth was created is essential to salvation. Sounds like that's what you're saying.
I mean, if you don't believe the way everything got started from the beginning of a book, if you think the beginning of the book is wrong, how do you believe the middle or end of the book?
I hear what you're saying. I just disagree with that characterization.
So you think of scriptures that it's supposed to be inspired by God could be wrong?
No, I think the entire thing is 100% correct.
Okay, so then the sun and stars got created on the fourth day, not on the first day.
Matthew, do you know what you just said? That God is wrong with the inspired word that he gave us, that it's incorrect.
No, I said 100% correct is what I said.
No,
okay, so then if he said it's correct, then there's no discussion. Then the earth is flat. Because, the beginning of the book says that when he created the earth was formless, meaning a ball is a form. Therefore, it wasn't a form. And it says it was the face of the earth, right? When the waters got away from the earth, and the face of anything geometric is a flat surface. So there you go.
Matthew, bring out your Bible, open it up, look at John 3:12, or wherever that is in. I'm not even of the Abrahamic religion, but even I know this. If I have told you of the earthly things, and ye believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of the heavenly things?
I don't know even one chapter. One. I'm not Christian. I'm not religious. But I was saying about the point of the Christian. It must believe. It must believe in Platon. I'm sorry.
Sasha, if I'm an electrical engineer, would it be okay?
If you want to say that you're Christian, I'm sorry. That's my point. If you want to say that you're Christian,
if I were an electrical engineer and I wanted to believe that radio waves exist, would I be okay in believing that radio waves exist, even though they're not mentioned in the Bible?
Yeah, we could debunk your ball with radio waves to 10,000-mile transmission from UK to Australia.
No,
also, anyway,
that is a false equivalence.
Is okay to
I don't know what
false equivalence.
I don't know what that has with my conclusion. I told you only. If you want to, for example, if you're atheist, if you don't believe, you cannot say I'm atheist, but I believe in God. You understand me?
Yeah, it's not like the Bible doesn't describe the earth. It clearly describes the earth, and you don't believe it.
I believe.
Yeah, I want to hear Matthew say that. Matthew say it. I want you to say, I don't believe what the Bible says.
I believe everything the Bible says. I believe it's.
Then it's a flat Earth, bro, my bro.
So you believe that the Earth stopped spinning?
I disagree with your interpretation of the Bible. I believe
it's not my interpretation. It's what the words say, bro.
Can I leave it?
I don't believe that
crypto talk.
Yeah. I just want to take a slightly.
Rape should have to have the rapist 50 shekels. There's definitely some things wrong in there.
We good?
I sure hope so.
Alright, okay. Matthew, if the very first words in the Bible said the earth is flat and stationary, just go with me for a second. Let's just say that it said that, and NASA said it was a ball. Which one would you choose and why?
I would choose the Bible, because if it were clear and it said it specifically, then I would believe it. It's the same like when it says that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, and science says that people can't rise from the dead. I choose to believe the Bible.
Okay. That's interesting. That's literally all I wanted to ask. So yeah, the Bible is kind of your intellectual authority when it comes to the earth. I think what's frustrating a lot of people is that the Bible clearly defines the earth as being flat and stationary in many ways. And so maybe the discussion should go in that direction where we're talking about those specific instances rather than questioning Matthew's faith. We should actually talk about what the Bible says specifically as it pertains to a flat earth. How does that sound to everyone?
Yeah, but then it would be a discussion about arguing about this verse and that verse and the meaning of these words and that words. So that's what it usually devolves into.
Sure. But, I mean, I would ask you, does the ball ever clearly describe the earth as a ball? Sorry, does the Bible ever clearly describe the earth as a ball?
No, it doesn't. It also doesn't describe radio waves or magnetism or lots of things.
Oh, no, but it doesn't also say that there are no magnetism. There is no magnetism, there are no radio waves. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
So the Bible just doesn't talk about those things, right? So, but the Bible does talk about the earth, and it does talk about it being fixed. I mean, am I wrong?
How do you...
No, you're right. Yeah, it does.
Okay. So what does fixed mean?
It means firm, in one place.
Okay, so how can it be in one place but moving?
It's talking about the it's a figurative thing about the surety of the foundation of how God has made things. Not a scientific question about whether it's moving or
he's
not.
talking about Earth specifically, Matthew.
No, but also you did just say in one place in your previous sentence.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think it's answering a 21st century question about whether it's in one place or another.
It says it's not moving. Fixed means not moving.
They say just listen to these fucking nuggets.
One second,
It's
guys.
actually insane. They're hilarious.
Okay. So, you believe the Bible 100%, apart from if you think that it's out of date.
No, I wouldn't say it's out of date. I'd say it's like up to date and relevant for today.
Did you just say that it's not designed to answer 21st century questions?
It's not designed to answer 21st century scientific questions. It's a book about
Why does the word scientific change that sentence?
Oh, because the Bible tells us how to live as people. It doesn't answer scientific questions. It answers moral and spiritual questions.
Thus, the two religions that you have mixed.
But it either is or is not able to answer 21st century questions. So which is it?
If the question is, should we love our neighbor? That's a 21st century question, and the answer is yes.
Not
If the question
asking
is,
about
does
love or
magnetism
neighbors.
exist, the answer is it doesn't answer.
Yeah, not
yes,
talking
it
about
does.
magnetism.
Pi is in there. It says we're
Shut
renewed
up.
every 7 years. Yeah, it's
Shut
cloning
up.
ourselves. It's
I'm
science.
talking. Why are you talking?
I keep hearing this guy. He's double speaking. He's lying.
I know. I'm addressing that. You don't have to talk over me while I'm addressing it. We good? Okay. So you've said it can't answer 21st century questions, and then in the very next sentence you said that it can. I would like you to clarify what your position is.
I would say that the Bible isn't designed to answer 21st century scientific questions like, does magnetism exist? What's the exact shape
Don't
of the
care
earth?
about magnetism. Don't care about neighbours. Don't care about love. Don't care about dandelions. Talking about the earth.
I think the Bible does not describe what shape the earth is, which is a 21st century question, and it doesn't answer either way.
That's not the question I asked.
Okay, maybe ask it more clearly. I'm sorry, I was trying to answer.
Is the Bible able to answer 21st century questions?
Yes.
Fantastic. So we've got a 21st century question. What is the earth? And the Bible says that it's fixed.
That is a figurative phrase. It doesn't mean that it's physically fixed.
How do you know that?
Hermeneutics and looking at the context of the Bible.
Okay, so how do you know that?
When you read the Bible, you have to take into consideration the context and the meaning of the Bible and so you need to know what it says.
Okay, so what's the context of when it's saying fixed?
Okay, so if it says, "For the earth will never be moved; it will be remembered forever," is that talking about a physical thing, or is it talking about the earth being steady and sure and all that type of thing?
That it shall never be moved.
Yeah, and I would say
Sonny, go
that's
ahead.
figurative. That's figurative.
How do you know that?
Based on the context.
Yeah, okay, so it's just your opinion, basically.
Psalm 112, verse 6. So I would say that never be moved means that you're firm in your place in the world, not necessarily that you won't ever move. Just that
So it's just your opinion. That's cool. We're just dealing with Matthew's opinion. I'm out.
So Matthew doesn't know the difference between staying in one place. Like he doesn't understand the concept of something that is said to be still and unmoving. Matthew does not understand that.
I'm saying that
everything is subjective. Everything is figurative with you, right, Matthew?
So when the Bible says the sun went backwards.
So when the Bible says thou shalt not kill.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah, I've been waiting for someone to bring this up.
So when the sun says the sun went backwards, what happened?
I don't know, but it appeared.
You don't know?
The sun went backwards. So I don't know. I mean, it probably the earth spun the other way.
So you don't know what going backwards means either.
So then the earth moved backwards?
Probably so, yeah.
So I thought that he just said the earth fixed doesn't move. Then so you're saying you don't believe the Bible? Hold on. So you're saying you don't believe the Bible because the Bible's telling you the sun went backwards, but now you're contradicting yourself, saying that you said you do believe everything the Bible says, but then when I tell you the sun went backwards because the Bible says that, you say no, the earth spin the other way.
Okay,
you're saying the sun didn't go backwards.
Let's look at one phrase at a time. I brought up the phrase "will never be moved."
No. I'm not even talking about that. Let's not talk about that. I'm talking about what you said. Hold on, you just said I believe everything the Bible says 100%. I just told you the Bible says the sun went backwards, and when I asked you what do you think happened, you're saying the earth must have spin.
I would say the sun went backwards. What are you talking about? That's what it says. That's what happened. That's what it.
All right. So the sun is the one moving around the earth, not the earth moving around the sun. Then
it was
no.
The sun moves due to the rotation of the earth.
No, it doesn't.
I promise you, it does.
It says the sun moved, bro. So you don't believe the Bible.
Can't keep.
I want to hear you say you don't believe the Bible. You just contradicted yourself.
Is 100% true.
Oh my God, you're insane, bro. I would get help. Honestly,
I think you should be banned from this.
Get some help for yourself.
Okay. Can I ask you a couple questions?
112.6 says that will never be moved. Is that literal or is that figurative? You guys tell me. Psalm 112.6.
Move, dude. It's pretty simple.
I want to hear what India's questions are.
But I want to hear somebody say whether they think that will never be moved is literal or figurative from Psalm 112:6.
Wow.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care because it says, listen, the Bible clearly says the sun moved backwards, right? The sun stopped in the sky.
That's clearly what it says.
In the globe Earth model, right? The Earth had to have stopped spinning. So did God stop inertia too? Like, so nobody flew off the Earth and like there wasn't giant tidal waves and like none of that other stuff that would happen if the Earth stopped spinning or started instantaneously spinning backwards somehow. Like all those physical effects that, predicted by, physics that should have happened, they didn't happen.
Apparently so. God is bigger than physics. That's why.
I guess that's at least a good answer. I'll accept that answer.
Yeah, but I mean, then God will be an author of confusion because he's telling you one thing while something else is happening.
Oh, he's talking about it from our perspective.
No, perspective.
Look, I'm enjoying the pretzel knot. Okay, so like, just have fun.
Yeah.
Did anybody want to chime in about whether that phrase?
I actually want to bring something up. I want to bring something up. Like, I was kind of busy. So the Skunk Bay thing. You were talking about Skunk Bay, and you said something about humidity. Are you aware of the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide? Do you know what that is?
I'm not
the National Geospatial Agency puts out a Southern Ocean Antarctica Sailing Guide, a guide to to navigate the waters of the Southern Oceans.
Okay.
Okay, so in that, it says that it's not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. This is from a ship, sea level. Now, the Southern Ocean is known for having extremely low humidity, something like 20 to 30% regularly. One of the biggest dangers of being in so-called Antarctica is dehydration. It's the world's largest desert, as you probably know from being on here, right? So how is it possible to see a mountain 300 miles away from a boat, right? And there's actually a National Geographic where the captain is saying, I love coming to the Southern Ocean because I can see land 250 miles away from his boat, right? So if you look at the globe Earth math, right? So say you had a boat that was, we're going to make it a crazy boat. This is a 20-story boat. The only mountain that you could see at 300 miles away would have to be 11.75 miles tall. And seeing Everest is 5.25 miles tall, what mountains are they looking at?
That's a good question. I don't know. Those specific...
They said it's not uncommon.
Based on my preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe, I would have to guess that it must be refraction. The Begot answer.
Oh man.
Hey, I'm being honest. This is
See, I don't think Matthew is a bad.
I can't even get mad at him anymore.
Person to have. I don't think he's a bad person to have on the server because that's what they say, right? Except for he's not a ball tart. He's just parroting.
He's admitting it. He's admitted that he chooses to believe in a philosophical concept, and I'm fine with that. Have at it. I don't know why you picked that one, but go for it.
Yeah, it's a great way to show everybody, shine a light on the nonsense, because that's what it is. It is complete nonsense.
Well, I mean, isn't that what we're trying to show people here? Is like, that the heliocentric thing is a belief, right? Fundamentally, it's a belief, but the people that come here think it's proven knowledge that they themselves hold. And, Matthew at least has the courage to admit it.
That's
very few Globers do.
That's true.
Matthew, could you give us your best...
What? Just that it's refraction.
No, I just want you to actually make the noise.
Oh, I see. Well, let me put it in a whole phrase. So, I would say that what's happening in they're seeing the mountains too far, based on my preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe, is due to Begot. And to be clear, that I mean by Begot, I mean refraction caused by atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, you could definitely say, man.
How do you get mad awesome. At that? I know.
You can't get mad.
You are a chill guy, Matthew. I can't hate you anymore. It's fine. We can go for a beer sometime.
I got a little tear in my eye from that laugh right there.
Matthew, if we ever met up for a beer, you wouldn't wear a mask, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
But do you know why I wouldn't?
No.
This will make it worse. Because I've received both Moderna shots back in April.
You're not retarded?
Oh my God, Matthew, did you read the insert? There's zero liability, but you go ahead and do you, bro. I hope everything works out for you.
So now you can
you read the insert and took the shot, bro.
I'm starting to understand now.
Wait, can we still go for a beer?
Hold on, did you as a Christian? Sorry, Matthew, go on.
Oh, I was just saying, getting the shot, it's not contagious.
Did you know?
That's actually not true.
That remains to be seen.
I'm a bit surprised because you said you're a Christian, but you allowed another man inside you. Twice.
I wouldn't see it that way.
Where do you live?
Of course not. Hold on, Matthew. So hold on. So you know that they're saying now, news reports are saying that everybody that took the shot is basically contagious with could infect other people with the Delta variant.
Yes, the Delta variant can be carried by people who've received the vaccine, even if they don't get sick from it and die from it.
Do you know what I love about the Delta variant is people are calling it the Delta variant because before it was called the Indian variant, and everyone was like, "Oh no, that's racist." So the only reason people are calling it the Delta variant is because some leftists cried about racism.
Well, Delta is a name for the female reproductive organ, so that's why.
I mean, that's why we call this the Spanish flu.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The Spanish flu wasn't really the Spanish flu 100 years ago. It's just that's where people...
Was it the Amiga flu?
Oh my God! You're gonna go into like germ theory. Oh my God!
Yeah, no, I'm
sorry,
not.
Yeah, you're in.
Matt, I just want to know. I want to ask Matt a question, please. Were you aware that the vaccine is experimental when you took it?
Yes, it was an emergency authorization by the FDA, and it wasn't fully approved by the FDA.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you know that you are participating in a clinical trial without compensation.
Or consent. Yes.
Well, he consented.
Oh, he consented.
He consented to not knowing what the ingredients are.
Right, not informed consent. I stand corrected.
In other words, you put yourself in the same level as a guinea pig.
I would rather be a guinea pig for that than a guinea pig for getting the virus.
Because you're afraid of things because you don't have the protection of God.
Hold on a second, Matt. Is the efficacy okay? So, is the efficacy of the virus better than your risk of dying from COVID just naturally? Like, what is the difference? Right? Does the vaccine actually work to prevent COVID, right? To prevent you dying from COVID versus the risk of COVID itself? Like, which is more risky?
Well, before we carry on, before Matthew answers that question, can we stick to the approved... the approved terminology. It's just the approved terminology of Fauci, Fauci,
the Mexican beer germ
and all that stuff. Sorry, Carrie.
So Matt, you know that you can make no definitive statement about it because it's still experimental, right? So you took, I don't even know what you call it. It's not even a calculated risk because there's no calculation to evaluate the risk. So you just I don't know, man. Like someone else said, you do you, man. Like,
yeah, it was a calculated.
You want to be a human guinea pig? I mean,
not calculated,
right? Well, I mean, it wasn't a calculated risk. Calculation.
I considered that the bad effects from getting the shot were more likely to be.
That's a cool story, bro. But that was a guess, right? When I was 15, the coaches.
There's no data. Hold on, there's no data, but there's no data to base your opinion on, because they don't have any data.
In my county, people who die from the virus right now, 99% of them are haven't got the shot.
Dude, Freudian slipped and said flu.
No, I was trying to not say the words for the last time. Trying to figure out which words to use.
Did you know that 60% of hospitalizations in the UK are from people that took the vaccine?
I don't believe that number.
No, that's actually.
Are you also aware that? Can I also ask Matt if he's aware that the CDC stopped testing people for COVID that have been vaccinated? So if you're not counting, so when you say 98% of the people weren't vaccinated, well, if you're not counting the people that were vaccinated, of course. It's a no-brainer.
Should be 100%, shouldn't it?
Yeah, should be 100%. Like, how'd they slip a couple through?
100%. That's my first question.
It's not
but yeah, on
effective, no.
No, that's not.
I just want to say. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just on the Witsit thing, yeah, that's actually what Witsit said is 100% true. It's actually official government data. It's buried in the numbers. It's in the 17th technical briefing. They release a technical briefing every month and it's in the 17th technical briefing that 62% of people, hospitalizations, have had 2 shots, and of that 62%, 70% have got both, and the other 30% have got 1. So actually, by the numbers, it increases your chances, not decreases. Not that I believe anything that they say anyway, but it's just interesting.
Yeah,
It's
that would be
hilarious.
troubling if that were true. That would be very
The
troubling.
17th technical briefing, bro. This is official government data. Go
Okay,
find
I
it yourself.
Yeah, I don't know much about the government data from the UK. I've just been looking.
Yeah, we can tell you you just jump in on everything without knowing what the hell you're doing.
Hey, dude, do you agree that if you get sick, the creator lets you get sick?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so don't you think it's if you believe in the creator, then you should just believe in him to either keep you from getting sick or not?
No, I think he asks us to be wise and discerning.
So wise that you take
Okay,
an
so-
experimental thing that has crazy side effects that can't be proven yet. That's so much
make you first up.
Which, by the way, is an abomination according to Scripture.
Yeah,
So not only
because
are
the
you
probability of
unwise,
getting-
I haven't finished my sentence. Not only are you being unwise, but you're actually sinning.
No, I'm not
It's a double compounded folly. Congratulations, you're not serious.
Explain why it's a sin to be wise about your health.
No, don't miss.
That is a fantastic straw.
Hey, wise guy. Wise guy, what's in the vaccine?
It's okay. Guys, it's okay. I can handle this nonsense, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you got it.
So, avoiding your nonsense way of trying to frame that question is an abomination according to Scripture because of the content within that said injectable, right? So if
it's
you
not according to most-
do that to yourself, you're taking in something that is by definition abomination. Number one. Number two, you're defiling the temple. So you're sinning in the action, and in the deed, you're showing that you don't even take the Most High seriously. So you're not really. I mean, how many ways do you want to just be like, well, I believe you, but I don't believe you? It's like, okay, you're just taking you're taking the mick. You're taking the Michael.
It's inadvertently complying with one of the most atrocious crimes ever against the creator, right? So do you think the creator made it to where you have to murder defenseless babies and then replicate their stem cells and inject it into you so you don't get sick?
No, that.
Well, this is getting weird then.
Because that's what's
so
happening.
it's faithless and it's disobedient and it's but it's
Yeah, you do know.
it's poor stewardship of your own temple.
I would.
Well,
You
I'm
do
trying to
know
figure
that
out
there was
what the justification
Go
for
ahead.
taking it. Like, well, I just want to know what the justification for
there is
taking
no
it
justification.
Look, because, hold on, in his mind, sorry, we're psychoanalyzing you, Matt. You just happen to be on the hot seat right now. Do you think that men are inherently good or evil since the fall?
Inherently evil since the fall, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, you got a bunch of atheists tell you that you should take this, Fauci ouchie. And even though you know that men are inherently evil, and you did it anyway, in the absence of data?
It's not just atheists. There's plenty of Christians saying that you should get the shot.
Falsely claiming.
Sure. Listen, I'm sure there's some Christian. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the people that are telling you to take the vaccine and saying it's good for your health. Those people, because you don't have the data, so you have some level of faith in men that these men are moral characters telling you the truth, and that you should actually do this, and they're actually trying to protect you and help you out of the goodness of their heart.
Yeah, it was Christian doctors who told me to get the shot.
Oh God! And they relied on what?
A full-grown man. A full-grown man who's had the scriptures in his hands for how long, and you need someone else to tell you what you should and shouldn't do with your body.
But I mean, I'm telling Elijah, this starts from the foundation of the whole thing, the beginning. If he doesn't believe the whole scripture, he doesn't believe what the scripture says.
Yeah, I was gonna circle back to that because if he had actually done the due diligence, this is a point I brought up earlier, and it's interesting that we're back here. I was muted for deafened for half an hour with something. We're back here again, Matthew. I don't understand what your issue is, because what you're displaying in the way you're talking is that you haven't actually looked into anything properly at all. You haven't looked into the scriptures enough to be able to even refute what I told you, right? You at no point addressed anything I told you about the fact that what you've done is an abomination and a sin.
Yeah,
and then
I
the other
disagree
side,
with you.
and
I
then,
disagree with your interpretation.
No, you haven't refuted it, because if you because if you had refuted it, you would bring up scripture, but you haven't.
Well,
but that's that one. If you care to, when I finish talking, sure, give it your best shot, but you're not going to win, and it's not a competition. It's that what you're doing has no foundation scripturally. Number two, if you were to have taken any of this seriously, you would know what we're talking about when we say what's inside these injectables. And you, even if you didn't have belief and you just had a few brain cells, right? Clearly, you're capable. You have a profession. You have a YouTube channel. You're not retarded. You can communicate, right? So just with that alone, forget the belief. Just by looking into what this thing has inside it, you would be an absolute moron to then go, oh yes, I'm going to willingly take this. So either there's something wrong with you, even though you're capable, or you haven't actually looked into it and you're lying to yourself.
Okay, he answered that question. What's in it? What is it on the Moderna shot that you take?
Wait a minute, if you haven't learned by now that Matthew Guns is just constantly arguing black is white, the guy is retarded. End of story.
I understand. That's what, but he said he took something.
All I was trying.
And he did some research. So does he know what was in it?
Look.
Yeah. Can we get Matthew to answer that question? Sorry, India.
Yeah, the FDA,
I'm just saying he doesn't.
The FDA gave like a 6-page fact sheet.
Can you tell us?
I read through.
Can you tell us?
Yeah, tell us what's in it.
I didn't memorize it, but let's see.
You don't know.
Messenger RNA lipids, poly.
Wait a minute, RNA. What's wrong with your RNA, bro?
Yeah,
is your RNA not created by God?
The first ingredient.
Wait, Matthew. Does the Creator condone abortion?
Okay, I just tried to copy and paste the ingredients.
Matthew, does the Creator condone abortion?
No.
Okay, so would he condone a vaccine that requires aborting babies?
No, he would not.
This is getting weird, then, isn't it?
I tried to copy and paste the ingredients, and I got punished for swearing, so I don't know what in the ingredients.
Yeah, you didn't even know what they were until you
even the bot knows it's an abomination. See, when are you going to catch up?
You didn't know what they were before you took it.
We could go around for days, right? I'm still waiting for that scriptural citation to refute my accusation, right?
But Elijah.
Can I ask Elijah a question just quickly?
Can I just finish with this, and then I'll be happy to answer your question, or let you ask. Sorry.
Yeah, please.
So I'm just going to give you what John the Baptist said. It's very simple. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. You have to understand both those terms and both those words clearly, otherwise you're going to miss the script as you have been. But I'll leave it there. Go ahead, Crypt.
Cool.
I don't see anything in the ingredients list that implies that there were abortions that
happened. Yeah, we know. You haven't taken your life seriously enough. I'm kind of bored. Crypto, please go ahead.
Just a quick question. When you talk about the temple, are you talking about the human body, or are you talking about the human mind?
Well, both, but primarily the body. You know, he wasn't talking to you, Matthew. So just hold your tongue.
Oh, sorry. I thought he was addressing me.
No.
So one of the primary reasons that comes up in New Testament is about sexual immorality, but it also is directly attributed to the rest of it, like not eating, not drinking blood, all the rest of it stuff. These things that are abomination, which are the reason why this injectable is by definition abomination and a sin.
Yeah,
and a defilement of the temple.
Yeah.
Wait, I just want to let Matthew understand. You don't seem to know this, but to test them and even come up with them, they use replicated stem cells from aborted fetal tissue. So I just need you to somehow justify how the Creator doesn't condone abortion, but he condones something that requires abortion.
I don't think that the vaccine requires abortion.
They use replicated stem cells from aborted fetal tissue to test them and come up with them.
They have different names. There's like the W38, or human diploid cells, MRC5.
cancerized rat
It'll take me
brain
a while, but I'll
cells.
find the ones that are in the Moderna. I believe is the one that has them. I don't think Pfizer or AstraZeneca has them.
But they were
I just think it's
they were
Moderna.
both tested using them. Like some of them don't have them in there, but they were all tested and formulated using aborted stem cells.
Well, I mean, why are you putting some other DNA in your bloodstream? What kind of nonsense is that?
Look, I don't really understand like the okay, I understand about the aborted things, but as far as Matthew's concerned, in my opinion, he could have read any ingredient on there and he would have still took it. Could have said cyanide.
Oh, that much is clear, obviously.
I think really that's really what should be pointed out is that like Matt, you were taking it no matter what. You just were.
Well,
That's
and
true.
if you
And
really
I
wanna-
see that I do need to look into the history of it. I didn't realize that it could have been using stem cells that generated the vaccine in the first place.
Yeah.
Do you have a family?
By the way, can I just
hold on a second, dude?
Sorry.
Can I just ask him a couple questions? Do you have a family, Matt?
Yeah.
Children, wife, whatever.
No
Okay, I don't need to know details about it. You have a duty, right? A duty to your family to live. Okay. So you're taking an experimental vaccine knowingly. You had a duty to know everything that was in it and make a calculated evaluation of the ingredients, and do your due diligence. Everybody should. And I'm not saying this isn't really a criticism. I'm saying when the next so-called pandemic comes down the pike, you might want to do a better job researching,
Yeah, don't
for your own well-being.
Because sorry, I was going to say
I don't want to just shit on that, dude. Like, let's give him some constructive fucking criticism. Let's just not take a dump on him.
I'm not sure there's going to be
I
another.
want to tell him is I want to tell him.
We already have done constructive criticism for how long? At what point are you just going to go repent? Because if you don't, you're going to pay.
I will never repent for taking the vaccine.
Oh my!
Therein lies your ultimate issue, Matthew. Pride.
Because I think it was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
If you don't bury that, you will fall. The scripture is very clear. Pride cometh before the fall. That is a clear and distinct demonstration of pride. What you just said.
Hey, Elisha, I tried to ask you a question. Go ahead and respond, dude. No, sorry.
Crazy, man. I mean,
I want to hear Mrs. Musk ask her question.
All right.
Let's hear. Because she has some medical background, so
I was just going to ask Matthew Gerns that you should. This is the problem with the vaccine industry, okay? And this is how they could potentially get away with pushing sketchy shit. Is they don't use a true placebo. They don't. The only one that's ever used a true placebo is the Gardasil. And I'm going to find, I'm pretty confident it's an aluminum injection that they're using as the placebo. They're not using saline, which would make better sense because when you go through at the end and you look at the treatment group and you look at the placebo group and you look at the side effects, you want to make sure that if both groups are having side effects, then you can write off the adverse reactions because you know it's not related to the drug. But if you're having the placebo group get an aluminum injection, which it's documented that aluminum is a neurotoxin and can cause all kinds of problems. That's why they're currently pushing campaigns of like deodorant without aluminum. They're kind of covering up some of the potential negative side effects of the drug. And this is well documented. The FDA has no, it's a very flexible term for placebo. So pretty much every vaccine that's on the market has never been tested with a true placebo, or they'll test it with another vaccine. So you can never actually know if it's really safe. And that allows them to not write the adverse reactions.
Yeah, that sounds
I just want
to.
So
I just want to speak up real fast. So not only this, right? If this was the only problem, right, it wouldn't be a big deal. But according to the Supreme Court, they've been ruled unavoidably unsafe. and all liability has been removed from the company. So the company that's manufacturing this, they have no motivation whatsoever for safety testing. And what had they done, right? According to recent events, they've been sued, and they weren't providing any of the testing. They were supposed to provide every other year safety studies, right, to the government. That was part of the act in 1986. But did they do that? No. They took the free liability thing and was like, yeah, all that other stuff, that doesn't apply to us. Only the no liability thing. So the no liability is the problem. And the fact that it's free to choose, well, it ain't free because you already paid for it, but, you know, it's not being forced on you. If anything bad happens to you, that's all on you, man. That's the problem.
Yes, I took the calculated
There's
risk
not
and
full.
took the
There's not full disclosure.
And the calculated risk was weighed.
Are you
against the
really
risk
trying to
of
say you
getting
took
the
a
disease.
calculated risk? You didn't calculate anything.
Yeah, what was it calculated
You're
on?
taking the absolute piss, man. Show me your
What was-
calculations.
Yeah, what was it
Show me your
calculated on?
citation for
Cite
any
the
calculation you
calculations.
claim to do. Absolute nonsense.
Cite the calculations, Matthew.
This is faithless. This is faithless self.
If I could finish the sentence, I might be
You're
able to
pandering to your own emotions.
No, I think you should be muted myself, but that's...
If I give you a mysterious
I'm out of here. If you guys think I should be muted, I'm going to mute myself and get out.
I wanted to address
I've been
something
wanting
he
to say
said.
something.
Hold on, wait. I wanted to address something he said about he's not gonna ask for forgiveness for the taking the shot, right? I mean,
he said he won't. He said he won't repent.
Well,
it's just crazy.
For the mark, so
That's true. Ouch.
So in 2008 they changed the CDC has this committee of the people that vote the schedules for the vaccines and the vaccines that are going to go into the market. It's called the ACIP. It's the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. And in 2008 they voted new V shots with new adjuvants into the schedule. But they had some signals. They were saying that they were having some signals that the new adjuvants were causing heart attacks and heart problems to people back then in 2008. But they were gonna approve it and see what happens aftermarket. And now with the new V things, we're getting people developing heart problems. So they knew back then. And they said they were gonna see what happens after market. So now we are after market, and we're seeing young people developing heart inflammation after getting the shot, and even older people getting heart attacks and dying from that. So they know they knew this was gonna happen. They knew this was gonna happen.
yeah, it's super rare for teenagers to have heart attacks. Yeah, they take this shot, and then bam. Heart complications, probably a coincidence.
Well, it's not a coincidence. They said on their meetings before they voted the new vaccines with the new products in the adjuvants. They said it does cause heart attacks, but it's a percentage. So we're gonna see the numbers after market, and that the numbers are coming up now.
Imagine if they would have passed a law revoking the 1986 law. Do you think that decision would have stayed the same? If they would have been told, oh, by the way, it's 2008, we're revoking the 1986 law and putting full liability on the corporation, do you think maybe they would have second thought that a little more?
I think they would have second, yeah, because in the voting, they passed it unanimously. All the vote, it was like 14 votes to 0. Or 16-0, and they knew it was going to cause heart attacks to a percentage of the population. And they voted all yes.
And didn't Matthew say earlier that since the fall, mankind is like wicked?
Yeah,
so there's a giant company that is like the alpha.
Yeah, Massey's.
in the financial world, like controlling everything.
I wouldn't even.
And now they're legally exempt. They're legally exempt from all responsibility to do the right thing.
So
why would they do
for
the
Matthew?
right thing?
Matthew, are you up for putting products on the market that will cause heart attacks to people?
Please leave him on mute, guys. You probably got half the same recollection.
Yeah, he's muted, so he can't respond.
Can we move on to something that people can verify, like the fact that the CDC is a private company and they also manufacture the ouchies?
No, we
That's their primary job.
We could probably move on to another user.
Yeah, I've been wanting to ask Elisha if there's not another new person.
Yeah, there's Quay.
Yeah, go ahead while there's a break. Go for it before anyone can complain.
Hey, Quay.
No, you cheek. Let him ask his question, man.
Who's gonna ask?
Go ahead.
Oh, he was gonna ask Elijah. He was gonna ask you if you were there was somebody else, right? Hank?
No, he wants to ask me a question, but he's being polite. Just go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you. Okay, go ahead.
No, just real fast. It's not even on point now, so it doesn't matter. I was just gonna make a point, but it's too long gone. Please continue, new guy.
No. He didn't answer.
Just DM me or whatever.
Okay. Real fast, Elisha. In Job, it's the oldest book in the Bible, right? And this predates even Christ's era, right? Back when they started like thinking about Spaceballs or whatever. So in the book of Job, right, it predates heliocentricity, right? The thought hadn't even come into anybody's mind yet, right? So when he said that the earth was like pressed wax against a seal, does that make you think like Spaceballs?
No.
Or does it make you think like maybe there are mountains in the south that you can see from 300 miles away?
Right. Yeah, there's even another one that a brother reminded me of. Give me a second, because it escaped my sight for far too many years. Let me just try and find it. All right, word search. Anyway, carry on making your point. I want to hear you expound on that, and I'll find the verse.
Yeah, I just really wanted to talk to the new guy. I was trying to say that when Matthew was still in here.
That's all right.
So,
we can go to new.
apologies.
Okay, I found it. So it was North Star, by the way. He told me. So it's Job 38:30. The waters are hid as stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. Yeah, there is no space, man. Just get over it. It's very simple. I'll post that one because it's worth pondering to anyone who's scripturally inclined. Job is a treasure trove. Let me cite North for that, because North let me know about that
one. How does frozen, the deep frozen means melted core?
Gravity.
Delusion. Self-deception.
See, Woodson gets it.
And mental masturbation.
That's refracted.
I want to hear Matthew. I want to hear Matthew doubling on that.
No, Matthew's muted. Witty has BC verified.
He's second listening to his bullshit. Yeah, we got a new guy called Weddy at the bottom.
Hey, Witty, you have control of your mic. I see you're VC verified. You there, bud?
No. That was anticlimactic.
It was.
Thank you, buddy. Well, thank you.
That's just another one, Ark, but he's self-deafened at the moment.
Says he can't talk right now.
That's right. Is there anyone else, or can we get back to riffing?
Yeah, we got a Ryan Dunn.
Up the telephone. Ryan. It's Ryan. I think this guy hangs out a lot. I don't think he's ever spoken. Likely to respond.
No, I never heard him.
But if he feels like it, jump on.
If somebody goes up to Matthew with a mysterious white powder, I wonder what internal calculations he'll do to decide he's going to take it.
Oh my gosh.
Well, see, I'm sure he would just get out like a really big blackboard and start going through like the equations. And right when it says the unknown unknowns and the known unknowables, right, he's just gonna, factor that in.
Calculations.
Now we don't care what any other numpty thinks. Why would we care what a super numpty thinks?
Just asking a question.
A calculated risk with no
Poking
calculation.
the bear.
Yeah.
The bear. What you mean? Poking the chipmunk.
Poking the possum.
The dead possum.
Look, I stand behind his right to choose life or death. If he wants to choose, let him choose.
Yeah,
if he wants to choose...
Yeah, but it's not like he
let him
wasn't
choose.
told to choose life. It's like, here's the choice, but don't choose that one, choose this one. It's like the easiest test in the world, and yet people fail all the time.
Well, I mean, the Bible says, trust not in man. So... He chose.
Yeah, it says a 5-year-old.
And he knows there's a huge, depopulation agenda. Look,
Actually,
it's not just.
Actually, Hank, it says, "Damn is the man who trusts in another man."
Well, this is the thing. It's like.
Okay, well, it's not just Matthew. This is like a third of the population. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if I'm behind. Am I roboting?
No, I think it might just
it was same time.
If everyone just kind of takes a little breather at the end of their sentence, it should make it better.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, he just took a gamble. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I've drinking cocktails from people where I'm like, is this going to be a weird night? Or, am I going to be okay? It's when people, assert that they made such a educated choice. And they're like, oh, I did so much research, blah, blah, blah. No, there was all the research that you did. Nothing was even conclusive. All the claims they make, nothing was even conclusive because the study wasn't even done. So you just took a gamble with your life, which he has the right to do, right? You can play Russian roulette. That's fine. It's just when you're acting confident in your choice, you have some facts to back it up. You don't.
So I was going to say, this is a third of the population so far, allegedly, have taken it in the United States. And, I remember, going to, the place, right, where sick people go, and it was empty, absolutely empty, right? And now I'm betting from here on out, it's not going to be like that. Even if they did the exact same thing next year that they did last year, I'm betting from here on out, there's going to be as many new hospitals as you can imagine being built to fill the need.
Yeah, what does it say? She deceived the nations with her pharmakia, her sorcery. Babylon, my friend, get out from her.
Well, that would be the Hegelian dialectic, too, there with what you said, Hank.
How's that?
You create the problem, and then you provide the solution. But you're the reason the problem existed, and the solution was needed.
Yeah, these people have been doing Hegelian, I don't want to call it science, but philosophy since, ancient Rome. I mean, I'm sure there was a... This is an old trick. When Babylon was young, this was old, right? So it's like they're just moving the population and controlling what people think with, all the media and the television and the magazines and the internet.
This is why we are called to be shrewd. As shrewd as serpents, as gentle as doves.
It's like at first it was.
So I heard.
First it was black versus white, right? Race, and it was red versus blue, politics. Now it's vaccinated versus unvaccinated.
It's very simple.
Yeah.
So we got a three-way divide.
Play the game. The path is narrow. Ignore the left. Ignore the right. Head on down that road.
Isn't it really all about, like, we're either going to believe the doctrine of men or we're going to believe the Almighty, you know? That's what it comes down to. Because men, they have their doctrine, but Matthew doesn't even care about any of that. He's been asked to provide technical specificity with a lot of different topics and has clearly stated almost every single time, no, I haven't looked into that. And that goes from refraction all the way down to lots of other topics. So he doesn't care to know.
Nobody's a specialist in everything. Here's the thing. If people want to do that, that's fine. They can do whatever they want. I don't care. I'm trying to spread the message of people out there that you should probably look into that liability, that word, what it means. Right? Because liability is a very important word. And every time you sign your name, you're signing away rights. So be careful what you do, because the contract that you sign is now the law that the court is going to uphold. And if someone informs you that, hey, we're about to do business together, but all the liability to perform is on you and no liability to perform is on me, you might want to reformulate that contract before you sign it. Just saying.
Do you know what this reminds me of, Hank? You know when that white man was trying to curse Israel, but he couldn't because he just had no authority. But he was a shrewd chief, right? You remember the guy with the donkey and the angel, and the donkey was like, "Oi, my man, what you doing?" That one.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to give him credence by telling it by saying his name personally right now, but anyway, just so you get the story and what he did and how he got Israel to get cursed was he got them to curse themselves, and this is what you're bringing up, right? Because because these guys, right, as degenerate as they are, sure, they're going to take part in the lake of fire, but the people who participate in that, they have, like you say, only themselves to blame because the liability is on them, the individual who partakes in that. That's why it says, my people suffer for lack of knowledge.
And that's why I say, sign your soul away.
I would encourage anyone who didn't get what Hank was talking about to actually go and look that up and to understand how it works. Right? I mean, you can even take that back to Cain, because what Cain was warned, sin is knocking at the door. You don't have to let it in. If you do well, will you not be accepted? So ultimately, it falls on us as individuals.
Something to add to what Hank said, because it's misunderstood that if you do sign something that you automatically lose rights. Contract of frauds. Basic structure of a contract is two people, living creatures, sign and agree on terms. If there is only one party, there is no enforceable contract. Because the necessary antecedent for a contract is two living people. Not just one.
Then it'd just be an oath, right?
That's true what he said. I can't disagree with that.
What I'm saying is contract of frauds. Actually take some time on this one, because it's a really good study to get into deep. when you're agreeing to do something as like an oath or an affirmation, what we originally had in every country at one point in time, all right, to become a national of that country, it's gone. All of it's gone. There are a handful of contracts when you're contracting to do something and they're offering you like goods or services for your time. That is valid only under job, because there is a equitable maxim there for you being able to work and earn wages. But generally, when you're talking about like licenses and liability, you cannot skirt the law and hold zero liability. That is an impossibility of law. Any act towards that end is null from its inception. From the date it was signed, it is void.
Well, you got to pay for it as the taxpayer, right? So unknowingly, right, when I said I don't care what they do, well, I'm the taxpayer that's got to fit the bill for when they do go to court, and the I don't want to say the V word, the V court, which it's a kangaroo court. The V court, right? If they do reward somebody, it's not the vaccine company that pays it, right? It's me, right? It's me, right? You. It's not Bill Gates. Yeah, it's like the United States chose to be the indemnifier for the medical corporations, right? And not the United States corporation, but their citizens. Yeah.
Talking about contractor frauds is making me want to pull out one of my old books and start digging again.
Yeah, did you say contractor frauds?
Uh-huh.
So there's a lot of ways to fraud people, even using contracts. Is that what you're talking about?
Right. Because
just making sure, because legalese doesn't mean what you might think it means, so I didn't know.
Right. Well, legalese in its own sense is its own language, which is why the people in that administration or association or company or whatever the hell it is, all right, whatever the creature is that they made, they're liable.
So we probably need to put some new. Is there any people in here? But liable is for slander. So the whole,
roboting
thing with these police.
We do have somebody here called Frenetico. Hey, Frenetico, you have control of your mic.
So I think the Earth is round.
Okay, so it's a quarter.
How did you come to this conclusion?
Hold on. So it's a quarter. A quarter is round.
I can explain it in Polish.
Frenetico. A quarter is round.
Yes. Yes.
So, do you mean a sphere?
No, like a... How should I say it in English? Like a ball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You go ahead, Elijah.
Okay, and that's just my opinion.
And how do you come to this conclusion, Elijah asked?
the photos from NASA, the hundreds of.
Do you know that NASA itself says that there is no actual photos from outside the Earth? Out of the images,
No, but they said it.
all of the images you see are,
No
data.
está nosotros aquí.
Gemsy, you're hot miking.
Oh, my bad.
Do you know the astronauts, like not the
No, I don't know any astronauts.
right, but like Mikołaj Copernic, that Earth is round and it's going around the sun, not sun around.
So
the Earth.
how did he come to this conclusion? I have no idea what he said, but something about Nikola Copernic.
No, I know. I heard what he said, but because what are you talking about, dude? When have you ever seen the Earth go around the sun?
I've never.
Oh, there you go. So why would you say it does?
I just made a mistake. Wait, sorry. Oh.
No, you didn't. Even in your broken English, you told the truth. So you've never seen the Earth go around the sun. So why would you claim that is what happened?
I'm just really tired. I'm really tired.
Okay, cool excuse, but again,
thank you for telling us that.
Okay, so.
Anything else? Food? What you like?
I will just write it. Okay, so I just need to exit the voice chat and then I will write it.
The globe belief also. Exit the globe belief also.
101 maybe.
Are you tired? Also gets better.
John Smith is here. He's gone to the 3 points. What's up, John Smith?
Hey man, you alright?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. Just chilling.
So you still think the Earth is a ball?
Did I say that?
No, I don't know. I just saw that your role says 3-point participant. That means you went through the 3 points. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, not really. No.
Okay. So I've never spoken to you. So I just wanted to make sure if you.
Oh, you didn't know. Oh well. So far, I'm quite convinced about something to do with, like, on a plane or like a firmament.
Right.
I know some flat earthers are subscribed to the firmament, others are not so much, because a lot of people say it's a biblical thing. What about yourself? Do you buy that?
Yeah, I definitely believe we're contained because there is gas pressure. So without being contained, there isn't any gas pressure.
Yeah. It's interesting to think that everything could be down here on this one plateau.
Exactly.
And then there's multiple dimensional planes all sort of, surrounding that. But
something that cannot be
like multiverse.
Yeah, that's where you kind of lost me a little bit, but
kind of like like some people say it's like the good stuff and the bad stuff, and then it's your vibration determines whatever you go on to experience.
Everything there is here.
It's like
there's nothing else.
Nothing else.
It's like an electromagnetic spectrum. I think that sort of determines where you fall on this plane.
No,
there's
no such.
Or whatever it appears like to you, so I sort of look at it as like a canvas with like different sections to it.
I mean, this is the thing though. You're going to something you can't prove. You're talking pretty much off your ass. Let me just say it.
I'm just saying this is what I look at it as. I'm saying it's like to me it's like a canvas. Like just like in a sense, with like different sections, like some are more hellish, some are not. And then it's like people feel like they're in a really hellish situation on Earth, and it's often because of their thinking and their perception.
Okay. So got you. So it isn't a multiverse. It's just the way
it's kind of a perceptional thing. Like we perceive it. Our minds kind of split into a multiverse, I guess, or like a multi sort of thing. Like the bunch of higher and lower
Yeah,
point.
there is a spiritual side, the non-tangible.
You like to compartmentalize stuff.
Cool. So we have somebody else that's new. I want to get to the new people. So we talk to Misu. Are you there?
Yeah. Okay, so I could debunk why you think the Earth is flat. So, like the moon. Basically.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hold on. So you said, hold on, wait a second. Give me a second. So you said you
let me ask you. Let me
you
ask
just started off with a false premise. You said you could debunk why the Earth is flat and you go to the moon. Why is that?
Yeah, basically.
What does the moon has to do with the Earth you're standing?
Hold on.
Yeah.
He said debunk the measurement of flat. How do you debunk a measurement?
What? Okay, so
how do you debunk a measurement, son?
Okay, ask me this: if the Earth was flat,
son, how do you debunk a measurement?
The measurement.
Yes, the Earth measures flat.
So you're saying, let me ask you a question. Tell me why do you think that Earth is flat? Let me get your point.
We don't think we measure. It measures.
You measure
that way.
How do you measure something that's flat?
Look. If there's no curve in something, what is it?
What? Okay, so you don't believe the pictures from outer space? You don't believe the pictures from outer space?
Son, listen. If we're seeing stuff that is too far away to see, if you're on a ball, then it's flat.
What? No. Okay, so then why does nothing fall off? Why does nothing fall off the flat Earth?
What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with the shape of the
then how's that?
That has nothing to do with the grade of the surface.
I mean, yeah, but it's flat, so why does nothing fall off? Why does nothing fall off when it's flat?
How does that debunk measurement?
Why does nothing fall off?
How does that debunk measurement? Stop asking me questions and tell me how you're going to debunk measurement.
I don't know. But all I know is that you guys are retarded as hell. Thinking that the Earth
Isn't that already a problem, an issue?
We are retarded like hell because we are measuring.
Mm-hmm. You're measuring?
Really? I'm retarded because I'm measuring. You're telling me.
Okay, but like, there's really scientific proof that debunks your reasons. Like, it's a single.
There is none.
What is science?
Like Google search.
But you asked why you think that Earth is flat, and people can show
What's the radius? What's the radius of the globe? Real quick. Izun, what's the radius of the globe? Real quick.
Bonk down.
Real quick.
Okay, so it's 3,958 miles.
Yeah, so you Googled it.
Curvature
drop. Google works.
So you don't know. So you came in here. Hold on. So let me.
Okay, but there's really pictures of,
Mitsu, calm down. Calm down. Breathe. You came here not knowing what you're talking about.
Okay.
We asked you a basic question. Hold on. We asked you a basic question about. He left.
They are all like that. They have a machine gun with bullets of poo, and they are shooting on automatic. You know, they don't stop.
Man, you are retarded because you are measuring.
He said I could debunk your reasons. Well, this isn't the reason server. He's on the wrong neighborhood.
Our reasons is that Earth is to be flat.
It sounded like his eyes were rolling when he was talking about it.
Wow.
Well, the reason is because of a measurement.
Yeah, that's true.
There's two people in chat.
You cannot measure, you're retarded. What the fuck?
They don't know what a measurement is. At all. They don't understand.
I'm gonna pull Benji in here. Well, actually, I can't pull him in here anyway. Can somebody pull him to live stream? Mod?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all the mods who are constantly fishing normies out of the check-in rooms and putting them in here. All these fresh fish. You know, thanks for all your hard work, moderators.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to thank you also.
Oh, we have a new. Oh, my.
You got to keep it moderated.
Okay, somebody write those lyrics. We need that. Gotta keep them moderated.
No, you should make it with the Refrigerator Raider song.
We have Janvis.
Please, no more covers. Do we have any volunteers to create a second live stream?
Yeah, we should move some people down there.
Yeah, there's 40 in here.
In the room.
Yeah. We got.
Just give me something to contend with, and then maybe we can go.
Yeah. If anyone else starts coming in, like once y'all get up to 42, 43, just start moving people down.
I don't think I can, but I'm sure I can move myself.
I think you can move people down. Gold Plus can move people, can't they?
I think our Gold Plus got demoted to only being able to mute people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if someone comes in and they're playing music, we can mute them or hot mic and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
our moderation is very limited.
That's probably for the best. You don't want to give me too much power now.
That's right. What we did was we just gave y'all pretty much unlimited access to the bot, mostly. So
that's nice. I doubt I'll ever use it, but I do like to use the mute button when someone comes in talking about, "Hey guys, let's get together. We're going to go steal some ships. We're going to Antarctica." It's like, shut your ass up.
Someone really say that?
Yeah, bro, came in here like trying to rile everybody up. Like, we're doing it right, guys. Somebody came in here and they were saying, "We're doing it right, guys. We're going to steal some ships. We're going to commandeer some ships. We're going to Antarctica." I was like, man, you better shut your mouth,
moron,
or I'm going to mute you. Because I'll mute people who try to, like,
we're going to
people come in here and try to make us look bad. That's what I think. Someone come on here and, like, try to play music. It might take me a second to find my phone and then find that mute button. Like it.
Imagine if we could mute everyone and server it in the live stream in one go, just one click. And then when everyone's just over talking each other, no, everyone shut up.
And then just start playing like Nathan Oakley monologues. That would be awesome.
Maybe. Verbal berating.
Yes.
I learned a lot from that. You know, the streamlined approach. Pretty fun.
My iced tea has turned into just tea.
Is there a few of you that will go down to the second live stream so we don't overload this?
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, why don't we get a few of you guys, and we can start new conversations.
Yeah, would any of my Christian friends like to? And you know what I mean. Would you like to go down there with me?
Yeah, debate.
Christian, non-Christian, alike, it doesn't matter.
I'll go where everybody wants me to go. That matters.
All good.
Doesn't someone have to move one of the streams?
Yeah, I'll do it.
All right. Well, don't everybody talk at once now.
Yeah, we got a couple of new guys. Let me see. Abiz, 66. Abiz, are you there? What's up? What's up, Abiz? You've been unmuted. No? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try one more time. Abyss. Abyss, you're muted.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hi.
Hi, man. What's
Hello.
up?
Yeah. So I'm just kind of new to this server. Like I'm checking all the stuff out. You know, I'm just. It's all quite new to me. I'm
Okay.
still learning the ropes and such. But yeah, all the stuff that's on here right now, it looks really convincing. Like I'm really taking in everything. I mean, it's a learning curve for me, I think, but I'm definitely in it, and I'm just trying to adjust my mind to this new mindset that we got right here.
Okay. So, how did you came about the topic? What was it that brought you here?
I think it was mainly just sort of thinking outside of the box, I would say. All these days with all the mainstream stuff that's going on, I wanted to look for something that was more intuitive, more natural in a sense. And I think Flat Earth is really that source of release for me. A release from all the mainstream, all the big media sort of stuff, and just a return to what's really instinctual to us as humans, I think. That was what really brought me to Flat Earth.
Truth is not monetized.
But were you looking into other things before Flat Earth, or is this your first thing you look into, right? Like, am I still here?
Yeah, so this is, all very new for me. This Flat Earth is sort of my entry point, I guess. It's, I would say I'm quite unknowledgeable of it. I just joined like 2-3 days ago, and really it's just been quite exciting for me getting to know all of these different aspects, I would say, of Flat Earth. And I guess it's a learning process for me, and as I go along, I could probably delve into deeper, more I guess deeper subjects, I would say.
Mind if I ask you a question?
Sure, no problem.
What is your profession?
My profession? So I'm currently unemployed. I'm a student right now. Yeah.
Nice. What do you study?
Yes, I'm studying comparative literature.
Oh, that's interesting. Fascinating. Nice.
I think literature is quite liberating in a sense, because that's really what brought me here as well. Just thinking, reading all these texts and thinking outside of the box.
Well, we can always use a man who knows to speak with the gift of speech. Yeah. And have you been through the 3 questions?
I'm sorry, what are the 3 questions?
Yeah, it's Miggy's 3 points questions is not an IQ test. They are just for establishing like what do you know about the heliocentric model, and how much is it that you have a belief, and how much is what you know. But it's not IQ test, competition. If you don't know the answer to any of the questions, just say, I don't know, and we move forward, So the first question is, do you know who and in what time in mankind history measured and proved that we live on a globe, that the Earth is a globe, and by which method?
I'm sorry, like I'm not really what is it? It's supposed to be physics. I'm not really a physics person.
Yeah, well, this one, to be honest, they teach this in elementary school. And okay, yeah, you said you don't know, and it's an honest answer. It's not a problem that you don't know. Vast majority of people don't know. And the answer is what they say. Not mainstream media, but mainstream education system. You know, they teach us it was Eratosthenes in ancient Greece. He put some sticks in Alexandria and Syene, and he measured the shadows, assuming that he was measuring a curved surface, and that the sun is a collimated light source, that the sun rays are hitting the earth parallel. But light sources that emit parallel light rays, it's physically impossible to exist. So the second question, I just told you the answer and the argument also, you know. And the second question is about the spin of the Earth. Who in history proved that the Earth is spinning? And by which method did he prove? How?
That I'm not too sure as well. I'm sorry, I'm not really that big of a science person. I really need to do more reading on that. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, this is like history of physics and stuff like that, you know. Astrophysics, actually, you know, because but the answer to this one, I don't know. I'm not sure. Some guy called Bruno something, like quite a couple hundred years ago. He looked at the stars. He saw that they are spinning. And then he said, actually, we are spinning and the stars are standing still, you know. Yeah. And that's also not a proof that we are actually in motion, you know.
Yeah. Generally, they will try to appeal to Foucault's pendulum. But that is not an experiment, and Einstein, who lived after that, had been for like 100 years. During Einstein's time, they claimed that no experiments showed that it moved. So, essentially, in Einstein's time, that wasn't considered an experiment, and it's not today. But people believe it's an experiment for some reason because they've been told.
Yeah.
And I just want to go a tiny bit more into Foucault, because the Foucault pendulum itself requires a magnetic drive to drive the pendulum back and forth, otherwise it would just come to a stop. And so the drive must account for the deviation that they assume is going to be there. So the drive will drive the ball in to deviate. It's the effect is completely within the contraption.
Yeah, Drace, I want to add here something also in regards to Foucault's pendulum. Actually, some of these guys who use a pendulum, they use a lead weight. the metal lead is diamagnetic and the atom is paramagnetic. One single atom is paramagnetic, but when you have two of them together, they are diamagnetic as a metal. And they have two distinct magnetic properties. And because of this anomaly, it's a quantum anomaly, this metal is slightly attracted to itself. So when you have two pieces of lead close together, they will attract to each other. And on using like 1 or 2 kilogram of lead hanging on a scale, precision scale, and then bringing another lead metal underneath, you will see that it will attract the other one from the scale, making it heavier with fractions of a gram, like milligrams or something like that. And this is demonstrable. And also about the magnetic effect. Yeah, these are magnetic properties that lead has, and if you make a pendulum using lead, you will notice that there is a deviation, but this is because of the pendulum itself and us and everything is actually inside a electrostatic and magnetic field, which is the world. It's a very big, giant field. And all these metals, they behave accordingly. They will, the electrons propagating from a positive plane to the negative plane, the positive electrons, the negative charges, they are going in a circular spinning path and going downwards, and as they reach the negative plane, their circumference of spin decreases. So it all looks like vortexes in this kind of shape. And yeah, from the negative, the positive charges go towards from the negative charges go towards the positive plane in the same kind of manner. And because of this spin of the electrons, we have this kind of deflections in a pendulum.
I'm sorry to drag you off the topic and what you were doing, because you're going really deep into this, and I'm not sure he's going to follow all this. So I want to bring it back.
Yes, of course. So the third question will be is actually about gas pressure. Can you have like a vacuum next to gas pressure without a container, so that you can prove that the vacuum of space is a medium that exists and actually we can travel to and is uncontained? I'm not sure if he's still here.
So a vacuum, that's like something that has nothing in it. Is that what it means?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
It's absence of matter, and especially gas and liquids.
Right. So it's absence of everything, and we're saying if gas can travel through that.
But listen, now it's paradox immediately.
Well,
when you say absence sorry, Gilbert. No, when you say that it's absence of matter, but we have matter inside. Yeah. Now it's paradox immediately.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Because we have other things inside.
You can also think of it like this. Here's a GIF of Richard Feynman showing you how gas will expand to fill the available volume once it has more volume to fill. Problem is, they tell us the ball is floating in empty space and all the gas is staying here, not filling the volume. And that's violating the second law of thermodynamics. Or gas will fill the available volume, heat will go to cold, or high pressure goes to low pressure, always. If they were correct, gas would be containable in a bucket, because the down vector would prevent it from escaping the bucket. This is not seen in real life and cannot be demonstrated at Earth's surface, where they claim gravity is the strongest. So if it cannot do it at the Earth's surface, it for sure cannot do it anywhere else.
They tell us that, in the world we have air, we breathe. They call it atmosphere, which is a paradoxical word, actually, because atmos is in Greek language means air, and sphere. The name sphere is a round globe shape object. And gases don't have a shape. So, yeah.
Right. So it seems that a lot of what we're seeing right now is actually paradoxical, things that contradict themselves. And so I think that's where I can really see, the holes in the, globe model, I should say.
Yeah.
Where there's so many things that are just seemingly contradictory. I mean, what I'm studying right now, with 1984, it's a great novel. They're just talking about doublespeak, how things are contradictory, how people, the mainstream forces people to believe in stuff. And so that's just something that, I made the connection with.
Nice. Well, I have to be honest, I've seen the movie 1984, but I don't remember it right now.
I'll tell you what, though, the individual is smart. That's one of my favorite sayings. And forget what movie, but the individual is smart, but the masses are just dumb cattle. When you get them all together.
Hey Ryan, that's actually from Men in Black 1.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. He's like, why don't you just tell everyone aliens really exist? And he's like, the individual might be smart, but people are dumb, stupid animals, and you know it. If we told everyone, it'd be riots and everyone go crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I truly believe that.
I don't know. I really don't go along with the whole you can't handle the truth when it comes to things like aliens. Like, oh, they just won't tell us because all the churches would get burned down or something. I mean, I don't know. I can handle it. I know. Just speaking for myself.
Oh yeah.
You can tell me anything. I'll be able to handle it. You can tell me my mom, is actually a crab in a mom costume. And I'd be like, oh shit, okay.
There's not much that we haven't been subject to that we're not willing to at least consider.
Yeah.
At this point,
there's like two different types of people. There's the people who desperately cling on to their worldview and would just be heartbroken for anything about it to be wrong and changed and replaced by something more true. And then there's the type of people who look forward to learning the truth and letting go of deceptions they've been put under.
Yeah, one's called a Google kid, and the other one just, can accept not knowing, can accept things for the way they are.
Right,
those Google kids need have to have an answer for like everything, whether it's right or wrong. They need that answer.
Well, they don't get one answer; they get many answers, and vast majority of them they are lies and wrong, deceitful.
I
just wanted to say that about the word atmosphere, like, because it's a paradoxical word. Yeah, this is actually in his field of study, the literature, and that's nice. And it's not the only word. There's many more.
Right. Yeah. I think what's great about language is that it can highlight some of the discrepancies that we see in our world and our system. But look, I'm pretty glad to be here. Thank you all so much for having me. Unfortunately, I do need to go right now. But then once again, thank you all for letting me know.
Only one thing.
Do come back.
Only one question for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you ever see any example of observations from these people here? Black Swan example, some lasers example, or something?
Some what? Sorry.
Example of observation measurements in nature. People has videos and examples of that. Did you see any of that?
No.
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
Yes, we have some PDFs with measurements, laser tests and measurements of the long distance surfaces like big lakes or sea and ocean. And with laser, they all measure flat. So, yeah, it's good.
I asked you that.
You can find it in here. Yeah.
If you go now, but then if you come back, you can ask people for that information, and you will get more and more information. These three questions, everything was like, let's say, globally, you could not understand from there. Yeah, you can, but still we have something more to present. Yeah. If you
we also have empirical proof for what we talk. And facts.
Right, definitely. I mean,
have a good time, and
I'll definitely check them out.
Yeah, do come back, hurry back. We like to have you in here. Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, the server has been quite generous as well, so I want to thank all of you, and I've had a great time here. So thank you all, and I'll see you guys whenever.
I thank you too for being genuine.
Right. Yeah. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Nice. Very nice to have such kind of people genuinely interested in the topic, knowledge.
At least he will look for himself.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell him. Maybe to come back tonight because it's ladies' night.
There was something interesting you guys were talking about people. They're a weird phenomenon. People are a weird phenomenon.
Yeah.
You know, we were playing Call of Duty. Elijah, MJ, myself, Jose, we're playing Call of Duty, and we did this test. Right before we play the game, there's like a little 1 minute period where you could just like run around, play, just test the game. So we all laid down on the floor. We just the four of us, because there's like 100 people in this game. Four of us just laid down on the floor, and then all of a sudden, people just started coming left and right, laying down on the floor next to us. All of a sudden, there was a huge circle of people laying down, and we were all just laughing. It's like, people are a weird phenomenon, dude. Some people just follow whatever,
Oh yeah, this one reminded me now about a funny thing. In Romania, we had the yoga guru, and this guy made a cult, and he got like thousands of people making a human nude spiral of people, in the wild, in nature. Oh my God. Yeah.
He got thousands of people to do wild spirals in nature?
Yeah. Nude. Yeah.
Nude, right?
Yeah. But they were practicing also prostitution and drugs and stuff like that, proxenetism and human trafficking. And he got arrested. Then he managed to run away from Romania. He went to Sweden. And he asked in Sweden for political asylum and stuff like that, if he's going back to Romania, the government, he said, is bad. They want to do him bad things and stuff like that. And they offered him asylum. And after a couple of years, he did bullshit in Sweden too. And then the Sweden people, they wanted sent him away, give him back to the Romanians. Yeah.
Wow.
I did practice myself yoga when I was young, but from professional books and stuff like that. And it's quite a good sport, art, But it can become some sort of psychological weapon, hypnotism and stuff like that when you mix it. And you can easily deceive people, and manipulate them. These exercises which you perform, when you instruct the new guy, you train him, you ask him actually to do certain organs activity increase, and they trigger different kind of states of mind and metabolism, and the human being is much more susceptible and vulnerable to this kind of brainwashing.
Yeah, you're right. Yoga itself isn't brainwashy in itself, but it can be combined with very dark methodologies, because you're basically putting yourself into a trance while doing yoga. It's easy to translate over.
And I read this when I was, 10 years old. I saw this in the yoga book, that this guy who wrote the book, he was saying that some yoga instructors, or they use for wicked purposes, to deceive people or to control them. So when I saw them in the 90s, this big fashion in yoga practitioners and stuff, I told them, dude, if you do it, you have to do it yourself alone. Get yourself the right books and practice. You don't need someone to teach you. Yeah.
Yeah, I've always been so stingy that that's basically what I do. I don't feel like paying someone to tell me stuff. I'd rather read everything about it until I know more than him, and then I'll be like, okay, this is how I do it.
Correct. It's the best way. And when you read the book, you always see like mentions. You can find this thing here and there. It sends you to all sorts of sources, and then you know where to go. But when you pay a trainer, you will always have to pay him to tell you, you know.
Yeah, and he will tell you whatever he wants to tell you. It's not like when you're reading something, you read 4 different sources and you're like, oh, they match up on all of these points, but I see these 2 are adding some extra bullshit. I don't need to take that in.
Exactly, yeah. By the way, I moved to Germany now. I'm in Germany. It's not so hot here like in Romania. It's usually 25 degrees in daytime.
It's pretty nice. We're lucky if we get that hot during our summers.
Compared to you, yeah. In Romania is like 35, 36, 37. Very hot. You barely breathe.
Yeah. I've only once experienced that kind of heat when traveling to Spain, so it was very hard to breathe. That's another thing.
Trace, I'm curious. You have to take an instrument or something like to see the helium concentration in the air in Iceland, where you are. I think you guys have a higher concentration of helium gas in the air.
It's interesting. I would really like to know the chemical composition of the air here. Because there's one thing I did notice that's very apparent to me. Whenever I travel anywhere else in the world, the air there tastes so bad, it's hard to breathe.
Yeah, you feel it different, And even, in Romania, we have very big natural forests. And, for Europe, they are the biggest in Europe. But we can't compare with Russia, Siberia. And the air quality is much better. We have this kind of trees, pine tree and, these cone trees. We have many of them. They grow like wild, crazy. You just throw some seeds, they fall from the trees, and in 2 years you have a tree right there. You don't have to plant them or stuff like this. But if you come to Germany and you plant like one small tree, you have to take very good care of it to catch on the soil, I've seen here in their forests, they have quite a lot of dry, bad trees, they go off.
Yeah, pine tree is really popular here. We have a lot of it. And most of our cities are filled with trees. We like having trees. I guess it comes from us not having many trees to begin with, and we've been slowly but surely spreading it.
Yeah. Yeah, you have good soil in Iceland. I mean, all that volcanic activity and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the volcanoes help make it more nutritious for all the plants.
Yeah. Yeah, fertilized and the ground is spitting nutrients and minerals which the plants need.
Yeah, the soil itself depletes those minerals if you, for instance, farm always on the same land and stuff like that. I remember reports back when one of our volcano spewed ash all the way over to Norway and Britain and stuff like that. During that time, the farmers were busy just shoveling ash, trying to get it off the plant. So like, but they did notice a bigger yield and more stuff afterwards. So it was
the ash is good. Yeah,
it was a give and take. It was hard, but it was worth it.
Yeah. First year maybe the pH will increase, I think, but then it comes to an equilibrium after it rains and all that stuff. Yeah, it's going to be very good soil.
Is anyone in here who wants to talk about maybe the globe or the Earth being flat? Minotaurus, maybe? Or not.
Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Check.
I can hear you, Ryan. The Earth is observably and measurably flat and non-rotating, and we can't have gas pressure without a container. So if anyone out there thinks otherwise, please come in here and give us your evidence. Failure to do so, and I will just consider you having given up.
Hi, guys.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm good, and you guys?
It's winding down a little bit right now. It was popping a little bit earlier, and
It's almost time.
so we got half the people down in the other live stream and half up here. So essentially, I was just filling blank air. Like, if the Earth were spherical and spinning, then gyroscopes or mechanical gyroscopes would show that both the curve and the spin due to the gyroscopic effect. But we use gyroscopes as an artificial horizon because it doesn't show any Earth curve or Earth spin. So the globe is dead. Do you have anything interesting to say so that I don't have to ramble on needlessly?
Actually, I want to talk to you about writing a song.
Sure.
I left.
Yeah, but not right now. I want to go to. That starts in an hour, 15 minutes.
Yeah, you can send me messages whenever, and we can talk about it.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'll see you later.
Okie dokie. I do have to leave soon, so maybe I should go down and try to get them to come back.
Never going to get anywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
But never provides one shred of evidence. No evidence at all. Every time, no evidence.
Yeah, I went to Matthew's channel when he made the... Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think I just lagging. So
yeah, you go. Talk, please.
So I went to his channel when he did the "This is what most flat earthers say" skit, and then I looked at some of his other stuff, and I have to say he's the most puzzling person to me. It's like he's in a zone between having no emotion, showing no emotion, or just being so. I don't know. But then why does he return here if he does not believe what is, if he cannot find anything to make him doubt?
Something's driving him it's got to be spiritual, because it's definitely not intellectual at this point. It really isn't. There's something else driving him to come here and keep going at it.
That's almost the oddest part. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if he needed to be told to repent and actually be called out?
Yeah. I don't know if I
don't want to make it about what I did, but maybe that's what he actually found to hear, because no one had ever called him out like that.
But I think it was also for the benefit of those listening. It wasn't just for him.
Yeah, how is he going to acknowledge something given the position that he is in? He's a teacher. He's in that place where he teaches. How is he going to acknowledge the truth and bear it? Is the question.
Yeah, it's very difficult for people in positions like that to let go, because someone's put their camera on, I think. That's Indio's, right? I guess. So what tends to happen, and for his one, it's like, well, he's just kind of floating on theories and nothingness, because ultimately the mathematics that he's clinging to, you can't bend reality with numbers. But I've seen people like that, and what ends up happening, is because they're connected with these things, because they were involved with the satellites, or because their dad worked for NASA, or because they were semi-associated with NASA, therefore they think they have something. And that's where it's like this stubborn, like prideful materialism. I'm involved.
Just like you said, materialism.
And it makes because you have that, so they have some level of they think of themselves a certain way, and then the heavy indoctrination. But this usually happens with people who have a high ability to a high cognitive ability, right? So it's a really strange kind of back and forth, and really internally, as much as he displays himself in the way he does, internally, there's no way he's at peace with himself. It's just not possible. There's no way it's possible. And I say that because I understand people like that, and his one is lower level, but
it's also really it's really hard for people to understand something when their salary depends on them not understanding it.
Yeah, and even if it's not the salary, right? It's the pride that, I have to now acknowledge that my patents mean nothing. The satellites mean nothing. It was all a lie. I'll leave it there. Hopefully what I just said wasn't completely veiled, but I didn't want to go into more detail.
This just newsfeed today. They've seen a black hole, and relativity is proven again. Einstein's right again, it said.
Man, that's ridiculous. You know what's funny, actually? Does anyone remember what year and what month the whole gravitational waves nonsense came out?
Yeah, I remember.
I remember when it came, but I'd have to look it up, the date. I'm not sure what the date was.
Because I was already like all these guys are just nonsense, because I was into my whole alternative research because of like Tesla technology, and just realizing the mainstream narrative was just lacking. There was just no juice there. It was like, this is boring. So when that came out, I just had a knee-jerk reaction of pull the other one, this is just a story. So when someone asked me, I was like, yeah, I didn't even look into it. I just heard the title. I was like, gravitational waves, how, where, what? This is nonsense, rubbish, right? And I felt justified in my position of expressing that without looking into it, because what's there to look into? It's a myth. The reason I asked when that happened is because I think it was not very soon after that, or around that time, that I had already started looking into this thing of the Earth. I think it was either like a few months prior, or like bang around the same time. So if anyone can remember that or figure out when that happened, I'd be curious.
I should know. I lived right across from where they have the machinery over here in Washington. I wish I could get a pass to go on the reservation where it's at. It's in a secured area, so you can't even access it. But my dad used to have clearance. I still have some military clearance, but I don't think I could even get out there still.
It's just stories, man. Big, stupid stories. But there's a new guy, so I guess that takes precedence. Huxal, or however.
Huxal, yeah.
Elijah.
Sorry. Go ahead, Ariel. I unmuted Huxal, so go ahead.
I'm looking at an article that says that Einstein predicted the existence of gravitational waves in 1916. The first proof of their existence didn't arrive until 1974. So it was quite a long while ago.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the more recent one, because I think it happened in 2015, but I can't remember well enough, because to me it wasn't important enough to make a note of.
Are you talking about the LIGO thing?
I honestly, I don't know, because like I said, I didn't look up into it enough. I just remember one person that I knew asked me about it, And like I said, I just dismissed it out of hand because it just sounded so stupid. I was like, what? And then it wasn't soon after.
I found the date.
2015.
It was September 15th, 2015. Or yeah, looks like it was the 15th.
Yeah, that must have been like a couple of months prior to me looking into it then.
Yeah, and it was in my state that it happened.
Perfect. Like my like I had already built my foundation well enough to just know that there was something wrong with that. Honestly, I think not to make it about me. We can go back to whoever the new guy is, but I think the thing that kind of put me on this trajectory was not buying the lie about the speed of light. Now I understand it to a whole high degree now. Just initially, I was like, this is just nonsense. It just doesn't work. And then as I started digging into that was where like the separation from this mainstream stuff started, and I just kind of went on a big trajectory from there.
I mean, if you look at if you're on the internet and you look at any science pages, then constantly you get these, oh wow, great discovery. There's a nebula in sector 0356.4. It resembles a pink butterfly.
Yeah, rainbows and butterflies.
Yeah. And scientists predict
your anus, his anus, everyone's anus. It's just one big practical joke. That was a bit crude, but you know what I mean.
I ask myself, who's putting this out for publication? I look at who the author is of the article, and I mean the science section of like for instance the Daily Mail Online, right? If you go there and you see the whole science section, there's a lot going on, like new wow things that are going on out there in space. So somebody's feeding that narrative constantly.
According to who, right?
Well, exactly.
Can I interview the reporter who witnessed this? Please. I'd love to talk to the man.
Yeah,
all you get is I'm sorry.
Yeah, the source is always some professor with a PhD and all these letters behind their names from Caltech University, that blah 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 department, and it's all bull. Yeah. But it's an industry.
It's a story.
Do you know the British government, because I was looking at tenders that they were putting out, and they've actually put out, I must find it so that I can provide proof, but they've actually put out a tender to put money aside for a project to provide graphics. I don't know if they actually use the word graphics, but the implication is that they need to set up a department to do graphics for the space program thing. I'm going to look for that now.
It does not surprise me in the slightest. The propaganda arm has always been strong over here.
It was under £1 million, but I mean that tender is still out there for somebody to make an offer or whatever. But it's current. It's still open. I mean, I've got a few Photoshop skills.
Imagine it, right? A Flat Earth group just takes a tender and just trolls the crap out of them.
another article. My city is the highest inflation and rent increases of the entire U.S. And my rent went up by $200 a month starting next month. Luckily, I'm moving to Arkansas next week. A lot cheaper, but they're about to slam us with inflation. It's looking bad.
Oh yeah, that one's getting peak. Put your faith first in the Most High, but you know, if you can, do some due diligence, because it's only gonna get more challenging. In my opinion.
I agree with you.
I'm not promoting fear. I'm just promoting, you know, good stewardship.
Yeah, we're supposed to be good stewards, so you've got to do the best you can. The big important part is to be right with the Creator, but then also then have some people around you that are good. So that's where I'm headed.
So,
right.
I was thinking, right? So if this now we can not only look behind hills and curvature. Now we can even look behind something that would eat everything, right? Is that what they're doing? Well, if you can look behind the black hole, of course you can look over the curve of the earth.
I didn't even think about that when I posted it, because it just popped up in my news feed, and I thought, wow, here we go again with the stupid black holes.
But light from behind a black hole. I mean,
we're watching the spinning globe become retarded again.
It's amazing, right? That we can see behind hills. We could, yeah.
One of the funniest. I'm just gonna say one real quick thing. It's one of the funniest parts about the Big Bang Theory is that it doesn't have any black holes in it. That's a whole other theory that conflicts with the Big Bang. So they're mixing and matching.
Yeah, they can't get their story straight. What does it say? Well, you know what Scripture says about the house set against itself cannot stand. But there's Mr. Squirrel is what I was saying, Roger. Mr. Squirrel is obviously verified if you want to engage with him.
Yeah, we talked to him yesterday, I guess. It was Mr. Squirrel, right?
Yeah, I've not spoken with him. I just thought I'd let you know because that's the main object, right?
I think we talked to him yesterday. It was quite honest.
Yeah, they had to add the black holes because the original heliocentric model was kind of racist, so they had to be inclusive. They added the
black holes matter.
That's good. Got it. Well, these guys just, I mean, if you look at what they modeled, the X-ray light bending, they modeled this and they modeled that, and then assumed this and that. Amazing stuff.
That would be a good T-shirt, though. You can see the curve behind a black hole.
Supermassive black hole.
Yo, so is it the witching hour at the head of the hour, or is that later?
Yeah, 2 o'clock Central.
Yeah, I just like to refer to what you call happy hour as the witching hour. Gonna pull out the cauldron, and the mayhem will begin.
So why didn't they invent electric cars with already built-in solar panels so you don't have to plug in?
Oh, because that would be a good idea, maybe.
We destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
Yeah, Cars can be stopped if the roads become undrivable, but most time bicycles can continue on through.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing, right? That they've set up this kind of handicapped perspective and what would be the other word?
Oh,
practicality. So they've handicapped the perspective and the practical approach to technology, by definition and on purpose, because when you actually look back and you study the history of automobiles and all this type of stuff, there was never a need nor a purpose to ever do anything combustible, because they were rocking with electric cars from the get-go.
Yep.
Tesla had Tesla and other people had systems connected to the radiant energy that you get from the sun that would only drop by like 15% or something like that when the sun went down. That could run an engine, or could run a car with a little box, and it was perfect. Basically, what else do you want? Clean, quiet, efficient, all the rest, right? So it was an the same way they've done with what we're dealing with now, right? It was active propaganda to put people into a position of, oh, I'm retarded. Because I mean, look what they've done with the medical system, right? They actively went, let's demonize that which is healthy, and then boom, everyone's now in this never-ending snake eating its own tail system that just perpetuates death and destruction, right? Same with the technology. Same with the monetary system.
Yeah.
Same with the educational system.
They had electric cars.
Same with the religious system. Sorry, Sonny. That's kind of rude of me, but I just wanted to make the point, right? So it's the same thing time and time again. They get you into this thing, and the only way you're gonna get anywhere is if you acknowledge it for what it is and reject it wholeheartedly, and just headlong for truth. But go ahead, Sonny. You were making.
Yeah, I only wanted to mention that there were electric train companies all over. Almost every single major country had them. They were all over around this area. They were all over the place. Electric trains everywhere, and they scrapped the whole entire thing in favor of diesel buses because of Goodyear Firestone, I think, and GMC. Wow. What a ball, man. And now they're rebuilding them all back again. Wow.
Yeah, my city had them too, and they've been fighting for 30 years to return them back to having electric train trolleys through the city, and we had them early in the city. And it's just nuts because the tracks are still there under the road, and you can find them. But it's nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy. And just so that there's some clarity in why I went the direction I went with my speech, is that you were talking about solar panels, and I was kind of like, well, yes, but no, with the point you were making, because the solar panels, that's what I meant by like the handicap, right? As that's kind of the impetus, because the solar panels, the way they work now, is actually retarded. Not as an insult, but in terms of the definition of retardation, right? Going backwards, because the sun is more than just, oh, you can get this thing to excite this thing, and you can get maybe 50% efficiency if you're lucky, right? The sun is way better than that. Look what it does to plants. Look what it does to us. It activates vitamin D in us. There's serious life and power in that.
The only reason
when you consider that, like what that can do in nature and in ourselves, and then you compare that to solar panels, you're like, well, we're missing a trick. We're only getting this level of efficiency because you can actually use the sun, or you can use that I guess that core essential of creation, radiant energy, whatever you want to call it, to power everything and its mothers, uncles, cousins, families.
Yeah, maybe there's already a potential there between what's in the ether above us and what's on the ground. Like that potential, that's measurable. So there must be a way to harness that, because I believe it's actually always here. And it's been shown to be true. Yeah, it's been shown to be true.
They're constantly finding new ways to utilize solar. For instance, they're using mirrors to heat up salt, and then storing the heat in the salt allows them to generate a lot of energy.
Yeah, so like in my instance, what I was talking about is traveling with a bicycle with a trailer with everything on the trailer that I could possibly need. All my survival gear, my pack, my whole everything, bag, sleeping bag, tent, food, supplies, like everything, the whole entire thing. And so traveling like that is going to be about being outside a lot. And so there's no other convenient way to be somewhere where you're off grid. You're not going to be able to plug in to charge your battery. So, you know, there's got to be a way to replace. So a small solar panel, like even one that folds out on a bicycle, is ideal because you get to your campsite afternoon, you still got plenty of sun, you charge for 4 hours, boom, done for the next day, right?
Well, I'd like to be charging while I'm riding, you know, put it out over the back of a pannier or something, or your trailer, and so that it's actually charging constantly
that
for
would
you.
be ideal, but you can't do it on most bikes like mine. I cannot charge while I'm using it. So I'd have to have a separate battery, but that's solvable. That's solvable.
I would encourage that because you know, use what you have at hand. But I really like to stress the fact that is a handicapped system that we've inherited. It's not.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not
and
good.
then
It's not good enough.
They tell us the ISS and all these satellites are using this power source and blah blah blah.
Check it out. My bike is so badass that I couldn't give one shit about that. As long as I can get a charge, I don't care, bro.
What did you buy?
Be able to ride off.
I've got to ask, what brand did you buy of your bike?
The package I got is the front wheel with the motor. It's a 1200 watt, 48 volt, 1200 watt motor in the front.
Drag you right along.
Oh my God! It'll literally, like, it could peel out.
If you have the patience, I posted something that'll kind of give you a detailed perspective of where I'm coming from, technology-wise.
So I wanted to answer a question because I didn't answer her question. So it's the package I got is by eBikeling. They're a company in Chicago, and it's very well built. And I assembled it myself, the entire package, with the controls and everything. And it worked the first time.
That's so cool, man. I'm looking at buying into one because where I'm going to be in the mountains a lot, up in the Ozarks, and on a piece of property that's 1,400 acres, sharing it with other people. And I'm excited because it's all dirt road and we'll be running cattle and things, but I need something to get around quick and that's efficient and doesn't have a gas station to deal with.
Yeah, because you have there will be wet soil there, so you're going to need fatter tires, right? You'll need fat tires for that kind of environment. You'll need like a pretty powerful dirt bike with fat tires, so you can like four-wheel off if you have to with that. They make them. You can actually do that. You could do that if you got a bike. You could buy a package for it. So it's a lot cheaper than buying a fully assembled e-bike. Like the e-bikes that they sell down the street from me are like $1,400. I paid half that much. And mine is like 3 times better than what they have as far as like the power, the efficiency. The motor itself is phenomenal. It's literally
the kits are really good for putting on a basic, bike, a decent frame and decent set of wheels and gears, and you got a nice bike.
Yeah.
How much was the whole system plus the bike, Sonny? Well, let's just say a normal, like a
300 for the motor, 350 for the motor and controller, and 350 for the battery and mount.
How long did it take you to assemble?
Like a couple days to put it all together. Yeah,
that's not bad.
The hardest part was strapping.
The hardest part was strapping. Would you be up for doing live streams?
Well.
Up in another room, and you could do some on the go flat smacking, drive-by flat smack.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start filming that like I did when I first started. I was pretty bold, but I don't know. Yeah, I do.
Well, I plan on doing something.
I do it anyway on my bike because I can get away, and I don't care what they say about me. Like fuck all that. Like I really couldn't care less. So.
Could you post the name of the company so I can make sure I spell it right and I'll look it up?
Yes, actually, I could put a link. Hold on, I'll get that.
Even better. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, because they actually have very good kits. I would highly recommend them. My bike, listen, since last December, I put 916 miles on my bike. Since December, that's less than
awesome.
a year. 900 miles. I've ridden this bike. It'll still go another several thousand. Like, I've done all the work myself. I repacked the bearings. Like, the front don't need any repacking. Like, I fixed the brakes. I did the whole thing. I mounted the whole thing, all the controls strapped in, all the cables, so they're streamlined to the bicycle, and it is just killer.
That is killer. But I used to do I used to race bicycles when I was in my 20s, road bike criteriums and such, and I used to do all my own repair work and building my bikes up, so it wouldn't be a problem for me at all to put one together. I can go from the ground.
Listen, that's what I used to do in my teens and early 20s. I rode my bicycle hundreds of miles in LA County.
You too? Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, I did it all the time.
Like, one time I rode 50 miles in the afternoon, 50 miles all the way to the Los Angeles and Orange County at Seal Beach, and sat and had a little picnic for like 30 minutes and rode all the way back 50 miles each way to the county line,
That's
100-mile ride.
Yeah, I used to race 100-mile races, and then I would ride to work, which was 18 miles one way, back and forth. It was awesome. I loved it.
We used to ride 100 miles in the middle of the night up Topanga Canyon, back into the valley, and up to Malibu Canyon, then all the way back to the beach and back down to Marina Del Rey in one night.
How do bicycles work on the globe?
Yeah, they don't. That's a good question. Anyway,
guys,
I'll put the link. Sorry.
Yeah, we can ask Sin. He's new and.
Oh, good.
We
got
can
somebody
ask him.
here.
Yeah, he deafened himself. Well, that's awesome stuff. Bro, he was in the lobby talking shit.
Well, that's too bad.
I said I will unmute you in a second. Here we are, deafened. Let me.
We got full house, but.
Sorry, everybody came back down here. So here you go, e-biking Chicago. They have great. Actually, I think they have really good prices, like their kits and things like that, and accessories, like everything. Like, granted, the unit, if you're going to get a good unit, it's going to be expensive. Like, I had no idea the batteries cost that much money. I'm like, holy mackerel, you know?
Imagine what it is for a car. They're going to have to replace them every few years. Yeah, it's insane what they're going to make them do, and the mining that has to go on, and the poor people that have to do the mining for the product that makes that. So, yeah, pretty sick. That's the only problem I have with the whole E stuff, is that it's still not good what it does to the people that have to produce it.
True. And not good for the environment. Not that
it would be nice to be able to develop a basic system that practically anyone could put into practice using the higher level technology. None of this weak ass nonsense. But it's difficult because, well, I mean, just watch that video I posted. We're not dealing with 2+2 over here. But if we could get that understanding across, then I think it could benefit people.
How could I capture? Look. I'm wondering. Like, here's where I'm coming from. How could you make a bicycle that it captures that medium that I'm traveling through? Because it's actually quite a force when you're going through in the wind and then grounded to where the ground somehow. Like, this is an idea I've had. I have no idea. Sorry.
Based on my understanding, Sonny, right? With your system, all you would need is a conversion. So instead of using that battery that you have to keep charging up, right? You would have like a converter that would just tap into the realness, right? And then you're kind of set, right? But
that's going to take a separate
problem, right? It can be done, but it requires understanding, requires resources, and it requires implementation.
That's true.
But I don't know. Maybe we can get some kind of regular, practical discussions going along these topics and see what we can
here's the real bottom line with something like that. You need a shop that you can test things and work on things, instrumentation. You need to be able to test things. You have to have a shop. So unfortunately, in this changed world we live in, where it changed into a service, mostly service industries and not actually manufacturing or things like that, right? Property got more and more expensive, and they converted it into bedroom communities, right? So there's nothing being manufactured. Nobody has space to manufacture or test things or use their own equipment, manufacture. Like, yeah, that's what was lost. That was totally what was lost. So nobody knows how to work on their own stuff. It's really sad.
But
so there used to be this. There used
some like
yeah. I'm sorry.
Some alternatives can be achieved. You can definitely like improve the efficiency of like even a system like yours, right?
Yeah. So it'd be easy just to open up a solar panel and just convert it from 12 volts to double it to 24 volts, and then double it again, and plus a little more, because they make these things you can just, they're fairly cheap too, so they have these devices. So it's just a matter of
considering the fact that yours is a bike, right? You could actually kind of do like a combination. So you could have, I wouldn't do solar panel because I have a heavy bias against it because I think it's literally retarded, right? But that's me. But you could do something like that, or maybe some kind of radiant harnessing thing. But you could also combine it.
But also,
just bear with me. One second.
Okay.
Just so that you know what I'm talking about. So you could combine that, so you have like a trickle charge, right? But then the fact that you're pedaling that thing all the time, right? So you're using that equipment. So you could convert that motion that you're inputting into charging that battery. So you get an efficient circuit alongside with the natural energy that you can use to kind of trickle charge, and you could multiply that, and then basically it's similar to the way the car engine works. That battery in the car, and until the battery is just dead because it's lived too long or whatever, that battery will always be charged because the car is always ticking. So it's the same kind of principle. Because you're always pedaling, because you're always doing that thing, you would keep that battery going. So the only way it would run out is if you didn't pedal and you were just using the battery until it deaded out in the night time or something.
Yeah, I think it's ideal.
That wouldn't be too difficult to implement, right? A flywheel or something?
No, they have them. They're little generators. I could put 3 or 4 of them on. I could put them on everywhere. I could put one on the wheel for the trailer. I could put one on both tires. I could have little generators, but it'd be ideal to have a second battery to do that, because then while I'm riding, my second battery is already being charged with just pedaling.
So you're never out. You're never out of power. That'd be awesome.
So if I could make that efficient enough, then that would be sufficient. I wouldn't have to care. That would be the lightest method to do it, you know?
Yeah, well, their most expensive rear wheel for a or a front wheel. I'm not sure. I have to look again. I think it might be a front. Is $500.
See,
expensive one.
See,
that's cheap, guys. And that's a 1,500. That's a 1,500 watt.
Yeah, that's bigger than mine. That's the largest size.
So we have a few new people again. Trippy Shahab. Trippy Shahab. I've unmuted you. If any, welcome.
I'm a flat earther.
You're a flat earther?
Yes.
Okay, man. How long have you been on the server?
Like 1 year.
Sorry?
1 year.
1 year. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And how did you come to the realization that the Earth is flat, non-rotating?
I'm Muslim, so according to the Quran, yep.
Okay. Yeah, we have Quran chat rooms and so. Okay, well, again, welcome. I'm still here. Okay. Yeah, we have Cave Spider. Cave Spider, are you there? You have control of your mic? Okay. Everybody's so silent. We have What is Spiritual? Welcome, I have unmuted you. Mic check?
Yeah, you're good, Roger.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
everything's fine.
okay.
I hear you
What is
fine.
spiritual? How are you doing? I have unmuted you. You want to ask questions or defend the globe Earth? Would be nice. Seeing some evidence or some measurements of curvature. Okay, I'm gonna mute What is Spiritual again. If you want to roll, you can always jump into VC check-in. Let me see. Mangos just joined. Mangos, are you there? I've unmuted you. You have control of your mic. Mangos. He jumped out. Well, let us try What is Spiritual again. What is spiritual? Hello? Sorry, guys. Nobody wants to defend their globe today.
Wow, it's a bit hard to defend something that doesn't exist.
Right. Oh, Sin. Sin, you are unmuted. Are we doing Sin?
I'm good.
Cool. Welcome to the server.
Yeah, thank you.
How did you find us?
Well, no one's managed to prove to me that the Earth is flat, so.
Sorry?
No one's managed to prove to me that the Earth is flat.
And that wasn't what I asked. I asked you, how did you find us?
Oh, I was in here before. And I left.
You was in here before, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And so you looked into the topic, have you?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. What have you taken out of it? What have you learned?
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, if you have looked into it, you probably would notice that flat earthers say that you can see too far, right? That Earth isn't a ball because it doesn't measure as such. It measures flat always. So it cannot be a ball. So let me ask you, Sin, have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
Kinda, yeah.
Kinda, yeah, maybe.
On the plane, I saw the Earth's curvature.
Right. Well, there we have got a problem because Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's just like a week ago. He said it for the second time now. You wouldn't see curvature even from Bezos' flight, right? From parabolic flight, you wouldn't see curvature. So I don't know what you saw, but that wasn't curvature. But
are you sure? I mean, those pictures to me.
I'm sure. Could be.
Just look it up.
Could be your could be your confirmation bias, right? You're looking out and thinking it is curvature, but it's so you want to say that Neil deGrasse Tyson is lying, right?
Who's that?
The model he's a famous astrophysicist, and even the model says that you wouldn't see curvature.
Well, I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just saying like my eyes.
Okay. So let when
there's a slight curvature.
When you and I sit in this plane, right, and then we both look at the window. You tell me, well, look, there's curvature, and I'm like, nah, man, it's all flat. What do you mean? Then how would we know, right? How would we then determine who's right? Wouldn't that be measuring the surface of the Earth? Right? Then we both can look at the measurements and say, well, yeah, man, you're right, or darn, it's flat. So, and that has been done multiple times. Earth measures flat. You said I experienced the Earth as a globe, kinda, maybe. Well, no, everybody experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? You never see curvature, and you don't see the Earth moving. You don't feel it. The Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating to everyone, right? I mean, maybe if you're drunk.
I'm not drunk. I'm 16.
No. The only time the Earth is moving.
I saw with my own eyes.
Okay, well, again, that could be confirmation.
Millions and millions of people can say back me up as well.
It's not true. No. Because there are here in this room are people that flown many times and will tell you they haven't seen a curve. I haven't seen a curve, so it's all fine, right? The only thing that was my analogy, right, or the only way we can know for certain is to measure it.
Yeah, but
that has been done, right? They've shot lasers over 41 kilometers, 24 miles. Would that be over a large lake? And it hit the other side. Multiple laser tests, 19 miles, 24 miles, all measuring a flat lake, right? All these lakes are flat.
Yeah. Are you following the live stream voice text chat? Because I just posted a picture and a video that you should look at, both of those.
Where?
There's a channel right above this live stream too. Yeah. And if you go and click on it, you'll see a text chat. And at the bottom of the text chat, I posted a video and a picture for you to look at.
Are you in the correct race? Oh yeah. That is Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know the Felix Baumgarten jump with the balloon. The guy that went to the edge of space.
No.
Yeah. No. So he's talking about a height that much higher than any airplane that you ever been on, and the pictures from an airplane sitting on the runway. You see how the lines
I can't find it.
Okay. You can't see it.
Yeah, wait a second. Maybe he needs. I'm gonna give him.
He might need verification.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna give you another roll. Okay. You should be. I've pinged you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, look at the picture from the airplane. The straight lines are curved at the bottom of the window, but the white line above is not curved. So there's distortion due to the window. So if you were looking from low down because you were a child looking out at the horizon, it could have appeared curved just because of the distortion in the glass.
Yeah, and what didn't happen, right, is that the horizon dropped. If you're on a ball, the horizon should get lower and lower and lower and lower. And that never happens.
How do I know that's not edited? Like,
You know, that would be geometry, right? It would be the Earth itself as a ball, and they gave us the radius. They told us, well, it's this big, 3959, right? 3959 miles. And with those measurements they gave us, the numbers they gave us, there are no measurements, but they gave us the numbers. We can calculate the curvature drop over distance. And over 10 miles, that would be 66 feet. Which never happens. Never, right? We have observations 10 miles, 20 miles, 30, 40, 50, 274 miles. People have seen for 1,000 miles with infrared cameras. So it's not that we believe in flat Earth, right? When you measure something, you know the size of your table. It's this big. When you measure the surface of the Earth, you know that it is not curving, right? That is the claim. It is curving at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So you're from the UK, right?
yeah.
So people see Calais from Dover. That's impossible on a ball. 23 miles. I mean, the most beautiful part of it all is, right, that you can do this yourself. You can validate what we are saying, right? I mean, a NASA picture, they gave it to you on your screen, and then, look, this is what we made for you, literally, right? Because they just admit it's all compositive images, Photoshop, artist renditions, data, and then transformed into a picture. So they just admit it, right? And then the stuff we say you can do for yourself. You can go to a beach and validate that there is no curvature of Earth. You can go to Dover and see Calais.
So, Sin, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
When you looked out the window of the aeroplane and you thought to yourself, wow, did you think, oh, wow, it's so big? Or did you think, oh, wow, it's so small?
Small.
Really?
It was a slight curvature.
So was your impression that it was really huge or that it was really small? Smaller than you thought it was, for instance.
Yeah, smaller.
So this is the issue here, because people are ingrained with the idea that we do live on a ball. You know, people will literally, when they are small, imagine that they are living on a ball. It is a confirmation bias. So we have to when we want to confirm anything, we have to get out there and do the measurements. So we have just told you about measurements that have been done with lasers across a lake, and we can show you other evidence where we just don't find this curve. And we have the size, so we can accurately measure for it. But when we attempt to do that, we fail. So here we are. What do you say to that?
I don't know.
Do you have a bike or a moped?
Yeah.
So if it breaks, what do you do?
Repair it.
Yeah, you try and find out what's wrong.
Yeah.
So for us, the problem is we can't discern this curve. So we go out and we try to find it. And we can measure across long distances using, for instance, a laser apparatus. We can use cameras that can show us things over long distances from our observation point. So this is why we are here having this discussion, because we maintain that the evidence for the ball is missing. So what we want you to do is to take part in this exploration, in this exercise. And if you can, come up with some evidence to show us that we do in fact live on a ball, that would be absolutely great. So the first argument is we cannot discern this curve. And there's a second big problem. We are told that we are living on a ball that is spinning in multiple directions at various velocities. And this also is a problem for us because there is no way for us to test this. And we do not experience it. Have you ever gone down to the chip here and thought, wow, the Earth is spinning really fast today?
No.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre that you have to believe that when you're looking at a sunset, you're falling backwards, whilst you see the sun moving, right? But you're actually falling backwards.
And the sun's sitting still.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
Sin, would you say that you have very little awareness, or you have never really thought much about the two things that have been raised with you now? That we cannot measure for the curve, we just come up short every time, everywhere. If we go and measure, we find that we can measure flat surfaces, but as for that curve, that remains elusive. And the other problem, the thing that you should be able to be aware of, is that we are living on a ball that is spinning really, really fast.
Can you check this link? That's.
Hey, did you know we saw mountains
If I
from
could ask
273 miles away? 273 miles away. Based on the globe Earth, there should have been 3 miles of Earth curvature. How we see the mountains?
Where are you at? What's it?
We're in Minneapolis, driving to do some activism in the truck.
Nice. We drove through there a couple days ago.
Oh, dang, we just missed you, bro.
Mic check, mic check.
Mike, are you okay?
Mic check. Oh, it works now. I think. Hello?
Hey.
Yo, what's it?
What up, homie?
Yeah, Elijah. Yeah, you're there.
I was just gonna ask the guy because Ariel asked if he'd ever considered any of the things that was brought up to him today. I'm curious of that for anyone who's new to this topic while not being new to the topic, because for whatever reason these people run into the debunkers before they actually run into the people posing these questions. My question is, have you ever, and I guess I'm assuming that you've known about this topic because, I mean, with the censorship on YouTube, it's been pretty loud, right? Everybody knows about flat earthers by now. So my question is, have you heard of any anti-flat earthers actually talking about the geometry and how it's actually verified to have been a globe? Have you ever heard them talk about anything that we've actually raised? Or Eric, whoever you were talking to.
Sin, right? You were talking to Sin?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I'm not deep into this topic, so.
Well, I think what he's asking.
So you're saying you never, so you've never watched like a flat Earth YouTube video, like in general?
No.
So is this your first time? Like, how did you find out about flat Earth then?
No. What do you mean?
How did you find? Because I'm asking you. I mean, since you've never been spoken about any of the things that you've heard here, then you've been elsewhere. So if this isn't your first exposure to flat Earth, I'm asking you when that was. Am I speaking clearly, or am I doing that thing again where I'm?
No, it's
You're good.
clear as
Some
day.
people are just hard of hearing, that's all.
When was the
Why
first
did I
time?
see mountains from 273 miles away? If based on the globe Earth math, there should have been 3 miles of vertical Earth curvature blocking the mountains.
I don't know.
So that's impossible on a ball, right? If there's supposed to be 3 miles of Earth curvature, like a pregnant lady can't see her feet because her physical curve of her stomach is blocking her view. The Earth has to do that. So we could see the mountains from 273 miles away. So why doesn't your little website talk about that? Don't you find it odd? I think Eli is saying, don't you find it odd that you've researched it, but the debunks don't actually address what our real argument is? Can I see through the Earth curve?
He's jumped.
Oh, man. I thought I was being nice.
Well, hopefully the last thing that you said, and using a pregnant woman who can't see her feet, that's quite cool.
Yeah, shouts out to Kai for that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder who came up with that.
So maybe that will stick in his head. Silly boy.
Yeah, I was in the lobby talking shit, and then probably thought we were stupid, right? Batshit crazy people. Boy, was he wrong. Yeah, we also have Refshi. Is he verified and in the neutral zone? I wonder why. Refshi?
Yo.
Yo. How will you do it?
I'm doing okay.
Cool.
Are you doing?
So,
Hey, do you know why we saw mountains from 273 miles away if the globe Earth says it should have been blocked by 3 miles of Earth curvature?
I think he's neutral about it.
I mean, don't feel alone. I've gone around the United States and asked that question everywhere. No one seems to want to answer it.
Where's the cricket sound effects?
Creation beer.
Can nobody
I saw
talk today? Like, I feel like none of these dudes can talk.
I mean, how active was he earlier? Maybe, I mean, because this is the kind of response I would that I would actually expect, like someone to be so shell shocked. They're like, "Why the fuck is this making so much sense?"
Mm-hmm.
Paralyzed from the nose to the chin. You know, like.
Yeah, that's how they are in real life too. I bet they get real talkative though when it's ladies. I think that's it. And then the ladies just beat them down. You know, it's so funny.
People were actually like chill yesterday when I was telling them about the Earth. Like nobody got like really triggered, but I wasn't really trying to trigger.
Or in the stream or on the streets? Were you doing the street thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I was mostly asking people about the moon, if they think we went to the moon, and then based on that answer, I kind of like if they thought we went to the moon, I just told them, "Oh, look into it." Like I just left it there. They're not ready for flat Earth. But some people, I did tell them the Earth is flat. But they weren't aggressive, which was so funny because you're so used to people in here being so aggressive. But in real life, like, people were actually, like, genuinely cool.
Yeah, they can't hide behind a persona.
Yeah. Behind a potato emoji picture.
Yeah. So with it, I saw the guy in St. Louis. That was so fun. I laughed so hard, man. He couldn't even say thermodynamics. It was so funny.
Yo, his face muscles were twitching, bro. Like, It was so funny. Like, his face muscles, bro. I actually kind of felt bad for him. He's like, "No, I'm just not gonna let you do your stream. That's the only reason I'm here."
Thermodynamics. Thermodynamics.
You can't even get on Twitch.
Have you guys already talked to What is Spiritual?
Yeah, we tried.
They wouldn't speak, I think.
Yeah. One more thing. I also laughed when you asked him, "Do you know the radius?" "No, you don't know the radius."
Yeah, that's the new thing. Just because they don't know, you also can't know. That's the new thing, yeah.
Yeah, he said no to you, and then he found out real fast that he should not be asking this question.
Oh my God!
That's what the solipsist did last night too. Remember that guy, Sonny? Sonny,
wait a minute. Which one?
Remember last night the crackhead that left and came back and was the solipsist, and he wanted to talk about Descartes' demon.
Oh my God, that was
you
so
can't
weird.
know. You don't know either. You don't know either. You don't know.
Whoa. Yeah, what a mind ringer that was.
The witching hour has begun, gentlemen. Sit back, relax, pull out the beers.
That's right.
I see some chickadees in the chat. Should do roll call. I see. If I miss anyone, please let me know. I see Damsel Medic in the building. Hello, Damsel. I see KJ. Hello, KJ. Okay, cool. Hey. Shines.
Yo. Hi.
And Ariel, of course.
Hello.
Hey guys, I'm getting a sandwich.
Ooh. Am I missing any other ladies? Cool. Should we start with a song? Does anyone have a song they want to play? We could play Jason Karma's song. That's a new one. I love that one. Does anyone have that?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Oh, the one that you and Karma just did, Drace. Do you have yes, can you play it through the bot? I don't know how to.
Is there any round earthers in here?
Flat earthers. We regulate any fallacy on this Discord. And we damn good too.
That's right.
But you can't be any geek off the street. You gotta be handy with the facts, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep. Flat earthers. Mount up. It was a full live stream. Global broken dream. Grace was in the chat. Dropping all the facts so you can see the truth. So you can get some funk. Just rolling with the globes. Chilling with my bros. Just hit the globe with a 1, 2, 3. On a mission to test wigs. Are you ready for me? Lobby full of globers. Just trying to clown. Don't dare come to the stream and face the sound. So I joined the voice and I said let's do this. Some brothers using the 3 points of someone clueless. I jumped in the combo and said what's up? They tell me about his fallacies and now he's stuck. Now these globers peeping me. I'ma protect and serve. Now they're dropping so hard they straight hit the curve. Won't you think of better things than some lame-ass tricks? Going full retard is not something we fix. I'm getting tired, I'm wasting my time. I can't believe they're not getting paid a dime. I addressed that point, you're repeating back. I looked at the brother, said damn that's whack. Got my homie worn out and they all around. And none of them making any sense, they're going round and round. I better come up real quick, they already start to clown. I best pull up my facts and lay them busters down. They got verbal diarrhea, am I the only one? I can't believe you, but I forgive, you're done. The hole is the one, that's my own dharma. I hear the ping and I see my homie Karma. 16 fallacies, your argument old. Lady Karma's about to make some bodies turn cold. Now they're dropping and yelling, it's a tad bit late. Karma and LWH had to regulate.
Oh, hell no, you and put us back into the weeds. You know a real man by his deeds. Sit down, drop the magic crown. Or be a clown in the lockdown that you know down. Just go back to the playground with your meltdown.
I laid all the busters down, I let the mind explode. Now I'm switching my mind back into peace mode. If you want the truth, sit back and observe. There's extra material at the bottom of the server. Now Bong got the beats and that's a known fact. Before I got jacked, I was on the free track. Back up, cause it's on Lady Karma and me, Drace the OG.
Just like I thought, they were in the same spot in need of some desperate help. The lobby never disappoints. A fool we can pull into VC check-in.
One of them guys was cool as hell. He said, ooh, we like your style. He said, I wanna know where I have to go. Would you help me out? We got the rules all squared out. You don't sound like a troll or a rat. Get in the live stream text chat.
If feeling scared, just come on ladies night. Come in the live stream and show us your mind. Should be so easy if you are so right. Or we can just talk, you don't have to fight. We just want to show you the light that's so bright.
I'm flowing into a whole new era. G-Funk, step to this. I dare ya, funk on a whole new level.
Flat earth is the bass and the bass is the flat earth.
Trace, chords, strings, we brings melody, real facts. Where truth is life and life is truth.
If you know like I know, you don't wanna step to this. It's a flat earth era, funked out with a gangster twist. If you read like I read, then you learn something every day. And if your ass is a buster, FE will regulate.
You're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Special thanks to Bong Sao for this awesome beat. And thanks to you, the listener. Until next time.
So good. I can imagine like Drace and Karma like wearing like black trench coats and like thin black shades and just jamming out.
Somebody's roboting. Am I good on my mic? Mic check.
Sounds good to me.
All right. That's a good piece of funky music. I like that one.
Yes.
Good way to start.
Oh, Karma's here. Hello, girl.
Hey.
We love your song.
Very good song.
We plan on making it a little bit better, though, because I think Bong was going to help make it even better, and we were going to do some retakes.
I can't wait to hear it. It's already amazing, so it's just gonna take it over the top.
Thank you.
Oh, we also have Lulu, aka Dark Gravity, in the building, but she's deafened. But she's here. That's fun. Do we have anyone? Let's see. I see Mr. Squirrel is here.
Truth Prevails is trying to round up people in the YouTube live stream chat. I don't know if she's going to have much success, but she's sure trying. Good job, Truth.
Mr.
Right, Wrangle is over. I'm probably roboting my robot.
Okay, let's see. SYN. Sin.
Hello?
Hello.
Yo,
What's poppin'?
nothing much. I'm just listening.
What brings you here to our server?
Don't know.
You don't know?
I just want to get convinced how the Earth is flat.
Well, can we ask you some questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Does any ladies want to ask Sin some questions?
Unfortunately, I'm in the middle of lunch real quick, but after.
Okay. Well, I will ask you some questions then. What makes you what do you think the shape of the earth is? Let's start with that.
Round, obviously.
Okay, what is obvious to you? Like ignore NASA, ignore all that stuff. In your day-to-day life, how is it obvious to you that you live on a sphere?
I mean, I don't know, but everyone says it is.
Okay, so if we
Like
take out
Elon
the
Musk,
NASA,
Jeff Bezos.
no, I know. If we take out the authority figures, and we take out the authority just in general, it isn't actually obvious to us that we live on a sphere because we don't observe it in our day-to-day life. You don't observe curvature. You don't observe spin. And they tell us that we're spinning fast. The Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour, and then the Earth is rotating around the sun, orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. And then the sun is also moving through the universe at like 1,000,000 miles per hour. So we don't experience these multiple vectors of spin. And another thing is we know we have gas pressure here. on Earth, and you can measure that with a barometer. And they tell us that this gas pressure is uncontained, just the open atmosphere, and it's next to the vacuum of space. And the vacuum of space being this, it's not a medium. Vacuum of space is technically not a medium, so a realm that you can go to where there's like floating gas balls. Rockets can go to this place. There's, potential aliens. But here's the problem is we know how gas behaves, and gas experiences something called entropy, which means that high pressure will always go to low pressure unless there's some physical barrier in the way. So, for example, your tire has higher air pressure in the tire. You can measure that PSI of the tire, and that high pressure in the tire won't escape to the outside air unless your tire gets punctured. So the issue that flat earthers have with this idea that the space is a vacuum is, why do we still have gas pressure here if it's uncontained and exposed to a vacuum? So those are pretty much the three: the lack of curvature, lack of spin, and then gas pressure without a container are the three main key points that we have as to how we know that it's obviously not a spinning ball. Were you aware? Here, I should ask, have you ever heard of who's measured the curvature of the Earth?
No.
Before?
Well, I think they use lasers or something.
Yeah, flat earthers have used lasers to observe that over a long distance you can hit a target, which shouldn't happen if the Earth is a sphere, because there's a drop rate, which is 8 inches per mile squared, which doesn't seem like a lot, but let me post the chart for you so you can see. And you can access this formula on any Earth curve calculator. That is not something owned or created by flat earthers. That's created by globe earthers with the NASA numbers. And that's where NASA went wrong, is they told us a specific size of the ball. And so we can actually go out and test it. We can look at the calculations, and it, here, okay. So 1 statute mile across, 8-inch drop. 10 miles across, there should be a 66-foot drop. 100 miles across, there should be a 6,666-foot drop. Okay, that's a pretty big drop. So even like 20 miles across, 10 miles across, even as small as 4 miles across, we should be able to observe this deviation. The laser, as Drace posted. Are you looking in the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that'll be helpful. So you can see with the Earth is curving, and you're shooting a laser across a long enough distance. There should be a deviation, but yet we have field tests that have been done where the laser hits the target every time. There's some that have been done over, the best place to do this is over water, because obviously the land is, there's topography. So there's mountains and valleys, but water seeks its level. Especially like a frozen lake is like the best thing, because then there's no movement of the water. It's just completely frozen, and it's all uniform in level. So there's tons of examples and videos. You can repeat this yourself, where they hit the laser on the other end of the target where there should have been a deviation. You can even do this as simple as holding up a mirror across a lake and just have the sun be opposite to where the mirror is, so the sunlight will will reflect in the mirror. And you can see based on the distance and then the height of the mirror if you should or shouldn't be able to view it based on the Earth Curve Calculator. And again, you can prove that there is no curvature. And obviously, like, if there is no curvature, then we're not living on a ball. So it doesn't really matter what these authority figures tell us, because if we can't ever find this curvature, then, it's not a ball. And then it starts to make sense why go ahead.
No, I was just supporting you. Yeah, they're lying then, right? If we can't find the supposed curvature that they say is there. Go ahead.
Yeah, but why would people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos lie about that when they've spent their entire life for that moment?
We're not the ones lying, so we really can't tell you why they would lie. We could obviously speculate several reasons as to why they would lie. There's a lot of power and control that comes with the terrain, word pun, of, manipulating people about where you live, how you came to be. If you deceive people about the earth, you can deceive people about how to use the earth, because a lot of technology and education is completely based on the earth being a sphere. Well, what if it's not a sphere? Then you just opened up a whole new world. So, and then it starts to make sense why in our day-to-day lives, because I asked you, I said, how in our day-to-day lives do we know it's obviously a globe? Because you said it's so obvious. But it's not so obvious when you mute those authority figures and you just don't listen to them and you actually go out and you observe your reality. So.
Very true. Sorry to interrupt, Musk, but can we get everyone shifted up to the other room?
Oh, sure.
Because this room is capped at 40, but CJ opened up the other room to 99, so that way people can drop in.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'll move Helios up there, and then I guess everyone can move themselves, and whoever doesn't can be moved by a mod or something.
Okay.
Please move me. Thank you.
You guys in here. I just changed everything on my side for the live stream too. I'm switching it back. Yeah, thanks TJ for opening up the rooms for more people. So yeah, ladies, continue at your will. I'm working on set up for live stream. You guys are doing great.
Thanks.
Thank you,
I don't know about you, but I'm spiritually moved by that speech. When you mute the authorities, it doesn't make sense anymore.
Thanks, yeah. Because then you can just actually focus on the Earth and then start to look at it without this bias, and you'll realize these things that you thought before, they don't actually fit into reality. So I was going to ask you, Sin, do you have any questions for the flat Earth? Like how, I don't know. Do you have any questions?
The video Drace put in, there's a like curvature in the Earth right there. The second video. It's like 5 to 6 seconds in. You can see the curve.
Drace, would you mind reposting in the new live stream voice text so we're all in one place? Oh, that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay,
You're like 6 seconds into the video.
It's going in and out. Like that curvature is indenting. It's coming out. That's not like.
It's curved though.
Yeah, but it's also indenting as well.
Curving convex? It's ridiculous. It's going both ways. If it's curving convex and the other way, that means it's flip-flopping. So unless you think the Earth is changing shape regularly, that's not proof of Earth curve.
Wait, I'm confused. Can you explain that?
So if the Earth is round, right, and it's a sphere, when somebody photographs it, it's not going to then change to convex and dip inward, or concave and then dip inward. It's going to remain round. What's happening is just from the camera. It's a distortion from the lens. And so you're seeing it wobble in and out, indenting and then bulging outwards. So that's showing you right there that that is the camera, unless you think the Earth is breathing and like moving in and out.
Wait, it's moving in and out? I don't see that.
Do you not see that the Earth has a dimple in it in this picture, my dude? It's going in. It's curving inwards because they're using a camera to warp. The Earth is flat, and this only happens if the Earth is actually flat from high up like that, because all they're in is a high up plane. They're not even technically, I mean, maybe they're trying to say they're in space, but they're not in space. They're just high up. And the terrain underneath them is flat. But they're using a fisheye lens. So the fisheye lens is warping the flat plane to look like a sphere, because that's what fisheye lenses do. But sometimes the lens will also make it look like a concave Earth. So that only can happen if the Earth is flat.
Okay, yeah, I see. I see.
Do you
what
understand
you mean
that?
now.
Yeah. So now, is that picture proof that the Earth is flat? No, but it's demonstrating that there's lensing manipulation going on, which is interesting to ask. If the Earth is a sphere, why would they need to waste their time manipulating and using these cheat lenses to create this fake curvature? It's just very weird. So, and you can see this all the time too with the other one that Drace posted, the Red Bull jump. That guy supposedly jumping from the edge of space, and he opens up the door. And you can see right as he opens up the door, the terrain is flat. It's a complete flat line. But then the next camera shot where he's outside of the little ship thing and he's about to jump, it is like super, super spherical. And again, that's because they were using a hardcore fisheye lens. And Neil deGrasse Tyson even says from that height, the Earth, you wouldn't even be able to see that dramatic of sphere shape, but yet they keep using these lens manipulations, and that's really suspicious. Like, why do that if the Earth is truly a ball?
Another way to disprove the Red Bull jump as well is that he's jumping over Arizona, and Arizona takes up the entire curvature. So unless we're living only on Arizona globe, you know, these details matter, and it's blatant. Once you see them, you can't unsee them. And then, as she was saying, it goes to say, why are they trying to manipulate it? Why would they need to? They should be able to just show the curvature.
And let's say that like the Earth was flat. Why would they make it so it's not flat? Like, I don't understand. Why do they
This
want
is back
us
to the why would they lie?
Yeah.
Are you asking why would they lie? So I find this question to be quite funny, that this is usually people's first question.
Like why would they I forgot what I was gonna say. Wait. Fuck. Why oh my god. Just forgot.
It's okay. It's okay. You were saying something along the lines of, if it was flat, why would they make it round?
Yeah. Why would they like want us to believe that?
Yeah, and so that goes to why would they lie? Why would they tell us something that isn't true? And I find this to be interesting, that everybody's first question is usually why would they lie? And people are liars. Like, people lie all the time for multitudes of different reasons, and there are so many different reasons as to why would they lie. I mean, power, money, control, keeping us within a paradigm, within a cage. There's so many different reasons as to why they would lie. Removing the creator. There is such a very long list, and I think people can be very naive to be trusting. We all want to be these trusting human beings, but naivety, can get in the way of us learning truth and facts. And when you get hustled, it hurts the ego. And so sometimes that's hard for people to get beyond as well, is that ego disaster that occurs when you're like, wow, I bought into that, and so some people can't even get past that. There are multitudes of reasons why they would lie. Tons of reasons why they would lie. It's not a matter of why would they lie. The matter is, what actually do we live on? It doesn't matter, like, who cares why they're lying? Let's figure out the truth. And the truth is, there is no proof of curvature. That we can't live in a second law of thermodynamics violation. That we've never felt rotation in our life. Once you start going down that road, you can get to the truth. And the why would they lie, you'll start to see more and more, and you'll learn those reasons as to why.
Do you have any other questions? Sin?
No, that's enough for me.
Okay. Yeah, just feel free to hang out if you think of like more specific questions, because in the beginning with Flat Earth, there's like all these things. It's like, what about gravity? What about planets? What about this, that, eclipses, all these things. So we have channels at the bottom that have more detail for those specific questions. Because it's a lot, so. Let's see, who else is in here?
Nathan says he has a question. Is he in the chat if he wants to speak up?
Yeah, I'm here. So my question is, in the southern hemisphere, the moon is appearing upside down, and in the northern hemisphere, it appears right side up. So is anyone able to explain like what's causing that to happen on flat Earth?
Yes. Do you want to take this, or do you want me to do it?
Get it, girl. Get it.
I got it. So basically, okay, so if you take a clock and you put it on your ceiling and you stand on one side of the room and you put let's say, okay, so you're standing in a room, let's use a dollar bill. So you have the head of the dollar bill, you're standing at that edge of the room where you are seeing the head of that dollar bill. You're looking at the scalp of it. You walk to the other side of the room and you look up at that dollar bill, you're going to be seeing the neck of that up towards the scalp. So it depends on where you're standing. You can even make it as simple as a 6 or a 9. You put a 6, you stand on the other side of the room, you're going to see a 9. So it depends on where you're standing on Earth that you are going to see it in a different way. It's actually really quite easy.
Yeah, that was what I initially heard at the start, but I don't think it's a suffice answer because the moon isn't seen in that particular orientation. The relative physical position and direction of the moon is forward facing, it's not downward facing. So that example, it's not accurate of reality. It can't apply because the moon is just forward facing. It's not downward facing. So you'd be seeing the back of the moon.
How do you know that? See, this how do we know it's a 3-dimensional
He thinks the moon's a
object?
planet.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
thought as well.
how can we know if, again, mute everything that NASA's ever told you.
Yeah,
we
I know.
all
I am
know
a flat
that
earther,
everyone.
just so you know.
we-
I just want to
I
say
know.
I am a flat earther.
Oh,
Yeah, I am. It's just this particular question in regards to the flat earth, it's always had me puzzled because I can't explain it. And that example I've heard over and over, it's just not accurate of reality because the moon is forward facing, it's not downward facing. So it's got nothing to do with like orientation, it's just not possible.
What do you
Because,
mean by downward facing? Are you trying to say we should see the back side of the moon?
No, what I'm
Because
saying is
in this
if you've
example,
got
that's like saying you see the back side of the clock. So I'm a little confused what you mean.
the moon is forward facing when we look at it outside. So if I was to hang a moon on my ceiling and look at it and then walk to the other side of the room and look at the back of it, how would I be able to see the face? If it's a flat disk, if it's concave, etc., it doesn't matter. The point is, why does it flip over?
Can I hear her example of the clock on the ceiling? Because if you think of it that way, it works perfectly.
He thinks it's a
If you're
planet.
assuming it's a ball, even though it doesn't reflect like a ball at all.
I think what he's doing is he's acting like it's on a wall. Sorry, Karma. I think what he's doing is he's trying to act like the clock is on a wall rather than the ceiling. So he's saying it's orientated to it being on the wall, like it's up and down, level to the wall, rather than just on the ceiling, which I disagree with. I think that has to do with perspective and how we are witnessing the apparentness of the sun and the moon.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's just like KJ sent in the chat. It's not that example. It's just not reality. We always see the same side of the moon. So when you're in like the southern hemisphere, it's flipped upside down. You can't have it flipping upside down in the southern hemisphere in the same side. It's just it doesn't make sense.
You want to see the dark side of the moon, right? From the side.
No, because I don't know the shape of the moon. It could be anything, but there's like what is causing it to 180-degree flip upside down in the southern hemisphere? Because we're always seeing the same side.
Well, if we're just going to speculate, I mean, it could be a light projected through the dome, and sorry, I'm going to say the D word, the dome. You know, if it's being projected through the dome, then maybe the light is actually from above, but it's appearing on the wall. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the moon is very tricky because from what I've heard, the more people that you try to get across the earth to calculate the angle to the moon at the same time, like the harder it is to locate it. So it's very possible that it's just an apparent location. Like when you're looking up at the light, it appears to be there.
Kind of like a rainbows in different places for different people?
Yes, exactly. So that's my best guess as to what's happening.
It is apparent, and we only ever see one side of it. So you're trying to invoke an old school globe belief that there is another side to it, so we should be able to see the other side to it, but we don't ever see that other side to it. And I would rather question, how are they saying that there is another side to it when that's never ever been seen? I mean, so we know that things are apparent in the sky. We know that we can't actually reach them. We know that the way that we view what we're viewing in the sky isn't exactly how it actually is. There's so many optical illusions, so many confounding variables that it doesn't make sense to say that it's hanging and we only see one side and we should be able to see the other side.
Yeah, I get your point entirely. It's just I don't understand why it would be appearing in the opposite, like 180 degrees flip.
Refraction.
Wait, so you guys never seen the moon? Like, it looks 3D if you like ever seen it like curve.
There's no way you can know that it's 3D from just purely looking at it, because we all see the same face. And a three-dimensional object viewed from different angles, you would be able to see different parts of the three-dimensional object.
But like, if you get a telescope, you can zoom into like the craters in the moon. It looks kind of 3D. Like, it looks like there's craters in the moon. It doesn't look flat to me.
No one's saying the moon is flat. Like, I mean, we don't even know if it's a physical thing.
You can't even tell if those craters are craters or if they're actually popping out. Like, you don't know if that's actually a hill or it's going in. I mean, it's an optical illusion. Unless you physically are there and are able to touch it, you don't know what it is.
Yeah. We typically don't talk about the moon because we really can't know. It could be made out of cheese. For all we know.
Yeah, I understand.
But, yeah. I think there's definitely something going on, though, with it being projected, because that would maybe make more sense as to why you're seeing different. I can't even finish my sentences. Sorry. KJ, are you a flat earther? I've seen you here before. I just don't know if you are Glober, flat earther.
Yeah, she's flat earther.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was her who asked this question initially, and then she got me to question my understanding of it. So it's basically me asking that question for the both of us, because none of us can understand why the moon slipped in the southern hemisphere. But yeah.
Did you understand the clock explanation on the ceiling?
Yeah, but it's not an explanation that applies to the moon, because it's just not accurate reality. Like I said, the moon is forward facing.
Why is it not accurate to reality? And if it's flipped over and you don't understand that we don't know what it is. You're making a bunch of assumptions.
Well, like I said,
the flipping over upside down makes perfect sense to me if it is kind of like a clock, because if you do go from one side of the room to another, if you put a 6 on the ceiling, you go to one side, it's going to look like a 9.
Yeah,
flips right upside down.
What do you mean by forward facing anyway?
Because that's the problem. I think you have an idea about what this is and a bunch of assumptions behind it that's building your foundation for disbelieving that whatever may be happening, but the flipping upside down can be easily explained with just that.
With this forward facing, what he's trying to say is that it's like hanging on a wall. Rather than on a ceiling. So he thinks that there should be another side to it, because it's hanging up and down like it's on the side of a wall rather than upwards on a ceiling, which I think that is just an old low belief that is coming into. He just can't process that yet, that what we see in the sky is apparent. It's an optical illusion.
That's probably why he's not understanding it or not getting it. But instead of thinking of it as forward facing, try to think of it as downward facing. That it's just above you and it's facing downwards. I don't even know about facing. It's just the light that appears, and it's where you are relative to its location, to the location of the moon. So if the moon is moving across the Earth, which is what we see it doing, that's what it appears to be doing. It seems to be doing just like the sun does. It moves overhead and it just moves across the Earth. And where it's at, I mean, if someone's, I don't even want to use don't get caught up in the directions, but if you're to the left of it and someone's to the right of it, and then someone's, north and south or whatever, and each of you are going to be looking upward at a downward facing light in the sky, and you're going to see it from different perspectives, but you're still going to see the same thing.
Yeah, I know the position is relative to where you are. That makes perfect sense. I understand that, but it's if you're saying it's not forward facing, then how can you be saying it's downward facing?
Because downward facing is one example we can show things flipping upside down to you relative to my position on a different side of the room. So it's one explanation. It doesn't prove anything. We can't prove it. We're just, we're subjected to the same thing that everybody else is. We can't touch it, go up and measure it, look at it.
Yeah,
but I can tell you, as an artist, it doesn't have a specular highlight, so I don't think it's spherical. I mean, but again, I'm assuming. I can't tell you what.
When I say that,
and he was a flat earther, so remember to get his proofs for why he thinks the Earth is flat. Because he said he was flat earther, right?
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I just want to finish this with him because I'm not saying that it is any particular shape. The reason I say downward facing is like the way that you're trying to figure this out conceptually in your mind. You are like the way that you're viewing it is as if it's directly in front of you, and it's it's facing forward to you. And the reason I say downward is because we are downward from the moon. It is above us. So, I mean, it's not directly in front of you. So you can't think of it as if it's, because it seems to be what you're doing. So that's why I say downward facing, because you're downward from it.
Yeah, I understand it's at an angular. Yeah.
You're making a lot of assumptions is my issue.
Like, are you saying, Truth, like when the sun appears to be setting, it's not that the sun is like front facing you now all of a sudden, it's just because it's moving farther away, and that's probably what the moon is doing too. So when you're seeing the moon like on the horizon and it looks like you're face to face with the moon, like
exactly,
it's just again it's because it's far.
I'm talking more in terms of when it's overhead, like like what he's talking about. I'm not really talking about in terms of rising and setting, because
well, but that's the thing, it's just perspective.
Everyone knows that I have a different, like I speculate on what's going on with it when it's rising and setting differently than what everyone else does. So,
Well, even when it's rising and setting,
that'll be a totally different conversation if we get into that.
That's true, but even when it's rising and setting, it's still above us, right? And we can save that whole conversation for a later time, but it's still true. What you're saying is that it is still above us, coming down onto us. So, this whole forward-facing thing, even when it's setting, it's not forward-facing. I mean, it's facing our face, right? But it's still above us. You're right. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, well, yeah, when it's moving across the earth and it's overhead is what I'm referring to.
Hey,
it's like I don't even know if it is just. Honestly, we don't know anything about the sun and the moon. But if you're trying to, this for me, this gets into this conversation can go so many different directions with this. But I'm just referring to as the sun and the moon, and we're referring to the moon because you can see the different, features in it. So it does have like a kind of like a. You can see where it turned with the sun. You can't. But I'm just talking about when it moves overhead, when it moves across the earth, not really when it's rising or setting. So, but anyway, it's just your perspective. Like if it's overhead and you're to one direction and someone's in the opposite direction, then of course it's gonna. But it's downward. It's like above you. It's not directly in front of you. So forward facing, that conceptual idea is going to throw you off. And I think just because it just seems to be a light in the sky. And if that's what it appears to be, is a light in the sky, then you kind of have to think of it as a light in the sky, and not as a solid object that's in front of you that you can go and get behind, Anyway, so yeah, Karma had a good point. Would you care to share with us how you determined that the Earth was flat?
What, me? You want my opinion?
Yeah.
Make sure you first make sure you get those two videos I posted. I posted one at 2:38 or 38 minutes after, and another one at 44 minutes after. They're both on perspective and sun, and maybe some of the moon is in that ones too. So maybe you just need to review that again and kind of try to think a little differently. It might help you with some visual aids there.
All right,
down below too. Check that out. There's probably tons of videos in there.
All right, I'll definitely have a look at those ones.
In the additional information at the bottom, yeah, check that out.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't think it's a coincidence that the sun and the moon appear to be the same size. the heliocentric model says that we're rotating the sun, but that would mean the sun is way bigger than the moon when they appear to be the same size, and I mean that just doesn't add up to me.
I mean, when a eclipse happened, the sun is still kind of bigger than the moon.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Did you get banned, Sasha?
No, you're not wrong, but you're also assuming that you know the distances between the two when they eclipse. So you're making a lot of assumptions again on things in the sky that we don't know.
Yeah, I got server banned.
Why? Sorry, never mind. I won't.
Yeah.
Behave.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be good.
Sorry.
So, but anyway, they could be exactly the same size. Again, it depends on what's actually going on out there. You don't know. We don't know.
Right, exactly.
They appear to be the same size per what the globe's model says, in the distance versus the size, that they're exactly, 400 times difference between each other and 400 times apart. So whatever it is, but either way, you don't know anything other than what you can observe and see. And that's it. That's all you got. And then go off of your best assumptions of what you know about perspective and the laws. That's just all you can do.
Who are you talking to? The one.
He was saying it didn't match up in size. They wasn't sure with an eclipse that it does match, but we don't know the actual relative positions of them. We don't know in an eclipse what's actually happening. So all you can say is they apparently look like they're the same size.
He claimed the sun was bigger than the moon.
Again, that doesn't sound like a flat earther.
Yeah, I was wondering who were we talking to? Who was it? Who is it?
That was the guy we were talking to about all the perspective stuff.
Yeah, who?
It was a different guy.
Somebody else jumped in.
Like what's his name? I mean, I was wanting to ask him.
I didn't see it.
How he came to the knowledge of flat Earth. What convinced him the Earth was flat? Which
yeah, I think you were talking to me. Someone else jumped in with that.
Okay, who's me? I need a name. It's
I'm Nathan.
Yeah, give us your name.
I'm Nathan, the black and white image guy.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hi, Godric.
Hey, what's up? Welcome.
So I have limited time, so I just wanted to ask one question. Hi, Godric. I had a short discussion with Mrs. Musk, or
this is ladies' night, so the ladies will take the questions.
Oh, okay. So it was about.
Hello, Space Pizza.
Hi. It was about airline flights, and I was wondering, a direct flight from Sydney to Santiago is 13 hours, and a direct flight from Sydney to Los Angeles is 14 hours. And on a flat Earth, the flight from Sydney to Los Angeles is half the distance. So I'm wondering why that would be.
Half the distance.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was getting feedback. What was the flight?
Sydney to Santiago and Sydney to Los Angeles.
And you're saying what about those flights?
Sydney to Santiago is about 13 hours, and Sydney to Los Angeles is about 14 hours. And on a flat Earth, Sydney to Santiago would be almost twice the distance. So I'm wondering why that would be. Yeah.
You remember what I said before when you asked this, Space Pizza?
Yeah, it was about wind currents or air currents, and
and also that we don't have. Nobody knows really what the map is. Like, we don't know. Like, what's happening is you're saying, well, this only works on a globe model because when you look at the flat Earth model, it doesn't add up. But here's the thing: we don't have a model, so we don't actually know the legit distances to.
Yeah, so
That
I'm
makes sense.
I'm just using the azimuthal equidistant projection for this. Most flat earthers use this map.
That's a straw
I
man.
can-
I don't use that map.
Yeah, many flat earthers use this.
No one here has a model though. That's incorrect.
You're
one here
assuming
is
again.
about it.
And for one too, where is this route? I want to actually see a printout with the times, distance,
Yeah,
places
sure.
it's stopping, everything.
I can send you.
You've got to
a list
provide
of
it all
flights.
because we're taking your word that you actually know what route it's going and that you've actually even done the right thing to look at it supposedly on
Yeah.
what you would call an AE map.
I can find the flight. I can't post images in the chat yet. I have an image
Oh,
of the flight. Like you can literally buy a seat on this flight.
Well, that doesn't matter. Does it still prove you that that it's flat or a globe?
Well, it proves that this is definitely like this map that all of you refer to most
Not
of the time.
all of us. Quit doing that. You quit assessing it to us. Don't do it again. It's not ours. We've told you multiple times. Now quit doing that.
DM me the picture
Yeah,
you
and I'm
have.
gonna
and I'll post
I'll
it.
DM
point out-
Roger.
There is no non-stop flight from Sydney to Santiago, Chile. If that's the two destinations you're talking about,
Yes, there is.
you have to stop. Okay, I'd like to see that because I looked it up myself and I didn't find that. So if there is, please post it.
I sent
And I'm
an
be wrong.
image to
I don't want an image. I
Roger.
want the printout of the time, the dates,
I don't think he has
and
the,
everything.
This is the time, the date. It says no stops.
Give us some reviews.
It
Give
shows
us some
the price.
reviews of that flight. Hey, why don't you give us some reviews of that flight?
If somebody's talking in the background coaching you, they have to go off. You're either talk to us alone or you're no coaching.
Wait. Also, there are a lot of times that flights will say it's a nonstop flight, then you get on the plane and it's not a nonstop flight. So we need a flight that actually happened that was a nonstop flight.
Yeah, there are many. There's many videos.
Not many. We don't want to hear about your many and us to go look for your evidence. If you've got some kind of evidence you want to provide, then you have to be consistent, precise, and actually have it. That it's actually
let's
been
get 'em-
flown and there. But I'm not going to play this game where you try to tell us what we believe or what we do or what we have. No. And if you want to provide
have a
evidence, we'll look at it.
Can I-
Not a problem.
Let's have a mod given the link rolls. Let's just first. We have mods in the building. Just please give him the link perm so he can post it in the chat, and then we'll see what he's got.
Can I ask a question?
I posted. Do you see it? It's a white picture. Do you guys see it?
Again, that is not a flight that actually occurred. We need one that actually occurred that was nonstop. They will say it's a nonstop flight, and then they will make stops. So we need one that actually happened.
Like I said,
Can I
you're
ask
making
you-
an awful lot of assumptions, young man. No, you can't ask yet. We're talking to you. Quit trying to switch the subject. We're talking about this right
It's
here.
relevant. It's relevant.
Stop. Let me finish. I'm telling you right now, if you don't come in here with proper evidence, we're not going to look at it. So don't waste our time. You've been here before. It's not like your first rodeo. I know Miss Mux talked to you, and she's really thorough. So I know that you've got the deal. And I'm sure she told you that that isn't our map. That isn't. And you've come in here and done that several times now. You were told. So please respect that. Please come with the proper evidence, which you've just told what that is now. So if you're going to try to explain more of this, I don't want to hear it because, again, you don't have any proof of anything here. Nothing.
Can I ask,
So it's
like,
just a bunch of talking.
Why is the flight 18 hours? Why is the flight 18 hours?
It's
So what?
16.
I'm looking
You
at
say
it.
so,
16 and
but
18.
this,
But
again,
you said
we
13.
have
You said
no
13. I want to know before I ban you. I want to know before I ban you.
You're
what
in
you said
line
13
with
to begin
one
with.
person or not. I'm not going to talk to
Why did you
another
say
person
13
behind the
initially?
scene.
Why did you
I'm not
say 13
talking.
initially?
I
I'm
said
not talking to
13.
two people.
I said 13 because this is checked baggage
Because
included.
you're reading it off of
in
a
the
meme.
time.
Because you're reading it off of some stupid meme and you didn't get it off the
No,
website. Website
because
says 16 hours and 18
it
hours.
includes.
Why did you
It
lie?
includes the baggage
Why
check.
did you lie? Why did you
It
lie?
includes the bag.
Stop.
It includes the
Did you
baggage.
hear me? We're not going to listen to you anymore until you bring back a proper flight schedule that has actually been completed and shows all the routes and stops. Do you understand?
No more
Yes.
arguing. No more trying to tell us all kinds of crap. Okay? 'Cause I'm not asking. You're
Can you
not.
let me speak,
You're
please?
no, because again, you're trying to go off of these things
No,
that
I'm
you're
not.
not checking. You're
It's
not
very
checking.
relevant. It's a very relevant
No,
question.
Space Pizza. Do we have a model? Here, the flat earthers here. Do we have a model that we claim? Yes or no? Just answer yes
I'm
or
not
no.
sure if you guys claim a model.
Okay. Okay, and just
You're
answer
here.
the question. Do we say here in this room that we have a flat earth model? Yes or no?
No, you guys don't say
No,
that.
thank you. So is it and then the next question I'm going to ask, just a yes or no. So if we don't claim a model, then is it relevant to argue for a model that we don't have?
Well,
No.
I don't really need to use this specific model per se. I mean, we could just say, it's a flat and circular. It would still, the argument would still work.
That's a model that you're still invoking. Oh my goodness. I'm still invoking.
And guess what?
It's
You're still
irrelevant
not.
that-
Stop. It's girls' night, so please.
I just want to
Listen.
say, is it relevant that aircrafts are
Listen,
Jamesy,
Listen, we got it. We got it.
depending on
That was
how
just-
flat
we got it. We've got it. We were just
Yeah,
going to ask him that. Hello, it's ladies' night,
Okay.
please.
I have to go soon, but I just want to
Listen.
ask. So I have some homework, right?
No, you have
I
your
just wanna
homework
ask-
to do. But how does a
Yes.
flight prove the Earth shape?
I'm gonna
No,
have some
I'm
homework.
asking
So I'm
you a
asking.
question. How does a flight prove the Earth's shape?
Okay, so it would definitely show what it's not, right?
No, it doesn't prove anything. Do you understand?
So
It
if
doesn't
we have
prove the
straight
shape
lines,
of your ground. Do I fly over a table to measure a table?
if we have straight lines,
Do I
on a-
fly over a table to measure a table?
I'm not measuring the tape. I'm not
That's
measuring
the
the
problem.
Earth.
How would you
I'm
figure
just-
out a shape
I'm using-
of an object? What would you actually do?
Because it would have to be a certain shape
What
for
would
these
you
flight routes
actually do?
to make sense.
What do you actually do? You don't know anything more than we do if they've put the maps together right or not. You don't know that. You can't go verify it for yourself, can you? What can you verify about the shape of the Earth, though, for yourself?
This is what I'm presenting right now.
No, I don't. You don't seem to understand. You cannot prove the shape of the Earth by telling me you got certain flights that maybe worked or didn't work. They don't tell me the shape of the ground. Sorry.
I can tell you if flight
Assume that everything the way you think it is on the globe. You're assuming, but how would you measure an object? Let's be real.
Okay,
here.
you're not letting me explain why. Like,
No,
you're
I'm
just
not going to
asking and
because
asking.
you're going to keep going over and over
Okay,
a
if
flight.
you're not
I'm telling
gonna-
you right now we're not doing a flight because a
you're not-
flight
if you're
doesn't tell
gonna-
you the shape
wait,
of the Earth.
If you're just going to ask me questions and then I'm going to try and answer and then you're going to ask another question, the same question.
Yeah, I'm going
then
to keep
just gonna
asking
leave.
the same questions because you're not getting it. We're not going to be able to
Yes.
prove the shape of the Earth by using flights.
All right. Thank you
Do
very
you
much.
understand?
Exactly, because he left. The
Yeah,
reason that
that's
flights
all he
are
wants to do.
completely irrelevant, the reason the flights are completely irrelevant is because it doesn't confirm anything. Yes, in this instance, the heliocentric model could potentially be an explanation for why one flight is longer, but it's not the only one. Another thing is, well, the maps are off. Okay, there's so many reasons as to what could be happening. That's just one possible thing, but as Damsel's saying, it doesn't actually ever answer the question, though, if the Earth is a sphere or not. So,
How about just measuring the thing that we
later.
are trying to figure out, guys? That's the
Yeah.
simple part of this question. You're trying to avoid the question because you're trying to find a way out. See, we know you're trying to find the way out. We know.
Exactly. That's why they have to point to things that don't actually answer the question. They know that they have no measurement of Earth curve, so they hide behind these little. But the distance to Chile is like different than Cali. Blah blah blah. Well, that could obviously be because we don't have an accurate
map of the continents. And the map that they show isn't even an accurate map when they show, you know, on the airplane, like, oh, you're flying over here. Like the scale is completely off. Like Alaska's way bigger.
You don't even navigate by globes, guys, because of the same reasons. It's not accurate enough to even do travel by.
Right, and his whole argument was presupposing that those airlines wouldn't intentionally use the wrong flight path just to suggest that it's a globe. Like, the airlines are definitely in on it also.
Well,
he got banned. He didn't even leave. He got banned. That sucks. We were talking to him.
Well,
Mimas is wanting to talk to you about this. So if you stick around, if you can stick around until after Ladies' Night, Mimas is willing to discuss this with you. And there are a lot of other people that have actually dug into it. Now, some of these ladies may have looked into it. Myself, I don't know any. It's like the flight paths to me. There's some of it that like emergency landings and shit like that pretty much it supports the flat, you know, a flat, not a spherical Earth. It supports a flat Earth. But it's when I saw those, it's like I don't even get into the flat paths. Some of these fellas in here have dug really deep into it and looked into it. So if you stick around, there's a few of them that'll be willing to have this discussion with you.
Can Meme unban him? Can Meme unban him? Because if we're talking to him,
he unmuted him.
So he's not banned anymore?
I don't think so. I thought I saw his name said unmute. So
no, it says space. Oh, okay. Okay,
No,
sorry.
he's not
I
banned.
thought I saw that he was banned. Sorry, my bad.
Just understand that flight paths don't prove either side. They just don't. They may give them a little more lean to one to the other. That's great, and they do. For me, they do give lean because I've actually been on a flight that made me consider flat Earth. It was one of those things that happened to me. But is it absolute proof of what we're looking at? No. It's like looking at the stars and saying, or the planets and going, well, if they're round, it must be round down here. It's the same thing. You're looking at stuff that's not measurable, observable for you to go check and make sure. So it doesn't work. It's not a proof for either one.
I completely agree. There's too many confounding variables, and there's too many things that we don't know that we don't know. Like it's speculation. Like we can't really. It's not a proof. Or I think it's there's way more stuff that we can do that we can measure, we can test, we can actually physically touch. To show us that the Earth is not a sphere.
That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be finding this out for ourselves, not having to believe in other people once more. We've already believed in the globe and all the people that told us that it was true. We did all that believing before, and I don't want to have to believe anybody. I want to be able to go check it myself. I want you to be able to go check it yourself. So, guys, let's do that.
So I have a question. So, like, I know some people might think it's crazy, like the Earth rotates and stuff like that, but like we know, like the moon rotates, maybe the sun rotates. You know
that?
No.
You
Why
know that? You said no. Are you certain? What do you know about it?
I know, like each day the moon passes and the sun passes the Earth, so I'm assuming that it rotates.
It passes the Earth.
That's
Okay, so it's moving. Is it okay? So it's moving. So why is it
Well, you're
hard?
right. It's moving.
So why
Which
is it
means
hard?
the Earth is not moving. You were correct in saying it's moving.
Yeah. So okay. So why is it crazy to think the Earth is moving if we know objects move? You know.
Because again, it's just like looking at a pool table and saying, well, I see a cue ball rolling around, and so everything must be rolling around.
Because you can see the lights in the sky moving. There is absolutely no reason to believe or to even come to the conclusion or even think. There's no indication that the Earth is moving. No measurable movement. You don't feel it. There's no reason because you see something else moving. Is that a reason to think that you're moving?
No, I don't think like that. I'm just saying, like for example, you know.
Right,
well, the example is, again, that you're making a bunch of assumptions. See, again, people want to always make assumptions, even though they have no other evidence other than looking up. It's like, again, looking at a pool table and going, well, the pool table must be rolling too, since the balls are rolling across it. It's not,
I mean, like if
not
like
anything.
I'm trying to.
That's making an assumption. It's a jump in a conclusion when you don't observe, feel, or have any indication of that movement at all. None. And if you do a flight with a I think not Helio, but QE has a video by one of our guys here that has a drone hovering on a stationary GPS point. I think it was 400 feet, watching the moon and the stars, and they are moving independent. It's not the Earth movement. It literally proves instantly it's the stars moving and the moon is moving, not the Earth.
Yeah. So what do you observe yourself?
I mean, you know, I've seen a solar eclipse before. You know, I can see the moon passing in front of the sun. So in my mind, I think the sun is.
Hang on just a second, because look at my profile pic.
Yes. So
That is a solar eclipse. That's an annular eclipse. You can see the clouds directly through. There's a ring of fire there. That's what you can look right through it, and you can see the clouds. Where's the moon? And then we have the Selenelian eclipse, which is the moon and the sun are both above the horizon at the same time, which is why they call it the impossible eclipse, because it is impossible in their model.
Yeah. Okay. So I was saying that I've seen a solar eclipse before, and I'm saying that in my mind, I think, you know, the sun looks stationary, you know, and I think the moon moves faster than
feel the Earth moving when that happened. Did you feel the Earth moving?
I mean, no, we can't feel the Earth moving, you know.
Why not? Why can't you feel the Earth moving?
Okay, because we're on Earth, so like we can't, like, if we was to jump, you know, we can't feel the Earth moving because we're jumping for like half a second, so you can't.
But it can work for bullets and footballs, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says. The Earth will turn below a bullet or a football, but it won't be below you, or let's say Felix Baumgartner.
I want to point out what you said. You said, in my mind, I see it that way. If you ever thought that the reason in your mind you put it together that way is because of this story that they've given you. It's a psychological imprint in your mind to what's going on. So if you let that go and observe it and see it for what it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to finish, you know, like, I mean, it was like for 3 minutes. I'm just saying that the way I've seen it, the moon is moving the moon is moving in front of the sun, and the sun stayed in the same position within those 3 minutes. And it looks like the moon is still rotating around the Earth while the sun is still in stationary. That's what I'm saying. We can see these things. It's not like an opinion, you know.
If you saw something no one else has ever seen, and if you could ever capture this, document it, or get some video evidence, that would be great, because no one has ever seen the moon pass in front of the sun. The eclipse happens and you don't see the moon.
Assume, did you know that? You can't actually see the moon. You do know that, right?
You know, you can see the crust. You can see half the moon when it passes, like when it's in the middle of the sun. You can see the
No,
moon.
you can't. Go look at the videos.
If you think you're seeing this, just document it, because eclipses happen on a regular basis. So just, next time one happens and you think that you see the moon in front of it, document it, because that's not what's happening.
You're going to win a prize.
And whatever you have in your mind, no one can argue with you or argue against you. So we're just presenting the information, okay? But if you see these things in your mind, there's nothing anyone else can do about it. But all I'm saying is document it. If you think that you see the moon passing in front of the sun, document it, because no one ever has.
And when you do these things, make sure you're questioning yourself. Like, don't just oh, this is what I think. Well, what else could it be? What else could it be? What else could it be? What do I not know that I don't know? I mean, the variables are so confounding that to assume that this is what it actually is it's not very scientific or thought-provoking or anything. Like, oh, we just know this is what it is. You have to dig deeper than that. And again, when we're looking at the sky, we're speculating. It's just speculation. We don't know. And so to just bury yourself into one ideal, you're limiting yourself.
But the claim that it's the moon is totally debunked when you see a Selenelian, because the moon and the sun are both above the horizon at the same time during the eclipse. So you can just, it's automatic tossed out the window that's not the cause of it. It can't be.
Okay, so let's say it's not. So,
no, it's not.
We humans can predict when a solar eclipse happens, 10 years before it happened, because we can
see why?
We can see.
Do you know who did that? Did you know how that happened? It's not prediction, actually. Do you know what happened? And you can go read this on NASA's website if you'd like. Go look up eclipses on NASA's website on how they calculate them happening. It'll tell you the whole story. It's a big historical story of recorded events, of repeating cycles over and over on a it's like a clock. It's no prediction. It's like knowing the clock is going to hit 12 twice a day. And where? Because they happen over and over repeatedly throughout history, and astronomers all the way back till ancient times have been recording these eclipses and where they occur. And even NASA will admit they're even a few minutes off sometimes because they don't know exactly when they're going to happen, or a few minutes late off,
And
whatever.
here's the interesting thing: the ones who initially already had all of this mapped out and like post-dicted, it's post-diction because it's after it's already happened, and it's a repeating cycle, so they know. But the ones who originally knew this knew that Earth was flat and stationary, and their conception of Earth was a flat, level, stationary Earth that is enclosed. So these people never claimed it to be spherical, and they never claimed that Earth was moving around it or anything was blocking it. They just they already knew. So all these things, they're post-dictions.
I understand that. I'm just saying, like, I understand,
Also,
like,
you understand though that if we have one eclipse that does not fit the model, it's just like a black swan for the picture that we use for the distance to the horizon. If we find one aberration, it's a black swan, and the black swan is a Saturnalia eclipse. Once you have the positions of the two bodies that are supposed to be causing the shadow on each other or crossing each other, then you got nothing. You just lost the game, because that means your model is wrong.
Have you looked
completely
into
wrong?
the Saturnalia eclipse?
I never heard of that before.
Yeah, they don't tell you.
Look into it.
They don't tell you.
There's
Yeah.
videos on it. I'll try to find one and I'll post it for
I mean, I've seen like yeah, I'm in Florida right now. I've seen the sun in broad daylight, and you can see the moon like not next to the sun, but you can see it in daytime. You know, so that just tells me.
Isn't it full?
That just tells me that the moon is rotating. You know, like sometimes it's full, sometimes it's crust. You know,
what she just
like
said? Did you hear what she just said? If the sun and the moon are up at the same time, why is the moon half full?
Well, why
is it half full? The sun and the moon is up, and they're up together. That means they're exposed.
Well, I think they're rotating. I think the moon is rotating, like they say that, like it. They
That doesn't
say.
give you a half.
Wait, let's break this down.
Karma was getting ready to try to say something.
Sorry. Okay.
Karma.
No, you can go ahead. I was just adding to it. Doesn't matter. I was just pointing out the whole, isn't the shadow on the moon supposed to be the Earth's shadow on the moon? So how can that work with what he was saying anyways? Because he said it was rotating, and we never see but one side of the moon, so that also doesn't work.
Exactly. So with the lunar eclipse, what's supposed to be happening is the Earth is supposed to be casting its shadow on the moon. Okay? That's what's supposed to be happening. But then a Saturnalia eclipse is like a lunar eclipse, except the moon and the sun are both above you. So you can look up in the horizon or in the sky and see them both above you, but yet somehow the sun, the light source, and the moon are above you, and the Earth is still casting a shadow somehow on the moon when it's above it, and when the light source is above it as well. That would be like
shadow was upside down.
Yeah,
that shadow's in the wrong place.
In the live stream, just grab that and check it out. If you've never seen it, never looked into it, you need to.
So do you understand how that is weird? Like, could you imagine like a lamp in your ceiling, and somehow the light on your ceiling is above you. You're standing on the ground, but yet somehow your shadow is getting projected up on the ceiling and eclipsing another light. Like
also going from the top down, so it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Hold up,
exactly.
Hold up. I got to go back to work real quick. You know, I was on break, but I'm gonna come back in a little while. Okay. Wait, can you send a picture in the video so I can see?
They're there.
He's making license plates.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's hard to get your mind around if you've never seen nor heard of or looked into the Selenelian. It's hard to wrap your mind around it with someone telling you. So he's going to have to check these out.
Hey, did anyone talk to Tsukuyomi?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I just looked at it. It's cool.
Yeah, they are cool.
Wait, who have we not talked to?
I was just trying to get somebody to join this chat.
Oh.
I always think it's interesting that nobody knows. It's not prediction either. That's one of the other ones that they try to say that proves the globe. Again, that it's prediction. Sorry, guys, it's not prediction. This stuff was observed by your ancient ancestors who wrote it down and knew when it would happen every time. So they actually used it probably to control their population by calling on it when they knew it would happen. But yeah, it's not a prediction. It is not calculated. It is a known cycle. And you can go find out on NASA's website about those eclipses, all of them. They'll tell you. And they even have a guy that's an expert in these ancient texts that tell you how to, when they're going to happen and where. And he's gone through them. Supposedly, they even kind of give a disclaimer in there on their website saying if they're a little off, it's not their fault because it's based on these things that are ancient knowledge of post-diction.
I'm going to send you a bonus video, though. It's like not only that, but this one will blow your mind. It's Darius, wasn't it? It's an eclipse from a different perspective, and the things that they capture in this, it's not the first time. This has been captured quite a few times, actually. So it's like, so check those videos I sent you out.
But also saying it's a prediction is a classic inversion. They always do this and try to just make it the opposite of what it is. Because instead of being like, oh, the ancients observed and we're following the knowledge of old, we want, oh, look, our scientists are so smart, they can predict everything. And people back in the day were dumbasses because they have all the truth and they don't want you looking into that.
It's also to push the evolutionary caveman. You've evolved to be this smart. And that's just not the truth, guys. It's just not. Ancient man was quite intelligent.
And it also goes into the whole the ego of not knowing. Like, there are certain things that we don't know, right? But they claim, oh, we have to know everything because we're so much more advanced now. To say that we don't know is just ridiculous. Like, how dare you say that? Which is just ridiculous. Like, the ego behind that is fascinating.
Arrogance and pride.
That's a good point. I think that's probably the majority of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, arrogance and pride.
Yeah, it's funny. It's almost like they breed this in people very intentionally because they know that truth seekers and the intelligent people, they know they don't know. So they try to make that a bad thing, to try to push people away from intelligent, critical thought.
They want people to not think for themselves. You're spot on. Listen to what we say, but don't question it. Don't think for yourselves. And if you do, you'll be hounded and ridiculed.
Who do we have in here? Anyone? No one has any questions?
So yeah, I just seen that video. So like, what is the meaning behind that? The eclipse. Cinderella.
So the
Hey, wait, before y'all answer, sorry, I don't mean to jump in. Ask him to explain what he sees first. Not explain, I'm sorry. Describe
what was your question, Darius?
Oh yeah, what does that eclipse mean? Like, so the moon and the sun are rising together?
Yeah, what it means is it doesn't like tell us what exactly is going on, but what it does tell us is what is not going on. Okay, the moon's not causing it, obviously.
Oh, you're saying it's something else in front of the sun?
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying whatever is causing it, because it could. I mean, we don't even know, like, whether the light is being projected or just manifested there. If there's a cause that, like, something that's causing an effect that we see as the sun, it's like that would be what. Okay, so what you're asking is, one, assuming it's a physical object and that there's another physical object causing this. Okay, we can't say that. But what we can say is it's definitely, absolutely, 100% not the moon.
Well, the reason why I keep saying, the reason why I think it's physical, because I can see the moon, the sun and moon cast shadows on the ground, so that's only physical objects can do that. That's why I assume they're physical.
Sun and moon cast shadows on the ground.
Okay,
so are you sure?
Right. Okay, I want to show him this really quick, guys. Can I show him this? Okay, so here's a diagram of what is supposed to be happening. Okay, I've posted 2 of them. So one is a full lunar eclipse. That was 22 minutes after the hour with the blue background. And you can see the moon is red. And it goes Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear. The sun, the moon, and the earth. Or sorry, the sun, earth, and the moon. Okay? And then we have the Selenelian eclipse, which is with the white background. And the moon is not fully in the red yet. You can see this is what's supposed to be happening with the Selenelian eclipse, which is correct me if I'm wrong, Elijah, but the before it's a lunar eclipse, there's the Selenelian eclipse, and you can see that the top half of the moon is not in the shadow, and the bottom half of the moon is in the shadow. Do you see that? I forget your name.
Yeah. Yeah, Darius.
Okay, you see. Okay, so again, let's compare. The lunar eclipse, the moon is fully in the shadow. The Selenelian eclipse, it's showing that the moon, the top part should be out of the shadow. The bottom part should be in the shadow because of the Earth. The Earth is causing the shadow. Well, then you can see the picture I posted 23 minutes after the hour, where you can see the eclipsed moon, but the shadow is upside down from where it should be. You can see in the diagram, the shadow is supposed to be at the bottom part, and the top part is supposed to be lit. But in reality, we can see sometimes the opposite of what's supposed to happen. And there's even one video where a guy is watching the Selenelian eclipse, and he's like, wait a second, the shadow's upside down. And he's like literally like trying to figure out how to explain it, because you can see with the diagram that this is not supposed to be happening. It's not supposed to be like a smiley face lit up, but yet it is. And space.com will even say that celestial geometry calls this an impossible eclipse. They don't deny it's happening, but they call it the impossible eclipse because the heliocentric model cannot explain the alignment of the celestial bodies to cause this. And so when Damsel was saying earlier that we should just throw out the entire heliocentric model because of this one eclipse, she's actually spot on, because now everything is in question. Everything is in question of the alignment of where these celestial bodies are, what they are, etc., because this phenomena is happening, but the explanation for it doesn't fit.
Yeah, I understand.
One I just posted out.
I'm going to do more research into that. You guys saying they don't know why is that happening? So yeah, that is weird.
Well, you'd have to, before you could even think about it, you'd have to first understand and know what it is, right? I mean, we don't even know what it is. We don't know what the sun is. We know it's not what they claim it is. It's not a burning ball of gas 93 miles away.
This this is from space.com. The little used name for this effect is called a Selenilian eclipse, a phenomenon that celestial geometry says cannot happen. So again, it does happen, but it cannot happen according to the paradigm of the heliocentric model.
Well, bye-bye, ball and everything else, because that ruins it all. One thing like that ruins the whole universal model, because it's all based on these mathematical formulas, the size and shape, the radius, the R value of the Earth. And if you have a problem, it's gone. You've done it. Black swan.
Okay. In your mind, what do you think's going on? Do you think what they are telling you is happening? Is that what does it appear to be the case with you? Like when you see this, well, what do you think's going on?
So I'm not familiar with this eclipse because I don't know like what part of the world that's in. Like maybe the northern hemisphere, or I don't know. I never seen it in Florida, so I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to do more research on it and see why it happens.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
trust me, you'll be. The explanation, it doesn't make any sense. It's really confusing, and it's really a lot of assumption based. It doesn't have any proof. It really doesn't. It's very confused explanation, so you probably won't get much out of it, but go look it up. Go look it up. They try to make an excuse, but it's a mess.
There's lots of fails too. Like according to the heliocentric model, we shouldn't be able to see the full moon during the daytime with the alignments of the celestial bodies, but we do.
And I would even go further than that, Kai, and I would argue that we should see phases of the moon progress throughout the night as, you know, I mean, literally, if it's caused from, you know, the position, if it's the sun reflecting off the moon, then as the moon orbited the Earth as they claim it is doing, and as the Earth, you know, moved in its path around the sun, we should see the moon phases progress, not, you know, by the month, you know, on a month. It should be like we should see these phases progress throughout a 24-hour period.
Yeah, here, let me just show this really quick to him as well, how it doesn't make sense that we see a full moon during the day, which you totally can. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, well, anyways, just the one picture I have will work. So you see this one, this diagram, this is supposed to show how a full moon is at night. You see 28 minutes after the hour. Again, Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear. You got the sun, the earth, and then the moon. And somehow the sun's rays are able to go over the earth, and there's no earth shadow this time. See, that's what's so funny, is we have this same Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear, but this time magically there is no shadow of the earth, and you get a fully illuminated moon. And if the moon was on the other side, in between the sun and the earth, then it would be daytime, right? It would be daytime. But then that would actually be where they show a new moon, because the other side wouldn't be lit up. So they can't explain where, and I've looked for like hours, and there's no good explanation of where the heck the moon is supposed to be when where the moon is supposed to be when it's daytime and it's a full moon. They cannot show you, because if they put the moon in between them, then you would have the new moon phase. That's where they show the new moon phase at. Because the side
thing,
is
it's a mess. It's a mess. And then you even have the new moon, even every 28 days, you've got the moon that disappears. Nobody can find it. It's gone. Where does it go when it's totally waiting for the new one to break? Nobody can find it. Can't see it. I think I've read that they've looked for it with infrared. Nobody can find it. Where does it go? And I saw it in the daytime yesterday. Yeah, it's an amazing thing.
It's amazing. It's so amazing. There's so much more wonder and adventure in the not knowing than this is what it is, and not like questioning. Like there's so much more wonder. Like what is it? There's so much to discover. It's beautiful.
Yeah. So I have the question, so let's say the flat Earth models are like right and stuff. So like, what is the purpose of the moon? Because All I
Wait,
do-
stop. Did you just say the flat Earth models?
I mean the pictures I've seen, like the moon is
Say it's
rotating
flat.
on the
If it's flat, we don't rotate. Just say it's flat, and it
Okay,
just
the flat
circles
moon.
around us it circles around the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, as far as we know right now.
Yeah, so like why do we even have a moon? Like what is the purpose of it?
Again, it's a clock in the sky. If you know how it works, the name moon comes from months. Months. It goes on a 28-day cycle. Back in the ancient days, it was actually 13 months to the calendar, to time and seasons. Yeah, the solar equinoxes and all these things are set so that you know when to plant, when to harvest. It's just it's a giant sky clock, is what you're looking at.
Handiwork.
It tells you who made. Somebody made it. It's a watch in the sky.
It's a question that we can't really answer. It's kind of like, if you think about back in the day when people would get something wrong with their brain, and people would say, "Oh yeah, he has demons in his head. We need to drill a hole to get it out." I mean, they had no actual evidence or any empirical stuff to base that on. But the people who went, "Hey, hang on, that's not actually working, and this is just killing people or making them worse." That's kind of, they didn't know what was actually wrong with them. They just saw that this was not working. We're kind of like the guy saying, "Hey, drilling holes in people's heads isn't working. We just don't know who created the brain or how it works necessarily perfectly." But we can figure that out eventually when more people have realized that there's not demons in the head.
But what will prevent you from finding the truth or figuring it out is to believe that you already have it, and what you think you have ends up being a lie. Like that will hinder you.
And this is the problem, is they've given you a semi-decent, I wouldn't even go as far to say decent.
You're being generous.
They've shown I'm being very generous. They've given you a semi-decent explanation to explain some phenomena in the sky. And sometimes it seems like, oh, that could make sense. But they never teach you the things that don't make sense. And unfortunately, it's kind of an all or nothing thing. It has to all work, or you need a whole new model. You need a whole new model. You can't have it only work for some things. But they never teach you the things that it doesn't work for. So you just go around and you just think like, oh, seasons are because of this. But little do you know that it actually doesn't even make sense. Like, okay, for the seasons, when the northern hemisphere, because you know that the northern and the southern hemisphere have different seasons. Like for us in the northern hemisphere, it's summer. People in the southern hemisphere, it's winter. So when the northern hemisphere is closest to the sun, what season is it? According to the heliocentric model, what season is it? Darius?
Summer.
See, you would think, because of all the intuition that you've learned as a human being, that when you're closer to the heat source, it would be summer. But in the heliocentric model, that is actually incorrect. When the northern hemisphere is furthest from the sun, that is our summer. And when we're closest to the sun, that is our winter. That's the explanation that you're given.
I mean, but like, doesn't that just show us like the Earth is tilted, I guess, on an axis, and why it's like wobbled? That's why different phases of the Earth have different seasons.
Makes sense to you though, the amount of distance that a tilt would cover versus the amount of distance when it's closer to the sun during its elliptical path.
It's something like 3 million miles. It's 3 million miles.
Yeah, and they'll say, oh, the tilt of the Earth is causing the oceans to absorb the light, and it's causing the oceans to heat up, and that's what's causing the summer, which is all fine and dandy, but you still can't explain that when the northern hemisphere is furthest from the sun, we have the most hours of daylight, right? Because our longest days are during the summer.
It doesn't
And our
even really
shortest
matter
days are during the winter.
because they're
But
claiming
again,
the
it's
sun
against all intuition.
Go ahead, Kai. I thought you were.
Oh, I was just going to say it goes against all intuition that when you're furthest from the light and the heat source, you're going to have the most heat and the most light. Doesn't make sense. And that's why when I always ask you guys, because it's a trick question, because it completely defies your observable reality. Actually, the whole model does. You just don't even know it yet.
And it doesn't even work that the sun is what they claim it is and where they claim it is. I mean, it's a violation of not just the second law of thermodynamics, but I'm sure probably about a handful of other natural laws. For there to be a burning ball of gas in a 10 to the negative 17 torque pressure without a container, I mean, which is the same as Earth. I mean, we've got, so none of that can happen. Absolutely none of it makes any sense.
Yeah, I think to a normal person none of it would make sense. I don't, because I'm not like studying in that field, so I don't know.
No, even what they told you in high school, you could work this out. That's what most people have done. This is the simple stuff they showed you in your science high school book. Those pictures of eclipses were the same thing, and they didn't make sense then, but your teacher stood up in front of you, and she was convinced, or he was convinced as well, because they didn't question it either. They just learned it, and they taught it to you. They gave you a story, and they had enough points in it that seemed rational that you didn't look at the details of what they actually put in front of you. That picture, the picture that you saw there, I saw those in my high school book. I remember those because I'm a biologist. I have a biology degree. I remember those from high school. And that's the thing. I didn't pick it up either because, again, I trusted the authority. That is typical. We always trust those that have been put in power over us, especially teachers, priests, pastors, not really politicians, but some people do, I guess. But yeah, those people that are supposed to care the most about you and know the most truth and give you the most truth, if they're telling you a story that they learned because they don't know it's a lie either, they're going to teach it with conviction and you're going to believe it. And you're just going to say, when you even have a little slight question, when you look at these things and maybe pick up on it, like I did a few things when I was in high school, there was a few questions that I was like, well, I should ask more about that. But they told me it works this way, so I guess I'll just leave it alone for now. I told myself that because I trusted they knew more than me. But I could have figured it out right there. I actually did. I had a couple things that were like, oh, well, that doesn't make any sense. I must just not understand it. Maybe I just don't understand. And no, I was right. It was the fact that I didn't want to question the authority because I liked these people and I thought they knew what they were teaching me. And I loved getting good grades in science classes because it was fun and to answer the questions right. And yeah, I thought they knew everything at that point. They don't. And the thing is, they put just enough in front of you that you could figure it out if you were willing to really know how to, and if they taught you to look and know how to question. But if you would question that authority, but they don't teach you to do that. They start you from day one, never to question the teacher, be obedient, sit down when they tell you, stand up when they tell you, raise your hand when they tell you, even for going to the restroom, you have to ask permission. So you have to ask permission for everything, including thinking eventually. That's what they are doing to you so that you don't question, that you'll be a good servant and slave next when you become an adult, that you won't question what they give you and you'll be happy.
Which is why they claim to have all the answers and give them to you so that you don't have anything to question and look into. Because if you look into one thing, then you see that the entire thing falls apart. I'm just so glad we're able to measure the Earth and determine that it's not spherical. Because, I mean, that's the basic fundamental of, it's like it has to first be spherical for any of this to even be, and it's obviously not, so.
Did someone want to show him the black swan, maybe? If you're still... I thought I heard you said you were working earlier.
Do you understand it, though? Do you understand it?
Yeah, they were saying that it was 29 miles away from the shore, and if the Earth was around, you shouldn't be able to see it. So
yeah, it's about 10 miles, but that's okay. But it's the one with the oil platforms. Do you know which one it is that we're talking about? The Black Swan.
It's worth
with the
going
Mullins,
over and
Collins.
over again.
Have you heard the Mullen? I can't say it now. the argument.
Did you see what I posted? Truth unveiled prevails.
Of what?
The Earth's tilt. Yeah, that's what I was questioning.
Yeah, I don't see you. Maybe you can post it again.
What are you posting?
It's in the meme one because I can't post in a general chat or the voice chat.
What are you posting? Or trying to post?
I posted the Earth's tilt. Like how? Like explain to me like the on a flat plane. Like how does it tilt?
Doesn't tilt. There's no tilt. You don't need the tilt. See, the tilt was added because they had to explain for the seasons. And so they came up with the tilt. There was no measuring of the tilt. There was no measurement done or experiment done. It had to be done to get the other things to work together with the radius that they had for the Earth, how the moon and the distance to the moon and the sun, all these things to get your seasons to work. They had to add the tilt. It's never been measured. There is no tilt.
So like how are seasons? So how do seasons work then? Like we don't know or.
No, we have a kind of a way of understanding how again, like the sun and the moon you were talking about earlier, they follow the path of the excuse me, I can't speak of it.
Because the sun and the moon are more low. They're much more local.
They're
so
close.
As they move away from you and take their path a further distance away from you.
In the tropics, Tropic of Capricorn. The Tropic of Cancer. Okay, so they actually switch between these two tropics around the equator. The moon goes at 28 days cycle, so it's a little faster. And then you've got the sun that actually has a cycle too that goes through. That's where you get when it switches its position from one of the I can't talk today. My brain is slow. Anyway, when it switches, that's your summers, your days are longest, and then your shortest day of the year. Again, it's growing seasons. That's how farmers can follow what time of year they should plant and that sort of thing. And that's when it's switching between the two tropics, whether it be Capricorn or the other one. So I wonder if somebody's got it mapped up so I can see it a little easier. Do you understand kind of what we're saying, though? You saw those circles that are going around the flat. Okay, there's somebody put it up there. The path of the sun. There you go. Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. It goes between them, slowly changing over the season. It gets narrower for your longer days. You see how that works?
Yeah.
And we're not saying that we know 100% the path of the sun, right? This is like so. Well, what I want to ask you is, what do you observe? Your observations when you look at reality, what does it tell you? What do you see? Do you see any indication of a spherical Earth? And do you see any indication or feel any indication that you're moving? Do you have any reason to believe that you're living on a spherical Earth that's spinning at 1,040 miles an hour at the equator?
I mean, I guess the only thing I can say is no, because I've stargazed before, and I can see the sky moving. Like if for 30 minutes I can see like the stars are different places within 30 minutes. So I don't know if that might be the Earth spinning or the sky rotating around us, but I know something moves.
Well, before you would even come to okay, so you see them moving, and if you had never been told that the Earth was moving, you would have no reason to even entertain that thought while you're watching something in the sky moving. So
both can be plausible, though. Like at the end of the day, both can be plausible. Like either the planet's moving or the sky is moving. I mean, the stars are moving.
Do you ever not sense motion, especially when it's angular motion? In other words, going around in a circle, like turning your car. We're not talking about a straight path here, okay? You do understand, right? We're not on a straight path if it is spinning. Can you tell when your car even does a slight bit of angle of a turn?
Yeah.
Okay, now if that car is moving and it's going around like a circle lap track, even if it's going pretty slow, say you decide to turn around and you're not the driver, let's just say you're not the driver, but you decide to turn around and face backwards. Even if you got used to it going around when you were sitting forward, if you suddenly turned around backwards, wouldn't you notice that a significant change in the way it felt?
Yeah.
4 to 5 different movements that they're claiming that we're making. So it would look like Star Wars. Like, in Star Wars, when you watch Star Wars, and then they do warp speed, and you see the stars like zooming by, streaks of light. That's what the sky should look like, according to what they say we're doing. But we see the same repeating.
So, like, explain to me, like I don't get, like, you ever heard of galaxies? Like, if you go to certain parts of the planet, you can see different galaxies, like different planets and stars. Like, explain to me, why does that even?
You're calling them something that you don't know what they are. You're just calling lights in the sky by names that they told you to tell you that that's what they are. You don't know what they are. You just know there's something out there that is light.
You can see, like, on Earth, you can see the Milky Way. But if you have a good telescope or camera, you can zoom in, and there's different galaxies. That's what I'm assuming. Like,
Just more clusters of stars, though. The only reason you even think that it's a galaxy is because this is the story that they've told you. But part of this story that they've told you is also that the Earth is spherical, and there's no measurement of it. It's not. It's measuring flat. There's no detectable motion. The Earth isn't moving. More than 70% of the water, the Earth is covered with water, allegedly, right? And we know how water behaves. There's no indication to even entertain that thought. And the only reason that thought is even in your mind is because this is what you've been told.
Remember how we told you the ancient people never even thought that it was a sphere? But this became a thing 500 years ago. Yeah, it was talked about by the Greeks, but it didn't become a big thing until about 500 years ago. All the ancients knew it was flat. They knew it. They knew it was flat. They also knew how the sun and the moon moves, and they actually knew all the eclipses. They didn't have a problem.
So let's say they knew. Like, how do we know for a fact they knew the Earth was flat? Like, do they have?
Yeah, it's records. Things in stone, clay.
I mean, I know, yeah, but people say the Earth is a globe now, but back then they say it was flat.
Yeah,
like we have pictures now, but back in the day, like, how do you know, like, they were telling the truth? That's what I'm asking.
Well, how would you know if anybody's telling the truth if it's not in your lifetime and you weren't there? You have to trust some of that information, but you trust the globe information that they gave you.
How do we know they're telling the truth?
Which one's more reasonable? That's the thing.
I'm not they're relying. Maybe they didn't have enough information. Like, who knows? Well,
that's what they try to tell you. Once again, they try to tell you that the ancient people were stupid. Remember, NASA is using ancient information to give you those eclipses, and they're telling you that they've got it all figured out and they're predicting, and no, they're not. They actually took it from the ancients. So again, this is this education system where you think everybody in the past is not as smart as we were, or didn't have techniques, or couldn't measure, or couldn't travel this flat plane. Do you understand they couldn't have traveled it if it was a sphere with the tools that we know they had? Do you know that?
Going to say, I think it's also funny that they try to figure out that it was a globe because they saw ships going over horizon. Like, I mean, they made an assumption that led to all kinds of other different things, and looking up in the sky and all these assumptions without actually thinking things through. They figured out gravity because an apple fell onto the ground. Well, what if it fell on water and floated? You know what I mean? So looking to other men, no matter what period of time, looking to other men to find out what the truth of the reality is. I mean, we can all share stories and stuff, but the number one thing is we do not feel it move. It is observably flat. When we zoom in now with high-tech stuff, we can see the boat again. Like, nothing in the sky is going to tell us the shape of the floor.
Okay, so this is a statement I think I'll stand by. I think we should all agree on, like, since we have technology that we can fly, go to space, like, we should start a flat Earth.
Yeah, we can't go to space. You can't go to space.
We can't go to space. Okay, so
no, you can't. You want to know why?
Everything. Okay, they've got the sky monitored. They've got the waters monitored. You can't go anywhere unless they allow you to. And here's the thing: why would you go there anyway. If you're going to try to determine the Earth, you're on Earth. Just measure the Earth, which is what people have done.
I'm saying that we have the technology available. So I'm saying like you can start a company like we in America. We can,
do you understand why it's not even possible? That it's a waste of money. Do you understand what there is no space? Because listen, you're assuming that there is space because you don't know about the second law of thermodynamics violation it causes. You don't understand the science that doesn't work in space. You don't understand that that can't even be possible. You can't have a rocket flying around in space either. You got nothing to push off of. It's physics. I mean, these are basic things they taught you. They taught you in school, but they didn't tell you that they don't actually work in space. They taught you the first law and second law of thermodynamics. They didn't tell you that it doesn't work with these things. You can't have gas pressure. In other words, atmosphere, as they call it. Gas doesn't have a shape. It's not sphere. But you can't even breathe. You wouldn't be able to breathe if there's not a container.
Okay, well, I was taught different. I was taught like the Earth has gravity, and
right,
the space is a vacuum. So when they say vacuum, that means empty. That doesn't mean it sucks everything out. Your gravity.
Didn't say that, but what does gases do in any vacuum?
They claim
Go back
it's
to your mind.
Negative 17.
I mean, we did, but we did.
They claim it's a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure adjacent to a 50 torr.
But we did. Well,
you understand? There is the second law of thermodynamics, which states that you cannot stop entropy without a container when it comes to gases. They must go from high pressure to low pressure, period. It has nothing to do with sucking. We didn't say that. You said that.
Okay, so
we've measured the Earth's been measured. There's no curvature. It's not moving.
Okay, let's say what? But can we still have an atmosphere? I guess.
No, you have atmos.
We have atmos. There's air.
Gases don't have shapes unless it's the shape of their container. See, they gave you an atmosphere, trying again to put words in your head that make you think, oh, it's got to be a ball. It's got to be a ball.
Yeah.
It's got to have this thing.
So, okay, so like, let's give, for example, if like we humans, we have gases and we destroy the ozone layer because of pollution. So if it rips the I mean, the planet's getting hotter. So I mean, I guess we can say that.
What can we verify? We can verify the Earth is not curving. We know it's not moving. We know how water behaves. We know how gases behave. So there's no reason to even consider that any of that is true. You first need a spherical Earth. There's no curvature.
Have you actually seen
if someone can find curvature, okay, great. Find curvature, and then we can go from there and start and then if someone detects motion, then great. Then we can start exploring all these other possibilities. But it's like there is no curvature. The Earth isn't moving, and we must be contained because we have a pressurized system of gases to breathe.
But at the end of the day, I feel like this debate can be destroyed in 40 years or 30 years.
No, it can't. You understand?
Go in space or really high up. The curvature they can just prove the globe.
Space. No, that's because listen, if you have a container, you're not going to space. Do you understand? Because if you bust that container, that's going to lose our air pressure, right? So even if there was space outside that container of some sort that you don't know what it would be anyway, we're guessing. Maybe it is a vacuum. Maybe it's ocean. You don't know. You have no idea. If you puncture the container that you're in that has pressure in it, what happens when you puncture a tire?
It goes flat.
Yeah. That's not a good thing if you're living in a system like that, is it?
I mean, we know that when objects fall on Earth, they burn up because it's hitting the atmosphere.
No, you've been told a story. You assume that's what's happening because they told you that's what happened, but you're seeing a light in the sky does not tell you actually what's going on or what it is or that it's anything. They tell you it's rocks falling. Have you ever actually seen one fall to the ground and hit so that you knew for sure?
Verify.
Have you seen one going in the opposite direction?
Yeah, do you ever see them going up?
Going in a different
ever go see a comet going up from the horizon? I mean, literally straight up. You ever seen one? I haven't. I've been watching for a long time. And you said you watch stars a lot.
Yeah, I watch the stars. I never seen a meteor shower. I know meteor showers exist, but I never
You ever
seen
seen
one.
a shooting star? You never seen a shooting star? Not at all yet.
No.
Oh man, you got to get out more. They're beautiful. Don't assume they're a piece of rock. That's what they told you. There are other explanations. See, the problem is you think there's only one explanation for everything because that's the explanation you were given. That's all you're going to think about. That's why you keep jumping into the globe stuff. Because you think there must be some part of it they told you that was true. You've got to let go of this if you really want to find out the truth. There's multiple explanations for what may be going on. There's some really good ones out there that are exciting, actually. More exciting than any rock.
What do you do with the information about what has been tested and verified? Like, where are you at with that? With the measurements, laser tests, and observations, and lack of curvature?
Yeah, I understand what you guys are saying. Like, of course, I like to explore new things and stuff. That's why I'm here. So, like, but I'm saying, like,
to have a base. You need to start somewhere, a foundation. So, where's your foundation?
Okay, I was saying like 10 minutes ago, like, you guys keep shutting me down, but maybe, just maybe, a flat earther should not go to space, but go really high up and disprove the globe Earth so we can debate.
They've gone high up. The people have gone high up. You're only going to go so high and still see a flat plane. Did you see the Branson flight and all those other ones recently? Did you go look? We were showing you pictures earlier. Didn't we show you pictures how the curve that they supposedly said was the curve of Earth kept changing to a convex and then flat? It's because it was flat all the way up.
Why would you go from an observation or from a measurement? Why would you discard a measurement, right, and not take that as being validation for a lack of curvature? So if you wanted to determine whether or not the Earth, why would you go from a direct measurement that's repeatable, right, to an observation in the sky that you can't directly measure? It's like, because honestly, all the observations that have been that's not with these fish islands, it shows a flat, level, stationary Earth because the horizon rises to eye level. The only way it can rise to eye level is if it's level and it extends out. If it were spherical, it would drop away, and that's not what happens. So even in your, like, wanting